Okay. Good morning, everybody. And hopefully, let's see. It looks like, in terms of the list, now, I ran into some technical issues when I was setting this up. I don't know what happened, but YouTube actually messed up the start date. They put it as yesterday, which there were some comments, and it looks like they deleted the comments. I don't know what happened. But I'm looking at the list here, and it looks like the first person, now there were other comments yesterday, but Thomas, Target Prime Rib, is number 1 on this list, and the Feral Grandma, number 2, and Kitchen Witch, number 3. And notice that the first 2 are people who had the courage to call in. I will put up the call-in number in case you don't have it already written down, and you can feel free to call in at any time. So let's see who else we have now. Let's start over here with the comments. And there we go. 2 more hours. I have a feeling that would be the minimum around here. And Father of United Carnivore is also here. Good morning, everyone, from a beautiful morning in Melbourne, Florida. And good morning from the septic tank of Florida, Miami. Hello, Quack Attack. Hello. Good morning, all. Good morning. And then I said good morning. And then the next one was Terry Sue. And Peter, Papa Carnivore, he said there was no sound. And yes, that is because of the little delay that goes on, which I have gotten used to. I mean, YouTube does have some interesting quirks that we have to adapt to. And there we go. Good morning to you as well. The system, yes. And now there's sound. Yes, there is. All right. And Peter says, hi, Carnivore Quackers. Yes, from a quacker himself. Same thing. You try your very best to eat as much meat and fat as possible to get a heart attack. But all you end up doing is becoming leaner, healthier, and more active. And you look better. So what can go wrong? You're basically sending yourself to an early grave, but you're doing it in a way that feels good and you just look better. Nobody wants to look at some fat, old, dumpy person who's not progressing. And I'm not saying that being fat is bad. I'm just saying that when you are feeling bad and you're fat, that's not a good thing. Now, if you're fat and you feel great, more power to you. And you can get away with that for a while. But eventually, you can no longer get away with that. And that's the problem. So we have an unknown user that says morning, folks. And I say morning back. I just love that name. Yep. And the Michael Moore picture, that makes it even more interesting. Evening from your area, which is morning here. And we have some hellos here. Good morning, everyone from Wisconsin. Well, good morning, Carnivore Jerry. We're glad to have you here. And everybody that comes in here just makes this group better and better and better. And again, we're not the most popular group. We don't have the most people. We don't have the fancy graphics. We don't have the fancy videos. But what we do have is the number 1 group of elite carnivores and people who just care. That's what you're here for. You're not here to be entertained. You're here to participate. All right. So when it comes down to our week, I'm sure that most of us have had some experiences, maybe good, maybe bad. We have our work, we have our normal life. I've had to do some electrical work. I've had to do some clean out. And I've been trying to work on my truck, which I haven't been able to because I haven't had the time. It seems like every time I get a little time and I start digging in the garage, that phone rings. I had someone call me up and say, well, I got a rental unit that we need to do a few repairs, minor plumbing and minor hardware repairs. Had another person call me up that I've worked on their electrical before. And they finally took my advice, and we replaced the entire panel and eliminated all the problems because sizzling, smelling something burning, and having lights flicker on and off and electronics fail is not something you want out of your electrical system. Now, my house has a fuse box, the original one from 1959, and as you can see, the lights stay on just fine and nothing gets broken. But the problem is that a lot of people around here, starting in the 1980s, They replaced all the fuse boxes because they lied to them. They told them they were unsafe. And they put in circuit breaker panels. And the problem is, in the Florida heat and humidity, the circuit breakers have a limited lifespan, especially since all the new electrical boxes they put are outdoors. For some reason, Dade County, in its infinite stupidity, came up with this great idea that you should put your electrical box outside. Not very smart, because they wanted a disconnect outside, which is really stupid, because if you want to disconnect power, you just got to pull the meter out. But anyway, I've had to correct several of these Latin American, well, I don't want to disparage anybody, but there's definitely an ethnic component to why these things get done so poorly. Everybody makes fun of the rednecks and how they used to rig things. And believe me, this was a redneck neighborhood when I was a kid. And I saw things that were extremely unsafe. You know, you'd be surprised at how many uses there are for beer cans. Everything from fixing a fuse box to fixing your muffler. So Budweiser and Pabst Blue Ribbon and all this other stuff was very common. In the old days, the beer cans were steel. Then later on, they went to aluminum. And like James Rockford always said on the Rockford Files, when the guy crushed a can, he says, "Thanks to aluminum cans, anybody can be a hero." So anyway, let's see what we can do here. Let's go back and check those comments. And let's see who else we got. Let's see how the elite group. And Peter says, "I met a woman who said eating all meat is dangerous." I told her, I guess, I'm trying my hardest to give myself a massive heart attack, but I keep failing miserably because I keep getting thinner and healthier. Well, there you go. Pretty soon you'll be as skinny as me. You know, there's no muscle here, but there's more up here, so that's a good thing. And then Target Prime Rib has this hashtag duck riding an iguana, which I need to display that drawing. I have to. Obviously, if you don't know him, you know that he has an artistic side. Everybody has an artistic side except me. I'm an engineer, so we don't really do that. I just watch Uncle Tom's Cabin. Never seen it before. I saw a movie of that years ago, I think. And Smoothie, good morning, Rick and everyone. Good morning to you, too. And Polish Mike is here, one of the hardcore carnivores. This is the no-nonsense carnivore style, and unlike a lot of us, most people are trying to lose weight. Him and I, we'd like to gain mass. You know, I mean, obviously, he's got more than I do. He's got, serious. I haven't seen him lately, but I'm sure he's put on some mass in the years since I have seen him make a video. Yeah, power outage back on. Well, there you go. Yeah, I hate it when the power goes off at night because it's extremely hot here. And try to sleep without air conditioning or even a fan, it's horrible. So if it's a short-term power outage, what I'll do, I'll run a cord over to my truck, which has an inverter, and I'll put a fan next to the bed. But after a couple hours, this room heats up into the 80s, so probably because of my high metabolism. So if it's a long-term power outage, I'll have to go and start the generator. So what I'll normally do when the power goes off, I'll go walking around the neighborhood, or I'll go for a little drive, and I'll try to figure out what happened. Did it just blow the fuse, or did a wire break? If it blew the fuse, they might be able to get it working in an hour. But if the wire's broken, it's going to be at least 4 or 5 hours. And if that's the case, I just go ahead and turn on the generator and go for it. All right. Good morning, Sir Quack, and everyone else. Been on the sidelines for a while, working around the house. Well, I'm glad that you're able to get something done. How long does it take you to change a panel? That depends. If it's straightforward, I can do it in 3 hours. But if it's been thoroughly Cubanized, it may take 2 days to do it because I'm not going to do the rig job that they always do. The main thing is getting the wires hooked up. Now, if it's an older house, technically you're supposed to get a building permit, but everybody does work here without a permit. And I think a lot of times if you try to do the right thing and you call the county, they're going to write you up for everything and you'll be paying $50,000 in fines. So what we normally do, if it has a regular box, I'll remove the cover and tilt the meter so it stays plugged in on one end and stick a piece of plastic in there so it doesn't make contact, and then we'll replace all the wires. And then once the panel is in place and hooked up, we'll tilt the meter back in, pop the cover back on, and then it's just a matter of figuring out how to put the seal back, and I'm not going to talk too much about that. But anyway, that's usually what it takes. So let's see what else we got here. Okay, I'm not sure what that is. And I see that Jonathan Carnivore Muscle is here, going live in about 25 minutes. It's a shame that we always seem to go live at the same time. But I think in the future, we'll just team up. What we'll probably do is I'll do my live and then we'll transfer over to his. That's one option. And I know it's a matter of time. But I guess for now, I'll have to watch the replay. Actually, I probably could put the two together, but that's okay. Yes, fuses are safer. And that's why they're used in electronics. Almost all high-end electronics uses fuses extensively. The only thing that makes fuses unsafe is the idiots that think that pennies are fuses. In the old days, you had what's known as an Edison base, and I have these fuses here. I always keep a supply. Let me see. Okay. So here we have fuses. Now, the original fuses look like this. Let me switch over here to the camera. All right. This is what a fuse used to look like. It was made of glass or ceramic, and it has a wire inside that melts when too much current goes through it. The base was the same as an old light bulb. This is known as an Edison base. And you can see that the number of the fuse, in this case it is 30 amps, was put on there. Now, there were several ways that you could screw this up. Like most old items, people tend to think anything that's old is unsafe, but that is complete nonsense. You see, safety is a relative term. Many old pieces of equipment were designed by people who were engineers or technicians that worked on this stuff. And as long as they had the time and materials necessary, there was no danger. You think about like an old air compressor with no guard on it. Well, yeah, you could stick your hand in there and get your fingers ripped off. But the thing is, if that compressor is away from any person that's stupid enough to stick their fingers in there, you'll be fine. And you look at old construction equipment. A lot of old construction equipment didn't have any kind of protection or whatever because it was designed to use in an area where there weren't any hazards. But if equipment was designed for dangerous areas, then there would be more protection. Now, today, you have to nerf everything because people are so stupid that basically they'll get hurt doing anything. But anyway, if you look at the base of these fuses, you can't see it. But anyway, they range anywhere from 15 to 30 amps. If you took a 30 amp fuse and put it on a 15 amp circuit, you would overload the circuit and could eventually cause heat and possibly a fire, but unlikely. Because even if you push 30 amps through a 15 amp circuit, if the circuit was properly built, the worst that would happen is the wires would tend to heat up a little bit, you get a voltage drop, and you would damage the electronics that are connected to it. But what they did that was really dangerous was to take a penny, and instead of replacing, because when a fuse goes bad, it has to be replaced, they would stick a penny in the hole and then screw the fuse in. Some people used aluminum foil, and that bypassed the fuse altogether, which meant that now you were connected to whatever the main was. And in the old days, that would be like 60 or 100 amps. And that's enough to destroy a wire. 60 amps is double the 15 amp circuit. So if you were to overload that, it would turn the wire into a heater. And most of the old wires back then, they used rubber insulation. And some of them, they used some of the early plastics. And when they got hot enough, they would expand and they could catch fire. Now, as the wire heats up, its internal resistance decreases because the electrons are going faster and faster. It's like when you drop something. The higher you drop it from, the harder it hits. So a circuit that is running double its rated capacity is going to continue to heat up. And eventually, those molecules will become so excited, the wire will turn red hot, and it will be hot enough to ignite anything around it. Now, in the old days, the electrical wires ran through the walls. They were typically attached to ceramic insulators. That was called the knob and tube wiring. So if the thing did overheat, it could ignite the wood and other materials inside the wall. Later on, in the 1930s and afterwards, they started using what's known as electrical conduit, which is what my house has, and everything that I've built uses electrical conduit. And if the wires, for some reason, overheat, the insulation will fall off, the wires will touch the conduit, which is connected to the neutral side, and that will cause the main fuse to burn out. So if your house had electrical conduit, it will not burn down because the wires are protected with steel tubing. Now, later on, they started using cheap crap, which we call Romex or unshielded cable, and it's used to this day. It's basically wires covered with a cloth or with a vinyl covering with paper in it. And as you know, those materials burn. So if for some reason that garbage overheats, it will catch fire. Now, if your home is built like I like to build, where the interior walls are blocks, the roof would be concrete and steel, the chance of the place burning down is still very small. But again, if you build like I do with concrete block walls, you can't use the Romex because you would not be able to pull it through the blocks. But if you put conduit in there, you can put that into the mortar, put your boxes in, and I only use metal boxes. I will never use plastic. And it really drives me crazy when I see a McMansion where they use Romex, which I consider glorified extension cord running through the walls. That's just plain stupid. But anyway, I do things differently. But again, in my own home, I like the fuses. Now, to avoid the penny pushers, they came up with these bus stat fuses. And you can see here. So when they built this house, they put inserts with these fuses in it. And I don't know if I have one of the inserts, but they screw in. They had little wires that made them in place. And this way, the 15 amp, the 20 amp, and the 30 amps, they had different colors and they had different thread. So you couldn't screw in the wrong one. And again, it wasn't an inherent safety issue. It's because people that think they know better than an electrician or engineer will put in bigger fuses with more current because they keep blowing the fuse because they overload the circuit. But again, if the person had the knowledge and was competent enough, they could use the fuse box. And I have one in my home. It is 65 years old and has never had a problem. So again, you might blame the engineer or the person who installed this, but everything was done correctly in the beginning. And contrary to popular belief, I believe that a lot of items from the 1950s were actually safer than what they have now, because today there's an extensive use of plastic. And plastic is a flammable material. And you got to remember that back then, practically everybody smoked cigarettes. You would think that everybody's house would be burning down. But it wasn't quite like that until later on, 1960s and 70s, when plastic took over, when inflation came in and whatever. But again, electrical, that is my specialty. I am an electrical engineer, so anything electronic or electrical, I do tend to be very detailed about. All right, let's hit these comments before we get lost and left behind. And as you can see, we have a lot of them here. Remember, Brian says, you are what you eat. Eat meat. That is correct. And I tell everybody, I'd rather beef up than veg out. I'm listening up until I get to make coffee. Okay. Now, I get up in the morning, 6:37. I'm ready to go. These late nights, yeah, for the youngsters. I can stay up late at night, and I've done it before, but why do it? Okay. Good morning, Brooke Graves. Sandy says, I have 2 battery-operated fans and battery-operated lanterns. That works, especially if you live in a place that's not as hot as it is here. You found a bunch of duckies and fed them bread. Yes, I did. You know me. Does the power company know if you disconnect the meter? It depends. What I normally do, I'll bridge the meter with some alligator clips, but it runs through a cycle. Whenever the meter turns off and restarts, it'll report power outage. But if you have the right kind of box, you can actually tilt the meter up to disconnect it and leaving it sticking in the top. And then you just stick a little plastic insert in there so it doesn't make contact. Then you can get into the meter can, undo the wires, and run the new wires without anybody even knowing. Because the thing is, the power company doesn't care if you use electricity. They just want to have the meter stay connected. Now, if you're one of the last people that has an old meter that is mechanical, and they're pretty rare now, although there are a few around, you can pull that out and it doesn't matter, as long as you don't tamper with the meter. Now, they do put a little seal on there, but a lot of these boxes, they're not in that great of a shape, so you can actually leave the seal on the lid, tilt the meter up, and then do your work, and then finish. So, again, I don't want to get into too many details, but there are ways around it. I don't mind. I do lives every other Saturday. Okay. Julia joins if she's free. Yes. If you get bored with my stream, you might want to check out Jonathan's stream. I would recommend it. At the very least, hit the playback. That's kind of a lot of good information there. You're not going to get any good information from me. Yeah, old knob and tube sometimes didn't have any insulation. That's true, because a lot of times they didn't need it. The problem was that if rodents got in there, there were times when the wires could short out. Now, again, a properly built fuse panel will take care of that, but if the wires get close together and begin to arc, it's like welding. Welding is not a short circuit. It's actually a state between solid and gas known as plasma, where you have a lot of electrons moving around and you have a strong magnetic field. This creates high temperatures. And an arc can set pretty much anything on fire, unless, of course, you build like I do with steel and concrete and no wood. Okay, question there. It's usually temporary. No, I do not. I will not use that crap in anything I build ever. To me, it's an insult to have that cheap crap in any building. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah. And there's two types of conduit. There's the plastic or polyethylene, or it's actually a PVC type conduit, not polyethylene. Polyethylene is for plumbing. But they have a CPVC or PVC conduit. The PVC conduit, although it is fire resistant, will burn. So I only use PVC conduit for underground and when it's embedded in concrete. All conduit that is out in the open is going to be steel. The thin stuff is called electrometallic tubing, which is called EMT. It's a thin material. It's made out of sheet metal welded together. And then there is the hard line, which is almost like plumbing. And I forget what they call that, honestly, because you don't see it that much anymore. It was used extensively for underground, but you may find that in some older buildings. And I have used it outside for exposed conduit. Now, I don't like anything exposed, so what I normally do, I just basically hide it. So I'll run all conduit underground or even through the blocks so you don't have to look at it. Another thing that bothers me is seeing electrical or any other wire, plumbing, or whatever attached to a building. It's like these cable TV and internet companies that attach lines to the outside of the building. That is unacceptable. And when I had my internet installed, I specifically demanded that they not do it. And they ended up giving me a discount. And I ran the cable through my attic and through the walls. It goes straight from the box. It is completely invisible. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Emailed the link. Okay, so Jonathan emailed the link. I'll have to pull that up if it's not too late already. Okay, Sardine Fast. Okay, good. All right, let's see what we got here. Let me see if I can, let me get my email. Hold on a second. Open this up. Up. Okay. Forgive me while I hit this here. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. Okay. 11 minutes from now. How can I do both of these? Oh, my goodness. Okay. Now they crashed. Oh, you're still here. Okay. Anyway, let's see. Sardine Fast. 14 gauge. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, this is the key. The size of the wire, the thicker the wire is, the greater the current. Same thing with water. The thicker the wire, you're not going to connect a fire hose to a half-inch pipe because the water isn't going to be enough volume to go through. Now, the thing about water, it's self-limiting. But with electricity, as more electrons flow through, you get more and more friction, which causes the wire to heat up, which allows more electrons to go through, and it heats up, and you get what's known as thermal runaway, and that's it. Now, 15 amp circuits use 14 gauge wire, and 20 amp uses 12 gauge. So, and the thing is, again, it is unlikely to cause any major problems, but when you push too much current through, usually the issues will come at the receptacles or where the wires are tied together. And most wires are basically screwed together with screws, and they can loosen up. And the most dangerous thing in electrical circuits is not necessarily overheating a little bit. It's when you get that arcing going on. That's when things can get hot enough to cause serious fires. Sardines aren't fatty enough. Well, hey, I like sardines. There you go. You learn from experience. The problem with the world we live in is that they really don't give you any credit for actual real-world experience. This is a problem we face even here in the diet space. You could start the carnivore diet. You could even be like, well, you could be like my friend Jonathan, who has all kinds of issues and is still able to be a championship bodybuilder despite those issues using the carnivore diet and expertly designed training to get results. And this is one of those things that you look at someone that has a degree and they're usually out of shape and you go, well, and then he has the educational background as well. But again, you might have an average person who knows how to do something. You know, you might have a piece of equipment you need fixed. You call the dealer. They send one of their so-called qualified mechanics, and they struggle with it, and they can't figure it out. Then you call the old timer and said, you know, my old cat Dozer, it's acting up like this. And he's like, oh, yeah, it's a wiring harness. Probably a rat ate it. And you take off the back, you look in there, and you see the rat chewed through the wiring harness, and he was right. So the technician that they sent from the Caterpillar dealer couldn't figure it out. And he was telling you a list of parts you have to replace. And the old timer looks at it and says, I know exactly what this is, because you learn from experience. Okay. Good morning, Jiffy. Glad you're here. Yes. The problem with people in Miami is that the wages here are low, and normally they'll hire anybody they can get. And then you have people that work on the side. So you might have somebody that gets a job working for an electrician or whatever and doing whatever. And then on the side, they're doing work under the table for the people that build illegal additions and grow drugs or whatever else they used to do that needed electrical work. And then later on, when the whole system fails, then they have to call somebody else to fix it. Okay. You know, I'm wondering how Thomas is doing with his leg problem. That's a good question. She's a good source. Okay. Some of the chicken. Okay. Better than feeding the ducks, right? Don't electrons flow only on the surface of the wire? No, they don't. From what they've been able to determine, electrons do go through the entire wire. However, it is voltage dependent. The higher the voltage, the more likely they are to be on the surface of the wire due to the magnetic field. So when you see these long power lines that are boosted to really high voltages, the electrons are more prevalent on the surface of the wire. It's just the nature of physics. Because what happens as electrons move through a wire, they create a magnetic field. And that magnetic field also can induce current. So as the electrons go through the wire, at the same time, there's an induction taking place inside. And this is sort of what increases the effect of resistance. Now, with alternating current, because it is actually impedance and not resistance, resistance would be the constant, it's in opposition to the constant flow of electrons going in one direction. But in AC, the electrons are doing this. It's the same thing like you could drill a hole with the rotating drill, or you could use a jackhammer to make a hole. It's the same basic concept. So with alternating current, because of that, the magnetic field does this. That makes it possible to create things like transformers or any other type of inductor where the magnetic field from one can induce a current in the other one. So there's some interesting effects. And the great thing about electronics is that everything that is in theory can be verified by actual practice. You can use different types of test equipment to verify what's going on. And if you're familiar with concepts like Kirchhoff's voltage law, for example, you know that the voltages all around a closed circuit add up to zero. However, with AC, you have to deal with capacitance, resistance, and inductance. which means that what was normally a linear relationship of resistance actually takes on a vector diagram. And, you know, when we used to teach these classes, you had the rectangular and polar forms to describe the apparent versus the actual resistance. You have what's known as power, which is the work that can be done. Well, actually, the energy is the work over time. And then you have also what's known as VAR, which is a form of power that takes into account the inductance and capacitance, because inductance tends to oppose changes in current. That's why when you yank out your vacuum cleaner, you get a big spark, because the inductance of the motor creates that surge. So, but anyway, maybe one of these days we'll do an electronics lesson, electronics for dummies, because for years I taught electronics courses, and when I worked at Miami-Dade College, they actually they put me in those classes for a specific reason. One of the things about education, generally, and this is what I've seen, in most cases, the more advanced the degree of the teacher or professor, the less effective they are at teaching. That just seems to be the way it is. And I think that's one of the weaknesses of academia. And I'm sure most of you that have taken college courses can verify that. So what I would do, our administration at the college at the time was actually very good. We had a man that I think was probably the best chairman of the department we ever had. He decided to hire me to teach classes. And I was teaching the lower level classes. I did occasionally teach the upper level classes. But my strength was on the lower level, because when it's, you know, good college is like marketing. Now today, a lot of universities, they use exclusivity, and what they try to do, they try to pick and choose the students that they want, because they're not very effective at what they do. You go to one of these Ivy League schools, and in most cases, what ends up happening is that teaching assistants do most of the teaching. And the professors that are so, you know, high rated, they spend all their money doing research and setting up to get money, because really when it comes down to it, the university system is about money. Now, universities and colleges actually started as religious institutions. They started with the Catholic Church. So when you think about these institutions of learning, think about a church, think about a church organization. So in many cases, they're not trying to select the best communicators that are out there. And believe me, I've been bored through so many college courses, and I have to admit the ratio is incredible. The vast majority of college professors I've had to deal with were extremely uninterested and would make me bored. I think there were only 2 in all the college courses I ever took that I was ever motivated or inspired by. And I actually would take videos of my class, and I wish I could get a camera that would work, and I wish I could find my other camera that I lost, because I actually had some videos that I made when I taught at Miami-Dade College, and they were very good, and I put them on the internet. And of course YouTube deleted it when they deleted my channel temporarily, but I had people out there saying, yeah, this is a good explanation. And again, I'll get my hands on a chalkboard somewhere. I could use the fancy whiteboard, but I don't like the fumes that comes out of those markers. I'll try to find a chalkboard. I'll put it somewhere in my house, and I'll do an old-fashioned lesson like we used to many years ago. And I think that's kind of interesting. So anyway, let me go back to the comments here, and they do tend to pile up. Yes. Yes. And again, I think his video has already started. You can take a break from my video. You're not going to miss anything here. You might learn a lot. And I recommend anyone, if you are serious about the carnivore lifestyle and you want to improve your physique and you don't want to look like me, a toothpick, but you'd rather have a pleasing physique and you're dealing with problems, maybe you have joint issues or maybe you have injuries you have to work around, you need to check out Jonathan Carnivore Muscles channel, because this is someone that has those issues to deal with. And if you look at his physique, it really is impressive. So again, I can't recommend him enough, and we're friends, you know that. I'm not getting paid. This is just my opinion. I know quality and I know talent when I see it, so I will recommend it. That's just me. All right. let's see. He started as an engineer with type 1 diabetes and taught himself about controlling glucose, but no one would listen, so he went and got a medical degree. Well, there you go. You see, it comes down, our system is based on what I call the accreditation bubble. And the thing is, no matter whether you're right or wrong, unless you have that permission slip that comes from going into debt and working your way through the system, they don't care. It's like these stupid fraternities and sororities. They make you go through hazing and they torture you and whatever to become part of the club. That's what the university system has turned into. With today's technology, it is obsolete. And if it wasn't for the government mandating these stupid degrees, people would be able to learn this stuff on their own and they would be able to perform, and we could select the best of the best to do the job. What often happens when people become qualified and they have a position, they become complacent. And a lot of times they will simply work within the system. And in the medical system, if you try and go outside the system, they will punish you because basically you are going against what makes them rich, because ignorance is actually their strength. If they keep you ignorant, it makes them stronger. And that's what I'm against. Did anyone have the old hot dog machine where all the wieners when they're all plugged in? They cook by circuit. No, I never saw that. That is very interesting. But it sounds like something that could go wrong very quickly. Ooh, we have a phone call.
Hello.
Oh, Rick?
Yes.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Hello?
Yes.
So, yeah, I just wanted to call in, see how you're doing, man.
Well, I'm glad you did. You're my first call of the day. I'm doing quite well. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. So, yeah, I've been a viewer of yours for a couple of years now, but I have no comments on any videos, or I'm not subscribed to any channels, but I do like your channel, man.
Well, I'm glad you do. I hope you are subscribed to my channel, and that way you can get notifications and know when I'm here. And, yeah, that's why I do this. I do this for people like you that are willing to watch and maybe learn a little bit, maybe have a little fun.
Yeah, I like that your channel, you're real and you don't try to be somebody that you're not. There's just too many fake people out there these days, man, and when you find somebody who's actually real and, just living their life, I mean, that's great, man.
Well, I'm glad you like it, because it would be too much work for me to try to make up something, and I'm not the kind of person that people aspire to. I know a lot of these influencers, they'll go out there and they'll show off their money and they'll show off their body and whatever else to get people interested.
Yeah, I got to try to impress somebody. Yeah.
Right, and I'm not doing that. All I'm doing is what I do in my normal life. I figure, it's just too much. It's too much effort, and really, what is the return? Because, I'm an oddball. I'm tall and skinny, and no one wants to be like me. But I figure if I can just get people to think for themselves, then I'm winning the war against the system, because the system wants everybody in debt, and they want to basically extract from you. They want you to be vulnerable so they can extract from you. They don't want you awake, and know how things go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, don't think for yourself. Yep. Just do as we say.
That's right. And they want us to hate each other. They want us to hate each other based on where we were born, what education we have, what political party you're into. That's what they want. And I'm fed up with that. I'm sick and tired of these people, these idiots, always some stupid politician or celebrity or whatever, or even sports teams. One person likes one team, one likes the other, and then they fight with each other. I'm like, come on, guys. Forget it. You're wasting your time.
Yeah, that's exactly. I agree with you 100%. That's why I don't watch mainstream media, because all they do is tell you who to hate and this and that and everything. It's just nonsense. You know what I mean? It's just total.
Right. The thing is, I believe that in general, most people, and I would say probably 90%, if they have what they need, they will be generous enough to help others. Now, there's always that 10% of psychopaths that they're not happy unless they're taking advantage of somebody. And the problem is the system that we have throughout history rewards those people. They make them into leaders, or they make them into celebrities or whatever. And the average person that's just trying to work and survive and take care of their family and help people when possible gets ignored. And that's what that's one of the reasons I got on YouTube, because I got sick and tired of these manipulators out there trying to fast talk their way into an easy life. Because really, I mean, obviously everybody wants something for nothing, but the problem is some people thrive on that.
Yeah, and they put the wrong people up on pedestals. Nowadays it's just look to these people, and it's like to some of these people you shouldn't be looking up to.
Right. Well, the thing is, they want people to aspire to be parasites, basically. And I'd say every one of these people that they put up on the pedestal is a parasite. And they're telling you, you need to be like me. You need to do what I do. But what they don't tell you is if everybody was like you, there would be nobody left, because you would have eaten each other, and you would have killed each other, and there'd be nobody left. And that's the problem.
Yeah, and a lot of them, I mean, don't even have a grasp of real reality. Some of these people that are up on those pedestals, that are put up on those pedestals, some of them, it's like they couldn't even understand some of the things that you and I talk about,
Exactly. And I've dealt with people like that. I work for all kinds of people, everything from the common working man to people that have money. And the people with money are the most out of touch. They want to do this, they want to do that. And I explain to them why it can't be done. And I guess they figure that if they get the right person, they can do it. I need to take this wall out. I'm like, you do realize that this is a load-bearing wall. If you take it out, it may collapse. I said, well, is there any way
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Because I've experienced stuff like that. I know exactly what you mean, because I'm in the trade, so I know what you mean. Some people are like, what do you mean it can't be done? Well, it can be done, but it's going to cost a lot more than you think, or a lot more time than you think.
The one place I went to, I said, I wouldn't even be in this house. I don't even know how this thing is standing. They had floor joists. They were like, I guess there were 2x12s, but then, no, they're 2x10s, and then there was like 2x6s, and you could see where said, I got this crack in the ceiling that I want to fix. And I looked at it, and I'm like, you got a big problem, buddy. This thing is sagging down. And I took a level, I looked at it, it was about 3 inches down in one place. And I took a look at it. How old is this building? Oh, it was built in the 40s. And I started looking at it, I'm like, there must have been a wall here. And I go, oh no, they took the wall out. So what can I do? I said, you need to put a beam in here. Like, well, I don't want that. It's ugly. I said, well, then you're going to have to rip the entire floor out, put an I-beam in there, and then set all your joists. I don't want to touch it. I'm not a contractor. You're going to have to get somebody else to do it. And it was like, it just couldn't figure out. And like, look, this is the laws of physics. I don't care how much money you have. You can't violate the laws of physics. But,
your house is going to fall down if you don't do something. Yeah.
That's right. The only thing holding it together was tension. You have masonry walls on the outside with who knows what kind of tie beam, and you have this thing where the thing is coming down, it's pushing out on the side, and you look at the side of the house, you can see the cracks, and like, yeah, I don't know. But
yeah, I've seen some crazy things like that too. Like I seen one time when a bathroom, the toilet had been leaking. It must have been leaking for so long. Like literally, the only thing holding that toilet was the cast iron drain pipe, because the floor was so rotten.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Like holy cow!
I've encountered many of those when you have the raised wooden floor, and then they say, "Oh, my toilet's rocking," and you look at it, and it's like, "Man, your bathroom's shot." Oh, it's just it needs to be bolted down. And like, you take the toilet, there's no flange, the pipe fell down. It's like, your crap is going under the house. Oh, that's what that smell was. Yeah, the pipe dropped, the strap holding it up rusted. And like, you got to redo the whole bathroom. Oh, I can't believe it. Yeah. And the worst are the remodels. Those are when the Cubans in the 80s came and they ripped out the old 50s bathroom. They put in drywall. It's cheap. Oh, I got loose tiles, and you tap on the walls like thunk, thunk, thunk. Like, there's nothing here. And, well, we're going to have to do a demolition. Oh, that's a lot of work. I'm like, nah, it'll be done in 15 minutes. Like, what? I just start grabbing it with my hand, rip it all out, put it in a garbage can. Demolition is done. No hammering? No, this is Cuban technology. It just fell apart. So, it's crazy.
So, did you happen to find a camcorder yet that you're looking for? I know you're looking for a whole camcorder.
I haven't found it yet. I've been hitting the yard sales, but I haven't found one.
Is the one you're looking for take the VHSC tapes?
No, I have that. It's what's called a mini DV. It's
okay.
Let me see. I have a tape here. Hold on.
Because I actually have. I was looking through some of my stuff since you said that, and I knew I had an old camcorder here, but the one I have is the VHSC tapes.
All right. I use many different ones over the years. The VHS-C. Okay, this one. Oh, wait a minute. One of them is the 8mm. I have this, the Sony 8mm. That's these, and then this is the one I'm trying to find. This is called a mini. Let me switch over here. It is the mini DV, and
Okay.
it looks like it's like a little tiny tape like this. You can see how small it is.
So does it have the actual two wheels on it then?
Yes.
Like, yeah, because like this VHS-C, I think that only has like the one wheel when you look at the tape. Yeah.
Well, Betamax usually had the one wheel, but VHS-C does also have two, and I do have a VHS-C. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's not that's for the. That's not the. I thought maybe I had the one you're looking for, but I don't.
Yeah, this is a brand new VHS-C. Now, compared to the mini DV, where'd it go? It fell on the floor. Oh, that's nice. This crazy thing. I'm here. I got junk all over the place. See the size difference? This is the VHS-C, and this right here is the mini DV.
Okay.
But I have VHS-C, and I also have the Sony. These two I have. Those cameras I do have. But the thing is, this was pre-YouTube when I used to make videos, and if I find those, I'll upload them. But when I started on YouTube, this was the current technology. That and then the regular digital camera, which used the memory cards. So that's what I was using.
Well, I hope you find it. Yeah, I was hoping I had the right one camera, but it's the wrong one, I guess.
Yeah, it is, but that's okay. I mean, I'll find it eventually. It's like anything else. I hit the yard sales. Now, of course, I go online on Saturdays, so I can't hit the yard sales here, but I got friends that do yard sales, so I tell them to keep an eye out. And by the way, another tape I've had, I did have some of this on my computer. I don't know why this thing won't open, but these data tapes, and I have the drive for this one. I just have to sit there. I don't even know how to open this stupid thing anymore. It's crazy. Oh my goodness, what is this? Pain in the neck. Oh well. I guess there's another way to open it. Bang it a few times. But these were the old digital, the what do you call it, the data backup cassettes, and I do have the drive for that. And if I did digitize, these videos were digital, so I might have them. I just can't believe I can't open this thing. I mean, what is this? Yeah, right? I mean, here we go. I got it. See, this tab is just stuck. There we are. So these are the data cartridges, the IBM style data cartridges, and that's for digital files. And I do have this drive in one of my old computers, so one of these days I'll have to do data recovery. I may have some videos on these.
It would be cool to see some of the old videos. We'd be able to post those.
It would. And you can see how I've changed over the years. I don't look that much different, but my style is very similar. And everybody always jokes about it because as old as I am, I'm still pretty fast talking. Some of the people out there say, well, the carnivores are very slow talking and they look like they're...
I don't think so.
No, I mean, you can see, for example, obviously Dr. Baker's slow talking, but then you got Dr. Kiltz that's like he's on some kind of turbo or whatever.
Yeah, live with Kiltz on the Kiltz channel. That was pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, you saw that?
Yep.
Oh, there you go. And even like some of the earlier videos, I did have one of my viewers send me one of my old Joey interviews, which I need to upload. But yeah, when I did my first interview, it was August 2022. So it's going to be almost 3 years that I did my first one. And I think people forget. That's the thing about the internet. I just don't get that much, information. It seems like people forget.
Yeah. Yeah, another thing I want to comment, this was a couple Saturdays back, you were talking about something that got me thinking about something that I've thought about before, is you guys, I think you were talking about church and stuff,
mm-hmm.
and like the thing that always bothers me is like nowadays, like people, used to be everyone would dress up for church. What gets me is you get everyone that goes in now, like, they go in with their sports clothes, it's just so tacky to me, it's like, you can't put some real clothes on, you gotta put your sports, your NFL stuff on, your baseball stuff. It's like, really? Come on, it's church.
Well, this is one of the problems that I've seen. You see this in the corporate world. Now, I hate suits and ties because of the heat that we have down here, but when it's cool enough, I'll wear them. So if I go to a place with air conditioning, I will dress up. It's like right now, I just wear, people say I look like a Mormon because I wear the white shirt. I don't have the necktie on, and I don't wear anything that has any sayings on it. All my clothes, you won't find anything with any name of anyone. Except I have a few shirts that say Rick on it that I use for work, but that's it. And the people have all these brands and whatever. I don't have any of that. I'm generic.
It's hard to, I agree with you, but it's hard to, it's like almost hard to find clothes without something written on it. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's like hard to find almost.
That's true. And and then of course people criticize. They say, well, they're overly casual. And I've seen people go to office wearing shorts and tank top. And I said, look, if you're going to wear a tank top in the office, at least have a decent body. If you have a good body, you can get away with it. But if you're fat and disgusting, just wear a suit. You're not doing anybody any favors.
Yeah, nobody needs to see that.
Nobody wants to see that. Especially like if you're really old and shriveled up. I mean, come on, wear the suit. You're going to look good. If you have good clothes, even if your body ain't great, at least you'll look good. But I don't know. There's definitely an overly casual thing, and I would be super embarrassed. I mean, you don't see me going out of shirt because I'm too skinny. But some of these people is like, wow, you have no shame. And then you go to the beach, that's the worst. Got the Speedo on there, and you look like a piece of bacon that's been left in the stove way too long. That's not good.
Yeah, I agree.
This is the politically incorrect chat.
So there was something else I agree with you on that you've been talking about lately, and this pay-to-play thing, I don't agree with that either. It's the carnivore community, it should be banded together. We shouldn't have to, pay to play if you can't afford it. It's
exactly. And
we should be doing everything we can, to bring people together, not to turn them away.
Yeah. Well, this is what my complaint is, and I'm not trying to criticize the people that are in it because we know that one of the very popular communities, and we know exactly who it is, they set up this stupid, whatever that costs you $30 a month, and it's just ridiculous. And then they make a big deal. Oh, we're going to give away a membership for a month. That's called marketing. They always give you the first month free to try to get you addicted. I mean, you're complaining about these fast food companies that serve you crap to get you addicted, and now you come up with this group where you want to charge people every month, and then basically you're just turning it into an income stream, and I'm against that. Oh, yeah, we're going to use it for this movie. Okay, I understand that. I don't have a problem with making a movie. I think the movie's great.
No, I have no problem with that either, and if people want to donate, but you shouldn't be forced to do it just to join. I mean, if you have the means to do it, great. I'm all for it. You know what I mean? And I support that stuff. Mm-hmm. But it's just some people, just can't afford to do it.
Right. Well, it's the same thing with the meetups. You set up these meetups, then you charge people for the meetup. I'm like, look, I don't have a problem if you're providing food, but to mark it up,
exactly.
You get a restaurant.
Yeah, I mean,
mm-hmm. I don't care what you're doing with the money. I don't care if it's for a good cause. That should be voluntary. I believe in voluntary donations. And I think in most cases it actually works to the advantage because when you give somebody something, a lot of times they're going to say, you know what, I'm going to donate to this cause. And they've been doing that for years. A lot of very successful organizations do that. So, again, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that it seems wrong to put up that fence, like you said, put it up where you have to pay to get in this club. And I tell them, look, I don't want to be in your club. If you have to pay to get in, pay to play is not my way. That's not the Rick way.
But I think they should do both, some of these guys, like they should do, you do both, at least that way you're at least not excluding some people out, like sometimes do just get together where it's just have a donation box and it's not required, and most people are going to donate if it's just not required anyways, you know what I mean?
Right. I mean, think about it. If a country guy like Kip Carnivore Kip can set up a get-together for free and not ask for any money, why is it that these popular YouTubers that have hundreds of thousands of subscribers have to get money from everybody just to attend one of their meetups? That to me is an offense. And I know they're mad at me because some of these people I comment on, they don't give me likes anymore. So I know there's something.
Yeah, I wouldn't. You know what? Don't worry about it, Rick. I wouldn't. I know what you're saying, but who cares? You know, it's like whatever.
Right.
You know, it is what it is. Why should you? You know, if they can't accept it, then too bad. You know.
Right. You see, the way I see it is like this. If you provide a valuable product or service, then you are entitled to compensation. It's like the Bible says,
Yep.
The worker is entitled to his wages. But when you set up an association of people, a community, to require admission, that's no longer a community. This is why I'm against sports. I am against all professional sports and college sports and everything, because in order to participate in this, you have to pay. Well, somebody has to pay for the stadium or whatever. But the thing is, it's like movies and all that. If you choose to go to a movie and you pay for admission, that's great. But you could choose not to. And these people worship these celebrities. And I said, look, these celebrities don't know who you are, and they probably don't care. Why would
They don't
pay?
care about you. Yeah,
Right.
It's amazing how much people care about these celebrities. Like, you think they care about you? They don't care about you at all. Like,
Exactly.
like, why do you follow them and then worship them? Who cares?
Exactly. You know, if I want to worship somebody, that's what Jesus Christ is for. Forget about these
Exactly.
people. These people are going to do whatever they want, and you may look up to them, and then they get caught doing something wrong, and then you're devastated. It's like, forget about them. Unless you know a person, unless you can reach out and touch somebody, and you have been able to talk to them on a one-to-one basis, don't waste your time with them, because they, like you said, they don't care about you.
Well, and I'm convinced that, like, if people cared about what they eat as much as they cared about sports, our country would probably not be obese. Like, we'd have way less obesity. You know what I mean?
I agree. And you know, it's really funny because all the years that I've known people and they say, well, Rick, you're different. You have a high metabolism. And I kept hearing this over and over and over again. I'm thinking, yeah, I'm different. But now that I'm going to be 57, it's like, I'm not that different. Why do I stay skinny year after year? And I eat whatever I want. And you know I eat a lot. You should see how much meat.
You less meat more, right? How's that working out for you? Or them, I should say.
Well, exactly. And look, I'll sit here for 8 hours doing a live stream. You don't see me doing any activity. And whether I'm working inside an office, sitting at a desk, or working outside digging a ditch, my weight is exactly the same. And people say, well, my body has this problem. I think I have this medical issue. Like, no, you're abusing
It's not
your
my
body.
fault. Yeah, we've been told it's not their fault. You know.
Right.
And they want someone to tell them that it's not their fault. You know.
Mm-hmm. And other people I know, they struggle to get up in the morning. They complain about aches and pains. Then they have to have their coffee. It's like everybody I know that's in their 50s is falling apart. They're all on medications. They got to go to the doctor. I got a friend that goes to the doctor practically every week. He's got all kinds of issues. And then they look at me, well, Rick, what was your last doctor visit? 1996. What? And then they got to go to the dentist. They got to get fillings. They got to get root canal and all that. I said, the only canal I go to is the one where the ducks and iguanas are. You know?
And I like your story about the last time you were at the doctor. I remember when you told it a while ago. It's funny.
Yeah, but my fat doctor, you know, you're telling me that my cholesterol's too high. Look at you. I mean, what is this?
We are going to take advice from someone who's not doing so hot now.
Exactly. See, I would rather take advice from someone who's not a doctor, who's been doing this for decades and is in good shape. It's like, well, you know, I mean, I guess I'm the guy now because they can say, well, Rick, you know, the heart attack diet, the heart attack burger, heart attack chicken, whatever. Yeah, but man, I feel so good. I don't care if I get a heart attack. What would I rather be? Live to 100 and be hobbling around and barely able to do anything, or die in your 80s of a massive heart attack while you're chasing an iguana, or you're over there trying to push your car when it broke down? You know, what is a better alternative?
You know?
I couldn't do that. I don't want to be in a nursing home. I'd rather be dead. You know, even my parents.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah. I don't want to be sitting there, you know, laying in some bed. You can't go to the bathroom, so they got to wipe your rear end. I had to do that to my mom for a couple of years. I don't want to have to deal with that. I'd rather just have the massive heart attack and drop dead and be out in the country. By the time they find me, I've already been eaten by some animal or started to deteriorate, and there's no hope. It's not like they can take you to the hospital and then pump you full of meds and try to keep you going. And, I don't know. I just want the medical system there in case you have an accident, an infection, or, there's just some traumatic event. And they're good at fixing that. But when it comes to chronic health issues.
Exactly.
Right. If you get shot or something, yeah, that's great. But to just slowly fall apart, and then they keep throwing medications at you and extracting wealth, that's just wrong. I don't know. Again, I am very much against any extraction. I'm against debt. I'm against people that try to sell you crap that's no good. I'm against these pay-to-play groups. I'm against all of it. And I will be until the day I kick the bucket.
Well, yeah, what gets me is how they've normalized everyone basically being sick and having all these problems, and then you're pretty much, at 60 or even younger, that you're pretty much done and downhill, and it's like, what? No,
Right.
It's just that they've normalized it.
Well, that's it. And then there's this obsession with youth. Everybody wants to look young because the problem is when you look old, they assume that you're done. You got the wrinkles, you got the gray hair, whatever, you're done, you're worthless. But what they don't realize is you can have the wrinkles and the gray hair, still be strong and active. It's like an old piece of machinery. You may have a bulldozer that's brand new, and you have one from the 1940s. The one from the 40s is harder to start, and it has more mechanical issues, but it
Well,
keeps
it's
going.
reliable.
Well, that's it. You know what you're dealing with, and your body's the same way. You might have injuries, you might have scars, you might have a little rust here and there, but you know how to work around it, and that's the key.
Yeah.
And that's what we've lost. Now everything has to be new all the time. It's like in Miami, I tell it, everything new is black, white, and gray. Every one of these old homes, they strip it out and they redo it black, white, and gray, and that's it. And it's just, we've modernized it. I'm like, no, you've gone
No,
black.
they don't want character on anything anymore. No character. Get rid of anyone that has character.
That's right. Wood paneling, get rid of it. Rocks, cover it up. Everything's got to be black, white, and gray. And that's really what it is. You look at these crappy apartments they built here. They're the ugliest boxes you've ever seen.
Well, they're building them everywhere. Even by me, they're building them everywhere. Just, like you said, it's so funny that they call it luxury. And like you say, it's not luxury. I agree.
Well, luxury is code name. Luxury is code name for overpriced. So whenever they
charge you more. Yeah, let's do more. It's like, you're right.
That's it. And this is what I say, that the motto of Miami, it used to be the Magic City, but now it's called less for more. Industry would give you more for less. That's what they used to sell in the old commercials. I got my brand new 69 Charger. It comes with air conditioning and power windows, whatever. So and for a low price of $3,200. And now what do they talk about? Oh, this car, it elevates you. But they never talk about the price, maybe until the end. They don't talk about the features. They just, look at the way it makes you feel. So when I look at your new car, I feel like it's a piece of garbage. So it makes me, I'm so frustrated. I have to fix up a junky rust bucket that should have been scrapped 20 years ago because everything you make now is crap. And it's the same thing with buildings. I have to either build my own or I got to find some old dump that nobody's ever worked on that a hoarder probably lived in and clean it up because everything you build now is crap. And it's true in everything. All the same. They try to whiz you with the technology. I have a backup camera. Yeah, I can buy one of those for $20 and stick it in my truck.
Yeah, you can get an aftermarket one if you want it.
Heated seats. Said heated seats.
I was
That's
with
cheap.
a friend not that long ago. That had rented a car that was fairly new, and I'm like, it had cruise assist. I didn't even know what that was because I don't have a new vehicle. I'm like, what the heck is this? It's like, that's ridiculous. It'll break if you start coming up on somebody that's going slower than your cruise is set. It's like, that's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. That's it. That's right. It's crazy.
Like, why do I want this?
Well, that's a good point. But see, it really comes down to money. It's like we're building a piece of crap. We're taking a turd, and we got to justify this high price for that turd because normally a turd would be free. So back in 1970, you could buy a car, for $3,000 or $4,000 that had all these features. And the new car is uglier. It doesn't ride as good. So what we got to do, we got to add this crap in there. We're going to put in automatic electronic ride control, and we're going to put, seats that are shaped a certain way, and we're going to put the infotainment system and all that stuff. And we're going to try to do this and that. And when you get in the car, you get in a 1975 Cadillac, and you get in a brand new Cadillac SUV. And the 1975 Cadillac is smoother, faster, looks better.
The ride.
The ride is unreal. You're sitting in something that's like your sofa. You go down the highway.
Exactly.
And the new one, the seats are stiffer. It's not as good, and it's ugly, ugly, ugly. The thing is enormous, and it's black, and it's ugly. And the old one has color and chrome and all that. And you go back to the 50s. Yeah, I mean, okay, if your car didn't have air conditioning, that's not great. But you could get a car from the 50s with AC. You're riding around in that 50s Cadillac, and it still rides good. And you compare it to the new one. Yeah, you don't have any technology, but it's riding good. It's like an old Chrysler Imperial from the 1960s. You're riding in this thing. It's got lots of power. Sure, it's a gas guzzler, but the new one's a gas guzzler too. You're not getting that great of a mileage in that big old thing, and it weighs more. So they have to justify it with all these add-ons. And I think people are fed up. There's a lot of people out there in the classic car space. Look at the price of these antique cars. Try to get a 1960.
Oh, it's skyrocketed. I know, it's crazy. But the thing is I don't see a lot. I'm worried about that. The young generation doesn't seem to really be into them that much, and I'm worried about that because the young generation doesn't have enough interest in it. What's going to happen to all these collector cars out there, that are taken care of?
The only reason is because they made them too expensive. The old generations have bid up the price to the stratosphere. Young people are basically broke because we have been extracted by the Federal Reserve and the banking system. I think eventually, though, the younger people will get into it because once the stuff becomes worthless and is cheap again, they'll pick it up and they'll go with it. That's the way it is.
Even though, 10 years ago or more, it's before everything has gotten crazy like it is, it still seems like not as many young people are into it, and it's just kind of a shame, if you ask me.
Well, you got to realize that most young people have been helicopter parented. They never learned how to work on this stuff. And then on top of that, the only thing they tell them is, you got to go to college, you got to get a degree, then we're going to get a job and this and that. And they go and they spend 4 years of their life and $60,000 to get a degree in basket weaving, and then they go out there and they can't get a job. It's like, what am I going to do? Then they'll take whatever money they have and waste it on crap, and then they have to rent some crappy apartment or a room in the back of somebody's house. It's no wonder. And no wonder they don't have families, because you can't have a family if you don't have a decent house. So it just turns into, real life sucks, so we're going to go online. And that's what they do. They live their life online, and that's just to be expected.
Yeah, and they got to have the latest and greatest, so they're not interested in old things,
Well, that's it. But the thing is, because they're not exposed to it, when they realize, and I know several younger people, they check out some of the junk I have, and they're like, what is this? I said, this is an old phone. They look at the pay phone, it's like, wow, that thing's neat. They look at the old cars, like, this car is awesome. Yeah, because you don't see it. Once the corporations get the whole thing under their control, they stop making the stuff. The stuff becomes old, it gets scrapped, or it goes into the hands of rich collectors. And rich people, they tend to isolate themselves. They don't like to mix with the common people. So you'll see them only in certain areas, and everybody else is just kind of living poor. And they feed on whatever culture is given to them, and they think that's normal, and that's what happens. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. It really is, man. But I'm glad you're doing your shows, and so you keep doing it and keep that old style, man, because I like it. You don't need some flashy stuff, just keep it real.
Exactly. When I do add effects, it's going to be like going back to a TV show in the 1960s. That's kind of look I'm looking for.
Like I used to watch Johnny Carson back in the day, and he was classy guy,
I did too. Yep.
And you never knew which side he was for as far as political. He make fun of both sides, and that's what it should be,
That's right. I agree. And before him, they had the other guy. I'm trying to remember what his name was. Steve something, or I forget. Before Johnny Carson, what was the guy's name? Steve Allen, I think it was his name, that did Tonight Show. Same basic style. But that's the way the news used to be. You think about these newscasters in the old days. There was no political bias. It's just plain old
Yeah.
news.
Now it's so obvious. It's crazy. It's
That's right. Well, really, it stems from the financial system, the ability to financialize the economy. It used to be, if you wanted to make money, you had to produce a product. Now, all you got to do is get people in debt and extract from that. And it really started with the 1970s and 80s. I mean, you can look at the way things started with when the Nixon administration, and then it went to Reagan, and then that's when that whole yuppie Wall Street crap and real estate garbage and all that stuff came. And then what happened is it went from being a producer of real things to being asset stripping. And then basically you just take things that you can inflate in value. Anything financed by debt, you can then use that as a way to extract wealth. And then you find a sucker that's stupid enough to go into debt, and then you just steal from them. So they produce the real things, and you sit back on the beach here in Miami, which is where most of the scammers end up, and you extract. And that's it. And then, of course, in the 80s, you had the drug dealers. The government makes drugs illegal with that dummy, I'm not a crook, that idiot with the war on drugs. And then what happens? Well, people say, well, it's illegal, I want it. So they want to get their cannabis, or they want to get their cocaine, or whatever crap that they want to get high on. And then they
they say, legalizing it's going to legalize and it's going to be so great, and they're like, all this money will have coming in. And look at California, they tax pot so high that people were still buying it illegally or whatever, so it didn't work out for them because they tax it so high. You think people are going to buy it just because it's legal pot? They're just going to go to somebody else.
It's not even legal. I tell everybody, if it was legal, it would be like bananas or even tobacco. If you want to plant tobacco in your front yard, it's perfectly legal. You could plant a tobacco plant, dry it out, roll a cigar, smoke it. But can you do that with cannabis? Well, in most places, no. You have one cannabis plant in your yard, and they send the goon squad over there to shoot you. So it's not really legal. If a person is stupid enough to get themselves high on some chemical, wouldn't it be better if they could just grow a plant? Plants that have that actually have proven medicinal qualities. There are many people out there that use cannabis compounds as a way to manage pain and anxiety. But then they turn into a business, and then, like you said, tax and regulate and all that. And then the black market still thrives. It's like alcohol.
Yep.
They tried to ban alcohol. How did that go? Not so well.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, that's great. I'm glad. And again, you can choose to remain anonymous. You can mention who you are. It doesn't matter. That's a great thing about this phone line. And versus some of the
Yeah, I wanted to call in and just tell you I've been watching you for a couple of years now, and I enjoy it, man. So just keep doing what you're doing, man, and we'll support you.
I'll be here. Hopefully everyone still remembers me. Sometimes I wonder, but it seems like I'm definitely making some kind of mark.
Yeah, I think you're inspiring people out there. And I see Frugal Prepper sometimes his posts, with his seller code or his heart attack chicken, and some people comment, "What is heart attack chicken?" It's like, they don't get it.
Well, there you go. And you see,
right? Well, go to Rick's channel. We'll figure it out.
Well, that's it. And the thing is, there's somebody who tried the carnivore diet. It didn't quite meet the specifications, so he adjusted it. He added the fermented plant material and the occasional fruit, and it fixed the problem. So,
and I have no problem with that. That's the other thing that gets me is these carnivores are like, oh, you can't have any other real food. It's like, as long as it's real food, I'm fine with that, and it works for you, go ahead.
Right.
If it's real food, good.
I try to tell people, and I've had people send me nasty email. How can you call yourself a carnivore when you're growing fruits and vegetables and you're giving them away to people? That's
what should you do? Just waste them? At least you're trying to not waste it. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing is that this is what I try to tell my vegan friends. And the one gal that I know, she's my friend because she knows that I'm an ally of the vegan community. Because I believe that if you're vegan and you want to eat this stuff, you should be able to get it locally sourced. Having plants grown thousands of miles away and shipped across the world.
Oh yeah, it's not good for the environment. Think of all the shipping and everything else you're wasting, and yeah.
And the other thing too is that industrial farming is impossible without mass destruction of the environment. You have to wipe out everything that's there, and you have to constantly spike it with chemicals. You cannot grow, and I don't care what these organic people tell you, they use pesticides as well. I know how farming works. Whenever you
So there will be death, some sort of death.
Right.
making those plants.
Because the thing is, whenever you plant the same plant over and over and over and over again, disease and insects are waiting to attack. In the natural world, plants are mixed. You're going to have maybe one fruit tree and maybe another one maybe half a quarter mile away. When you line up all these trees together, you're just opening up and saying, hey, insects, hey, animals, whatever, come and get it. And they'll eat everything you have. And I tell them, you have, yeah. You have
Yeah,
to,
not only that, they got dead soil also. They're planting with dead soil. The soil's got nothing in it.
right. And the other thing, too, is I tell them plants have defense chemicals. In order to make plant material edible, the defense chemicals have to be minimized. So humans have bred certain vegetables to be edible, and they're very vulnerable to insects. The wild plants, they have plenty of poison in them, and they can defend themselves, and they have other insects and other animals that work with them. It's like my own garden. When I lost my ducks, my banana trees are in decline. So it's an ecosystem, and you can't do that on a commercial basis. And my vegan friends have learned how hard it is to garden. Just growing tomatoes is an adventure because you're constantly fighting the hornworms. But then on the other hand, the parasitic wasps and the other birds, they take care of the problem. You're going to lose. And I tell them, you plant a garden, you're going to lose at least 30% to the insects and animals. And that's just the way it has to be. If you want to increase the yield, you have to kill everything. And this is what they don't understand. But then when you grow animals, it's different. They can move around. If you're a carnivore and you're eating free-range cattle and you're eating free-range pork and whatever, now when you grow birds, you have to protect them from the predators. There's stuff you have to do. But in the end, the animals and the environment, they do much better. And if you would stop wasting time turning all the farmland into developments and keep them as pasture and turn your yard into a garden, things would be a lot different. But you can't get through to these people. But some of the hardcore people, yeah.
Well, you probably have some of the best soil in your neighborhood. I'd be willing to bet because of all the mulching you do. Like, you could grow anything you want probably and have pretty good results compared to most other people in your area.
That's right. And I produce the best tomatoes. I produce the best fruits. Now, again, my fruits aren't perfect. You'd get an orange from my yard, it's going to have some damage on it from insects nibbling at it and, but it tastes good. The flavor is there. And, I handed a friend of mine an orange. He's like, what is this? It looks terrible. I said, that's an orange. Oh, that's awful.
It doesn't matter what it looks like. How does it taste? You know what I mean?
So he cuts it open and takes a bite. He's like, wow, I can't believe how good this tastes. I said, yeah, this is a natural fruit that ripened on the tree versus one that was picked in California, loaded on a truck, shipped thousands of miles.
Way ahead of time,
Yeah, way ahead of time. This fruit ripened right on the tree. I picked it. I walked over there and I tapped the tree and it fell down. It's like, here it is. Sure, you got leaf miners and you got other things, but the fruit is good. And I try to tell people the fruit is toxic to protect it until it ripens, and then it's ready to eat. That's when the seeds and everything are ready to be dispersed. But most people, they'd rather go for the corporate model. We're going to increase yield. And then they got this propaganda now. You see, they're trying to tell people, well, glyphosate is good because we can grow crops. I'm like, no.
It's good. They're going to try to tell you it's good. Are they going to try to tell you appeal is good too? You know that coating? It's called appeal. They put it on fruit now.
Right.
So it looks like it stays fresh for longer. It's like, that can't be good either.
Well, it isn't. And that's the thing. And I try to explain to them, fruit is a short-term, temporary food. It's seasonal. Yeah. It's something you eat when you have it, and then you have to wait another year to get it. You like
it. It shouldn't be able to sit on the shelf for a month and still look all right.
Well, that's it. I find avocados disgusting, but I take pride in the ones that I grow, and I give them to my friends. They can do their avocado toast or make their guacamole. And I said, look, when the avocado, if you let it ripen on the tree, the squirrels are going to eat it. So I have to wrap them with mesh so the squirrels and rats don't eat it. And then when it ripens, I hand them the avocado, and they cut it open. It's like, wow, what an amazing avocado. I said, yeah, it came right here from the tree, and then, I'll plant the seed. Yeah, but the seed's different than the parent plant, They have genetic diversity. And I had a friend that waited almost 10 years and ended up with an avocado that was all seed with a tiny little bit of avocado meat. And I said, this is a natural avocado. All these ones you see in groves, they're grafted. They have to grow hundreds of trees until they find one that has the right fruit. Then they clone it, they copy it. And that's why if you get a disease, it spreads so quickly. If you got a variety of plants, which is the way nature intended, disease only can hit one or two and then it dies out. They just, but you have to, I tell everyone, if you're going to be a carnivore, you need to know how to hunt or at least fish. And if you're going to be a vegan, you need to know how to garden. I don't care where you get your food from, you need to understand where it comes from.
Yeah, well, I think even vegans at least they're thinking about what they're eating somewhat. So I'll give them that. At least they're thinking about more than people on the standard American diet. They're not thinking about anything. They're just shoveling their mouth full.
Right. I agree. But see, that's the thing, and that's what I'm here for. I'm here to educate people. That's why I want to meet people one-on-one. I don't want to be an influencer selling you some crap product. I want to meet one-on-one and talk to you one-on-one. I'm not a celebrity. I'm one of you. So you can feel free to approach me whenever you want, and that's a good thing. That's the way I like it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to. We need to have a Rick meetup. That would be awesome. Even though I'm not in your area, anywhere near your area, that'd be cool.
I think it would be awesome because once you see me, I think, I'm either the kind of person you're going to like or hate. There's people that are afraid of me, and there's people that think that I'm...
I don't know how someone could hate you. It's not like you're mean. I mean, sure, they might not agree with you. I think you're a quack or whatever, but it's like, why do they hate you?
I admit that I'm a quack. That's the beauty of it. I never try to be someone that I'm not. I'm a quack. I say I'm the carnivore quack. They're like, you're a quack. Yeah, that's right. It's like telling me,
why do you want to be like everybody else? That's what I say.
Well, that's true. When you look at where everybody else is going, that's the one thing. And it's like I tell everyone, I wouldn't want to be in a world, like some people I know, if the whole world was like you, the world would be in nuclear war, it'd be destroyed because you'd kill each other. You ever ride with some of these people in traffic and they toot the horn and they get mad? And then you go with me, it's like, I said, if everybody was like Rick, the world would be a great place. They said, yeah, but you wouldn't be able to get around because there'd be so many trees and ducks everywhere and all the houses would be full of stuff. I said, that's true, but whenever you had a natural disaster, you wouldn't need FEMA because all those Ricks would be out there.
Well, we'd take care of it ourselves, yeah.
You wouldn't have to worry about the power company because they'd all be running generators powered by hurricane debris.
Yeah, I like your idea of taking just a county and just making it our own county. It's like, that sounds like a great idea to me. It's like, and not only that, it would be just like, I could see it being even a tourist attraction, you know what I mean?
Yes. Well, yes. That's because, it's like I said, if everybody was like me and we had a bunch of people, you only need a few hundred people to hit the county. You get your people in the commission. Then it's like, well, we're going to make this a heritage district. There's going to be no more black, white, and gray. If you're black, white, and gray, you go away. So the corporations would be like, Taco Bell and McDonald's.
Well, none of that.
None of that. I mean, you can have your McDonald's, but you're going to have to make it look like it did in the 50s or 60s with the big golden arches, and you're going to have to use beef tallow, and you're going to use our local beef, and, you may even have to generate heart attack buns. You'll have to make your own McDonald's version of the heart attack burger because no one's going to buy from you. You could build a corporate McDonald's like a big box and sell crap, but you're going to be sitting there waiting for somebody to come by and hope that a tourist will stop in and buy your crap, and that's it. But, if you're like, let's say that you built a new Sweden House smorgasbord with all the carnivore food sitting in there, and you have fruits and vegetables too, that's fine. You'll get plenty of customers because the locals will come in, they'll say, hey, you got a salad bar. Well, I'm not going to eat that. But you got beef, you got chicken, you got, seafood, I'm going to eat that. And then they'll adjust. And maybe a few people, you might get a vegan or two that moves to the county and says, well, yeah, I know it's a carnivore county, but man, they have the best gardening supplies here. And everybody here knows about composting. And they'll be like, well, we're not the hardcore carnivores. I mean, we're like Rick. But we love vegans. Come on down, You may have to live next to a cow pasture, but at least you get free cow manure for your garden. It would be interesting. I don't think it'll ever happen, but it would be interesting. I just have to find some part of the country that's sort of run down, that's been poor for years. Maybe the industry went out. Because it's not going to be in Florida. Florida is for the flim-flammers.
Well, you got to definitely get out of Florida.
Yeah, but
I don't know. I can't believe what you pay for your taxes there. That's insane, man.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Insane. But people here are stupid. They line up for it. They bend over and they take it. So I'm like, okay, you're like eating at the Heart Attack Grill. You spend all this money fixing up your house. They raise your value, and they come with the paddle and wham, they hit you 3 times like they do at the Heart Attack Grill when you don't finish your food. So that's what they're doing. And they line up for more. I'm like, okay, you want to do that? Fine. I keep my place deliberately dumpy, try to keep the value down. When I go to move, I'll fix it up. But, for now, who cares? But, yeah, I wish I could find some county like that.
But probably someone, like you said, someone will just tear it down anyways, though, and just put up a McMansion or whatever,
Yeah, they'll put up a black, white, and gray McBox. That's all they do down here now. Black, white, and gray McBox.
But even so, I'm sure you'll make even if they buy it just for the land, I mean, land is crazy and I'm sure expensive, so.
Yeah, it is.
You could sell that for good money, and you could come to the Midwest, you could live a lot cheaper and have more land.
That's right. Well, some of these Midwestern towns, I mean, I'm sure they're high crime, but I've seen places that they're just abandoned. You got whole schools abandoned. You got businesses and factories and all this stuff just kind of sitting there, falling apart. Some of these small towns, you have a downtown that has maybe a feed store and a couple of restaurants, and the rest of it's just abandoned. And then, it's so, yeah, that's always a possibility. Plus, the people in the Midwest, they tend to be a little bit more, I mean, a lot of them are obese, but they do tend to have a little more common sense than the people here in Florida. So I don't know how to.
Whoever can know how to get things done a little more than someone in Florida. It seems like, I'm not saying. I mean, obviously you're in Florida, you know how to get things done, but a great percentage of them probably don't.
Well, that's it. A lot of people now, because a lot of people, they made their money from flim-flam like cryptocurrency and real estate. That's where most of the money here comes from. It's stolen from somewhere else, and they bring it here to show it off. And you got a lot of these influencers. They come here, they rent some overpriced condo, they rent a Lamborghini, and they go around. And then, a lot of them, they'll take steroids and go to the gym and get big. And then they'll tell everybody, well, I'm going to tell you how you can get all the women you want, make all the money, and blah, blah, blah. And meanwhile, all they do is steal, and then they disappear. Either that or they get arrested. That seems to be the pattern here. So.
All right, Rick, I'll let you go so you can get back to your lives. It was good chatting with you, and maybe I'll call in again sometime. But you keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you for calling, and I appreciate it.
All right, you take care.
All right. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Well. Our first call, that was an anonymous call, and that's fine. Again, that's one of the beauties of my channel. You can call in anonymously at any time. Now, we had some comments here that are kind of interesting. And I eat salt. Yes, I do eat salt occasionally, not a lot, but I do eat salt. And there's Thomas. Can you turn on Super Chats? Yes, I can. I've been debating whether or not to do that, but, I guess that'll be something that we need to vote on. And Thomas, is your leg better yet? I think at one time he was going to go to the hospital, but I'm sure he'll talk about it. And, look at that. Special white clothing party at work. Well, there you go. So I guess Peter's over there looking like Rick. So not only is he Quack Jr., but he looks like it. Has the best of the best become good enough and cheap? Yes, it has. Okay. Well, I thought those spiky cookers were actually heating elements, but I could be wrong. Okay. And Thomas is still a work in progress. So let me advance this. It's going to go way up, and then we'll go back. We have comments after comments because of that long call. Look at all these comments. Like I said, I don't have the most subscribers. I have the best. Super Chats are an idea. Yes, they are. Good morning, Pharaoh Grandma. And let's see. I have a long frame at 6'4". It's lacking a little. Nah, us skinny guys, we have advantages, I have to admit. Okay, there you go. Are you type? Yeah, no, he's... Okay. Up to 37 watching. Wow, that's very good. Let's see. Okay. This leg problem started to take the antibiotics. Antibiotics, from what I understand, with the experience of my mom, they raise your blood sugar. Also, a friend of mine, same thing with those anti-inflammatories, those corticosteroids, can raise your blood sugar. Plus, when you're sick, you can also have your blood sugar go up. Okay. All right. Okay. Salt is something you use. Okay. Salt stored in the body. I don't know about that. I think as long as your kidneys are good, you can get rid of them. I haven't opened a cassette. I have some brand new cassettes in boxes. So, and look at who was here. We have our friend Bob. Bob does a live on Sunday. I hope to be there. But then again, I may have to work on Sunday, which I really don't want to, but I may have to. But anyway, check out Semi-Retired Bob. He's another one of my, favorite channels. And we had a lot of high here. Let me see. Okay, yeah. And again, for Thomas, it may be all that standing that's causing his problem. That is right. Okay. Okay. See if we have any questions here. We have a lot of back and forth, which is good. Okay. Our biggest problem was getting bosses to understand why to fix stuff. That's the thing. That's why they should have people like me that have experience. This is the way it used to be. Today, they tend to pick people based on whatever education they have. And in the old days, good factories and industries would work from the bottom up. So when the people got to the top, they knew how things were at the bottom. And you can avoid a lot of problems. Just by preventive maintenance, you can avoid a total disaster. Okay, let's see. So we have advice going back and forth, which is good. Let's see. Okay. I'm just going to step through these. Okay. Agree, Rick. Hip is the first person I know that had a free meetup and food. And it's really sad that some of these hardcore carnivores criticize him for his failings because, as you know, I think when it comes to hardcore carnivores, you're looking at one, and I've always been very encouraging to Kip because even though he's fat, he's working on it. And I think that as long as he continues on the course that he is, he's going to live to see not only his daughter grow up, but he'll have grandchildren too. If he continues on the course that he's on, I don't think he'll even see his daughter grow up. And that's his why. That's the motivation. So, let's all support people like him that do their best. And I'm hoping one day I can do the same thing. Let's see. Yeah, right? Got some advice there. Antibiotics. Okay. Right. Okay. Well, the good thing is that you guys have been able to talk together. Need him to grow his beard back. Okay. Yeah. And good morning. Booby Goats is or was here. Check out her channel if you can. She does lives more than I do. And she's got lots of animals and entertaining kids. And she doesn't look anywhere close to her age. I won't say what her age is, but you'd be surprised. Okay. He lived to be 102. Wow. See, there we go. Good advice is coming in there. Let's see. Do we know who Rick is talking to? I have an idea, but I'm not going to say. Again, on the Rick channel, being anonymous is important. My system doesn't even store the phone number. Yeah, you'll figure it out eventually. Okay. That's the fun part of this. It's like listening to the radio. You don't know who it is. Right? Well, we know it's not you, Thomas. We know how long you can talk. That's correct. That is correct. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got. We're starting to catch up here. It's Rick. Not going to sleep. Okay. There we go. All right. Okay. Were you anti-Reagan? I don't, when I was a kid, I would say, I remember Gerald Ford, who was a whole lot of nothing, and I remember Jimmy Carter. There was a record, it was called Trust Me, and it made fun of Jimmy Carter. So I thought that was pretty funny. Plus, the Dukes of Hazzard came on about the time that Jimmy Carter was on. When Reagan came on, it was sort of like they had these commercials. It's going to be a new day in America and this and that. And at first it seemed interesting. But as time went on, living here in Miami, I started to see how certain people had a lot of money and they didn't seem to know where it was coming from. And this is when things began to change. They started to get rid of all the things that I liked that were here in the past. And I kind of associated with the Reagan administration. But really what I hated was that stupid anti-drug crap they came up with. And I never could understand why they were so against silly little plants like cannabis. So I thought of Reagan, and then also Reagan liked jelly beans, which is something I really hate. I hate jelly beans. So that's what I kind of remember the Reagan administration. And then, of course, Bush came later, and Clinton, and all the other scammers. And by that time, I realized that politics was just show business for ugly people. So I have a very low opinion of the so-called leaders because every one of them will tell you anything you want to hear, and then they do nothing for you because either they won't or they can't. It's just the way it is. Okay. Let's see. Do we have anything else for me? All right. And I'm glad that you're able to chat with each other because when I get on the phone, I'm not paying attention to your chats. So, Rick will guide us on our journey. Well, don't follow me or you may end up stuck in the mud with ducks surrounding you. All we need is a pot of lard for frying and we are Rick. Well, that's true. That is true. Let's see. I am Butter Woman. All right. I can make her and smile. There we go. That's not a bad idea, honestly. Fried sardines. I usually just, eat them out of the can, and if I catch them, I'll steam them normally. I mean, I fry fish occasionally, but I'm just fine with steamed fish. I love seafood. I ate seafood for years when I lived in Key Largo. I became very much into that. Have we figured out on the phone? Can't hear that well. Should have been loud enough. Oh, maybe you can't hear that well. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. I do detect a bit of a Canadian accent there, so, somebody will figure it out. The wisdom of the crowd. That is correct. And remember, that is the difference between my channel and everybody else's. There's no username. There's no phone number. It's just like calling from a payphone. They also have huge croissants, too. I might buy one for my girlfriend. They're not for me. Well, if your girlfriend is a duck, that would work pretty well. All my girlfriends have feathers and lay eggs. So that's one of those things. I should formally say good morning to you and everyone. It's just polite. Well, there you are. And now you have. I've just been egg shopping. Oh, well, I hope you have lots of money because I can't find eggs cheaper than like $4 or $5 a dozen. Thankfully, the last time I went egg shopping, they were free because Mrs. Duck was nice to me. And by the way, this is another one of our carnivore beasts. You got Mark Harmon over there. Check out his channel. I haven't seen any videos from him lately, but that's an example of when the carnivore diet works for you. I'm an example of when it fails. Cup of coffee. What is an Irish goodbye? Every time I think of Irish, I think about whiskey, but that's just bias, I guess. Okay, we're catching up here eventually. Bird flu outbreak. Yeah, I remember that was during the pandemic. They had chicken farms being burned down. I don't know how you could burn down chickens, but I guess that's one way to raise prices. Here we go. Alia Wells is here. I'm just stopping in to say hi. I'm going on vacation on Tuesday, so I need to get some work done. Have a great live stream. Well, thank you. If you didn't see it, we were on a live stream last Wednesday in the morning on the Dr. Kiltz channel. I'm 65. No, you're not. You're nowhere close to 65. Bye. And I'll see you. I'll be seeing you in a couple weeks. I'll be back on that channel. And again, she interviewed me a while back. Allie is one of the good ones. Check her out. Good information. Great person. We have so many good people in the carnivore space. It's amazing. Compare that to the vegan YouTubers that are always trying to tear you down. And the carnivores are totally different. Okay, we got some highs and buys and yeah, exactly. That's right. Yeah. Up. Okay, we're getting there. And Rockin' Keto Amy says, good morning, Rick and everyone. I say good morning. And she's having a significant birthday very soon. Yes. If you want to know what it is, check out her channel. And Thomas says, have you seen many ducks riding iguanas since my drawing? I haven't seen any yet. Although I did see a baby iguana jump on a duck. That's about the closest I've seen. I watched your interview on Dr. Kiltz last night. It was great. There you go. So even a quack like me has a few fans. Where can I find some Celotex for my garage project? Well, I'll tell you. Around here, I guess you'd have to go to the junior high that they're remodeling. They threw out a bunch of that stuff. No one's made that in at least, well, since 1974, 50 years, I think is the last time they made it. I have my own private stash, which, well, most of it's in place, but I actually developed a machine to make my own ceiling tiles. And when I build my new house, I'll show you. Although I still have to get the grid and all the pieces used. But maybe that was one thing I'd like to market one of these days, especially if I had my own little county. We could set up a factory and we could sell ceiling tiles. And it would be really popular. And in fact, these old ceiling tiles, they remind me of a QR code. In fact, let me grab one. Oh, let's see. Got it here. All right. There we go. There you go. Here it is. This right here, and there's actually the patent number. Can't really read it, but these things were made out of sugar cane. Now, you talk about ecological materials. This was the leftover fiber from manufacturing, from making sugar. And they'd press this together, and they paint it white. And they had a machine that drilled holes in it. Now, if you look at this, it looks almost like a QR code, doesn't it? In fact, you could probably put a couple of circles over here. I wonder if I could turn this into a QR code. Be interesting. I use this as a trademark for my website, but this stuff was everywhere from about the 1940s until the 1960s. And then they went for the crap that lays in and sags. And as you can see, this stuff doesn't sag. And this is from the early 50s. I got these from a building years ago that we were working on. I think it was 1954. But maybe one day I'll find a way to make these and sell them. That'd be a good product that I could sell. Because, you know, if I could sell these things for like $1 a piece, which is cheaper than anything else that you can buy for sealing material. And you can make them out of other materials too. You can use recycled mineral fiber if you want something that won't burn. But there's a lot of things you could do with that. And yeah, that's an interesting product. Marketing idea. Okay. So, Thomas says I was great. Well, I guess he's just trying to be nice to me. Okay. Oh, I didn't know that. Irish goodbye is when you sneak off without saying goodbye. I thought it was like you give people a bunch of whiskey and then you walk out when they pass out. Okay. Many of us here now were all interviewed by Kiltz and his team. And you know, it's kind of interesting because I've been interviewed by all the other groups, but it seems like once you get interviewed by those groups, they forget about you. Let's see what happens on the Dr. Kiltz website if I trend and then disappear like I did on the other ones. You have no idea? Okay. The older you get, just raise it by. That's not really true. I don't, when I was in my 20s, seems like a long time ago. So I guess it's all depending on your perspective. When you do as much as I do, it seems like time goes by a little bit more deliberately. You live in your family home that you grew up in. Yeah. I bought the house my parents been caring for them. Yeah, I do. I grew up in this house. I haven't always lived here, but I grew up here and I tried to hold it together. When I was taking care of my parents, I wasn't really working much and I got no assistance from anybody. So I had to just patch things up the best that I could. And I kept everything running. I kept the roof from collapsing, kept the air conditioning on, kept the lights on, made repairs. So that's pretty good. Okay, $13.30 for 10 duck eggs. Wow. And $9.31. Yeah, see, that's okay. Well, that's, I don't know. That's a lot of money for me when you're poor like me. Celotex looks like old computer punch cards. That is correct. And there are different versions of it. I think one day I'll do a video on that. The original ones had all the holes in a line, and then they had random ones. So it's really, that's one of those things that's been forgotten. Nobody knows that that's what they had in the 50s. My brother would take over my parents' house when they were gone and be my neighbor. Well, there you go. My living room has that as a ceiling. Oh, you're kidding. So it must have been built, or remodeled in the 50s. They actually have this stuff. I had books that had this. Okay, so let's hit this. These How to Do It books were really popular in the 50s. And let's see. Here you go. That stuff was marketed extensively starting in about the late 40s, early 50s. And I'm one of the last people that probably knows about it. If you have it in your house, it's probably the tongue and groove stuff, which is thin. This is the industrial version, which was thicker. And it actually fit into a track system. So if you do see it, it is pretty rare. But this stuff's been around for a very long time. they used to promote this stuff for architects because you could make the room quieter and just make it look better. See? You'll find a lot of that stuff out there. In fact, I think even in like, Mr. Carey's movie theater, I think they have that stuff in there too. So it was really popular in the 50s. And when you think about the 50s, that's something that goes with it. I have it in my house. But actually, most of the house is plaster, but I do have it in some of the rooms, the ones that I put in. So anyway, let's get back to these comments here. Okay. Yeah. Right? I never understood the appeal about getting drunk. I'll never get asked because I'm meat-heavy ketovore, but I consider myself... Well, the thing is, this is like my ex-vegan friend. If you come from a plant-based background, I think that going full carnivore is a recipe for failure. So if you're going to be meat-heavy keto, you're still getting the benefits. And some people just adapt to that plant material, and you got to have it. My friend was having terrible constipation and headaches and all kinds of things and felt terrible on the carnivore diet, had no energy, was just basically feeling like crap. And I suggested to him, why not take the best out of the plant-based diet and mix it with the carnivore diet? And that did it. Jonathan's back. The live was good. Talked about my current training at the start. I'll have to check that out. I think what we'll have to do is merge our lives together or something. We'll figure out something. That's a great thing about technology. Ring is easy. Okay. Yep. Well, a lot of people used to put it in the basements. It's a shame that it went out of fashion because it really helped. If you turn on your hi-fi stereo, you didn't have to drive everybody crazy with all the noise. I don't snack. Husband can't stop, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Alcohol must have been died from alcoholism at 26. Wow. Drove right off the side of a mountain. That alcohol is nasty. And remember, what is the thing for alcohol? It's plants. By the way, I want to make a video about that. I'm going to tell you a little story there. Okay. Yeah. And the problem is the ceiling panels they use today, they tend to be 2x2 lay-ins. They sag in a few years. They are garbage. Garbage. The old stuff, they have it at the junior high. They're tearing it out for their stupid remodel. It still looked as good as it did when I was there. Nice and straight. Looks great. But, you got to make everything look the same with cheap crap. That's what they like to do. Okay. I don't think I have a carnivore backstory. Well, you know what? Whatever story it is, everybody has some kind of story. Carnivores made me so happy. I don't drink and I want to. That's very important. Well, I caught up. Now, you see, unlike a lot of channels, I don't go on blabbing about my own stuff. A lot of times I'll let people do the talking. You can call me. You can do the talking. We have reached the comments, which is good. Now, let me talk a little bit about a health condition that I was not aware of, that a friend of mine, his dad, suffered from a condition called auto-brewery syndrome. Now, you may have heard of this. I had to look it up, and the only thing I could find was a Steve Lato video about somebody that got arrested for drunk driving who never drank alcohol but had a high blood alcohol level. And what auto-brewery syndrome is, this is where people eat food and their intestines turn into fermentation using yeast. So what happens is people may have been taking antibiotics and it wiped out the bacteria in their system. And then what happens is when they eat the food, obviously the stomach acid is decreased, probably because of some other health condition. And then the yeast, which would normally be killed by the high acid environment, they can thrive. They can live in the small intestine and they can live in the large intestine. And what happens is when you eat carbohydrates, especially sugar, it's like I used to make alcohol as a fuel. And you have what's called sugar shine, where you're making alcohol using sugar water. Well, all these carbohydrates are basically sugar. They go into the body, and then the yeast that's living in there begins to ferment them. And what does it do? It produces alcohol. The alcohol is then absorbed by the intestines and raises the blood level. So his dad was having issues speaking. They thought he might have a stroke. They had all these problems. But to the credit of his doctor, and again, you do find some pretty good doctors out there, this guy somehow figured out, because he smelled like alcohol, and he swore that he didn't drink, which at first, people don't believe it. Oh, I don't drink. But the thing is, you know what his religion is? Well, you see this outfit? When you think of somebody wearing clothes like this with a dark necktie, what religion do you think of? Well, that's the religion their family is, which means that religion discourages drinking alcohol and coffee and even to some extent tea. So never drank, but had all these symptoms. And what it was very simple. He had some kind of infection, took antibiotics, it got screwed up, and then everything that he would eat that had carbohydrates in it was causing him to get drunk. And, they go to their church, he's drunk. They go different places. He can't drive because he's acting weird. They think that he has some kind of brain issue. Well, what was the solution? The doctor said, well, there's really no cure for this, but maybe if you go on a keto diet and you cut out the carbohydrates, then it might get better. So tried the keto diet, kind of worked, kind of didn't. So he was talking to me and said, Rick, you told me one time that you only eat meat and you seem to be fine. So he told me about his dad. I said, well, maybe your dad could try the carnivore diet. He says, well, my dad loves steak. And contrary to popular belief, now obviously Seventh-day Adventists have a reputation for not eating meat, but a lot of them do. But this other religion, they love meat. So him eating steak and burgers and poultry and whatever was fine. The thing was, he didn't understand that spaghetti, rice, and all these things were also sugar. So he avoided all the desserts and fruits and all that, but at the same time was still eating some of the potatoes, get rid of all that. So he did. And it took some time to get used to it, and he felt kind of bad and whatever for a few weeks. But guess what? After a couple of months on the carnivore diet, the autobrewery syndrome disappeared. And he's still on the carnivore diet, although I think they said that he was eating some vegetables, but no problem. So this issue that's been driving him crazy for years, acting drunk, acting weird, forgetting things, thinking that he was going senile. They thought he might have Alzheimer's. It was just something that I never really heard of, an autobrewery syndrome. When they first talked about ABS, I thought that the brakes in the car failed. But nope, autobrewery syndrome. So this is something I haven't seen on any of the carnivore channels. I may try to make a video on that if I ever get the time to do so, because I think that in many ways, that's another thing that the carnivore diet can help. So let's see. All right. Yeah. And that's a problem. A lot of small town people love to drink. And a lot of the rednecks I used to know, they lived on beer. I don't know what it is about beer. Beer's nasty. Beer reminds me of the urinal container I use at night when I have to take a leak. If you use a clear container, it looks like beer. So I'm saying, don't drink anything you don't know where it came from, because you may have an unpleasant surprise. This is interesting. I thought it was interesting, too, when I heard it. But I could see the difference. I knew what he looked like before and looks like after. It made a huge difference. Well, thank you, Jonathan, for listening. I always have some interesting stories because I'm a quack. can you do a video on making alcohol fuel? Well, I don't currently hold that permit anymore, so I wouldn't want to make a video and have the government goons come and kill me. But when I move to the country and I get another permit from the government, I will do that. I'll show you how I make fuel, and I was denaturing it using gasoline. But alcohol is easy to make. It's just basically fermentation with distillation. It's very simple. I think you can legally make your own wine and beer, but distilled alcohol, the government is very much against that because they want to make money. You know how it is. This is fascinating to me. It was to me as well. I am only here for Rick's information. And I see a duck, a knife, and looks like a target. Okay. Yeah, Rick goes duck hunting, iguana hunting, whatever. But, yeah. And there it is, another carnivore win. Yes. I'm really surprised. I never heard of that. Carnivore hasn't cured my conditions, but there is no more viable or efficacious alternative. I'm here for the meat. And again, if you want to understand what Jonathan is going through, check out his channel. He suffers from many conditions. I mean, obviously, he's part of the neurodivergent community, which the carnivore community tends to ignore for some reason. I don't know why, but also serious spinal injuries, chronic pain. And, you know, again, the carnivore diet helps. It won't cure everything. It's like I tell, if you lose your finger, carnivore diet's not going to bring it back. I have chronic sinus issues. Carnivore diet has not cured that. But the thing is, it hasn't gotten any worse. I am exactly the same now when it comes to any health issues as I was when I was a teenager, when I started the carnivore diet. I feel awesome. I sleep well. I wake up. I don't snore. There's so many benefits to the carnivore diet. I couldn't imagine if I was on the duck food diet. I'd be really sick. Okay. Collecting all that saltpeter. Well, you know, saltpeter is great for preserving meat. It's also great for homemade fireworks if you're into that, which I was into, and I enjoy homemade fireworks very much. Some of the Marine crisps resemble toasted marshmallows. Huh. Okay. You are correct that ABS is a human car. ABS system is broken. There you go. I see a duck. Right? We make our own sloe gin and vodka. Okay. It's brewed at 12%. Well, there you go. You know, making alcohol has been a tradition for thousands of years. I mean, we know that alcohol was present in Egypt and in all ancient civilizations. In fact, the Bible mentions, if you believe the story of Noah, that he got drunk too. So alcohol and drunkenness has kind of gone with human civilization. All right, let's see. I need some of that street chicken. Yeah, maybe iguana. I've had alligator and shark, so why not? I can't get myself to eat crawdads. Oh, I've had them. I want to, but I dissected one in biology. I can't get over it. Well, that's true, but when they're cooked, they're actually pretty good. Okay. And see, he's explaining what he has. I live with CRPS, worst pain condition imaginable, and CFS, severe fatigue linked to autism and the CRPS. Rick is an inspiration to me and to always advocate for myself and others. Well, thank you very much, Jonathan, because I respect people like you who have a lot of difficulties to deal with. And I know people that have had less problems and they just give up. They just say, you know what? I'm going to do nothing. I'm not going to try to help myself. And they just don't get it. They become a parasite. But you, Jonathan, you are an asset. You are not a parasite. Even if you have to receive help, which you deserve. And I think that society deserves to help people that are dealing with severe physical or other issues. In fact, I wish that we would help people more. It's like in my case, I've been struggling without a reliable transportation. And it would be nice if somebody would have, well, my friend did get me an engine, but if I would have been handed this a long time ago, it would have helped. But the thing is, I can deal with it, and I've had people help me that I know. And I think that all of us, we have a duty to help the people that we know instead of trying to take advantage of them. And that's really what I believe 100%. I hope you're good. Okay, I hope so too. Is carnivore good for intestinal inflammation? I'm not a doctor, but let me tell you my experience. When I was a kid, I used to get diarrhea kind of often, and I had a lot of gas. And when I switched to the carnivore diet, that went away. I tried to go plant-based in 1993, and I ended up with chronic diarrhea and gas and intestinal pains. And I'd even get like weird feelings, and I had trouble swallowing. I had digestive disaster. So for me, the carnivore diet helped. But then again, I know vegans who are perfectly fine, so who knows? All right. Probably the best thing to look up palomedicina. They measure intestinal permeability. Found it to decrease. Okay. Using PEG 400 and zonulin marker testing. So I guess Jonathan is saying, in response to him, that it has been scientifically proven that the carnivore diet helps with intestinal issues. And again, this is why we have people like Jonathan that can educate us on the science behind this. Speaking of scientific information, if you want to get a lot of information, although you may get insulted in the process, you can check out the Bar-K channel. Bar-K tends to have very strong opinions, and although he himself is not a full carnivore, he has been on the ketogenic lifestyle for a very long time. He also pushes his stem supplements, which evidently work for him and some other people. And again, I'm not against people pushing supplements if they work. They may be overpriced, I don't know. But again, those are options that you have. No one's forcing you to buy the things. And if you play your cards right, you can get them given to you if you promote them. So I guess that's fine. And he does tend to get personally insulted by some people. So he puts, I don't know if it's an act or what it is. He says it's an act, but he likes to bully some of the people that he debates with. It's a different style than I use. I like to let people talk themselves into the ground. That's the way I do it. But everyone has their method. But again, check out his channel if you want to see some scientific information, because he's very good at taking apart some of the studies that some of the other people use. So something to check out. Yeah, I haven't had shark in a long time either. I really wasn't that impressed with it, but it was okay. Would you rather have Miami's finest Cuban cuisine or Opalaka Ghetto Barbecue? I think I'll take the Ghetto Barbecue, because I don't know about Opalaka, but in Richmond Heights, I've had some barbecue there, and it was actually pretty good. They had some kind of beef brisket. It was flavorful. Hopefully, I mean, a lot of times they'll sugar that crap, but Cuban cuisine to me is an oxymoron, because I've never tasted Cuban food that was edible. I mean, the only thing the Cubans know how to cook is pork. That they can do a really nice job. But arroz con pollo is disgusting. It is one of the worst. I didn't even know chicken could taste that bad. Of course, I hate rice anyway. And they do have their pan con bistec, which is a thin steak that they pound, like they run it through this little machine. It's okay, but I'd rather have a big, thick, juicy steak. The Latin American culture that I like cooking is Argentina. I love that Argentinian food. And actually, some of the Brazilian food is good too, but Argentina, that's the one. They know how to make their steaks. And Argentinians, they love meat. So, and again, I make fun of Latin American culture, but I'm part Latin American myself. My history goes back to Spain. I have relatives in Cuba. So it's like I can make fun of it because I know the good and the bad. And I have to admit, if it wasn't for the communist government and it wasn't for all the wackos, you know, if there was a bunch of people like me down there, I'd move to Cuba, because it looks like a pretty nice place if it wasn't for all the corruption, the communism, and all the other nonsense. But hey, Midwest U.S. is probably a better alternative, because not that many people want to go there. And that is, there's something to that. Okay. Yes. Okay. Suffer with the same. Yep, that's it. We truly are apex. Yes, we are. I'm going to listen and walk the dog down the road. Well, there you go, Jonathan. I know that you do some walking from time to time, and you have your bicycle. and I do the same. I have a friend of mine that's invited me to a party, and whenever my friends invite me to a party, I do like to go, even though it's a pool party, and I will not go in the pool because I don't like chlorinated water. If I was going to go in the water, it'd have to be out at the ocean. But I'll go there. We'll have a barbecue. We'll have some fun. I like to associate with my friends. I think it's very important rather than just sitting by yourself all the time, which is a bad idea. Bart is great. I'm going live tomorrow night, 7 p.m. UK time with Richard and Steven. That would be during the day for me. I hope I'm going to be here. I should be. I may have to work tomorrow, but I do try to catch all of your lives, except when I'm doing mine, which I have to admit is just bad timing, I guess. And if you don't know Richard Smith is someone that turned his life around, and he's one of the ones that, you can market because he's extremely good looking and healthy, and he sells his Keto Pro products. So, and then you have this coach, Steven Thomas, 60 or whatever he is, looks absolutely great, is healthy. He was trying to be healthy before, but using the wrong methods, switched to the carnivore lifestyle, and you can see the results. So you got 3 great people there. You got Jonathan, Richard, and Steven. They're usually on for an hour. Check them out. You got nothing to lose. It's free. And you might learn something. And you get to know 3 great people. And I've also I know I was interviewed by Steven. So a while back, he was very excited to interview me, which is good. That's usually a good sign right there. Question. Has anyone here had to prep for a colonoscopy as a carnivore? They always tell you eat Jell-O or apple juice. Nothing purple or red. That has sugar. How would you prep? I would think the best way to do it is just to fast, because that's really what you're doing. If you could go a couple days without eating anything and just drinking water, that might be the way to go. Instead of taking that sugar Jell-O, why not use the gelatin, like the Knox gelatin that's unflavored? That might be a better alternative. That would be a good idea. Juice? No. Drink water. Drink this juice. Dihydrogen monoxide. That's it. That's what I would do. Okay. I turned into Bart with that vegan. It was a bit too rough for me. I do not like the way that Bart tries to bully some of the people that he interviews. And I don't care if he wants to trash me. You're welcome to do so, Mr. K, because I wouldn't do that. I would let the vegan talk and say all the crap. And then I would say, well, okay, I'd be sitting there with my notepad, writing down, maybe checking on the computer. And I'd say, well, could you please give me the information? Where can I get this study? And I'd look at it. I'm going to consider that. I wouldn't bother to attack anybody. It's a waste of time. And I think the vegan, she did surprisingly well because vegans usually blow up. Maybe that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to antagonize the vegan. But there's no point in this because the thing is, unlike some people, I don't see vegans as the enemy. I see vegans as an ally. And you say, well, how could that be, Rick? Don't you find people like Mick the vegan annoying? Yes, I do. Because he's always, The vegans always like to laugh when you confront them. But the thing is, I'm used to people laughing at me. I enjoy it. When I see somebody laughing when I say something, I know that they're listening to me. So my goal on debating with a vegan is not to try and convert the vegan. My goal is to expose the misinformation that many vegans have. But the facts are the facts. There are no examples of modern-day carnivores living into, old age. There are several vegans who have lived into old age. But the thing is, what is their condition? Just because somebody's alive at 100 doesn't mean that they're doing well. And you could be alive at any age and suffering. Is that a good thing? And I think the main thing is when a carnivore and a vegan debate, it should be civil. And I would think if I was going to have a debate with a moderator, I would pick somebody who is neither. I would pick somebody from the standard American duck food diet, someone who is not on either team. Because let's say you're the carnivore moderating the debate. You're going to let the carnivore say more than the vegan. And if you're a vegan moderating the debate, you're going to go into breakdown mode and you're going to be cutting everybody off. So I think in many ways, it's going to be up to us. Now, again, I watched it. I got a few laughs out of it, and I commented on it. I did. Because I know that although Bart Kay comes across as being a little bit of a wacko, he does know his stuff. And I know that if I met him in person, he would be super friendly. I wish I lived closer. I'd go there and help out on his farm. But it's an act, and I think he's even admitted it. I think it's a bit embarrassing for us, in the carnivore and even the vegan community. But at least there was some discussion going on. I would like to see a larger group where more of the vegans and carnivores come together. I've seen Dr. Chafee debate with a vegan. I don't know if I've ever seen Dr. Baker debate a vegan. That would be really interesting. Because the thing about Dr. Baker, has anybody ever seen the guy get mad? I haven't. You ever heard that term, gentle giant? That's him. I have a feeling that if Dr. Baker was going to get mad, it would take a lot. And it would involve something that would make the national news. But anyway, that's my view on that. And again, I'm not going to try to cuddle up to anybody in this community. I'm going to say it like I see it. If I say something, it's based on true feelings. And my feelings don't get hurt like a lot of people do. I've had people insult me, and I just, whatever, that's fine. Oh, Rick, you look terrible. Rick, you're unhealthy. Blah, 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 this and that. You're too skinny. How can you give people advice? I'm not giving anybody advice. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you what I do and what I've seen. I'm not stupid enough to give you advice and risk being sued because I've been sued several times. I know how that nonsense goes. But the thing is, I'm just trying to communicate what I observe. And that's what I think should happen with these discussions. If you wish to discuss a certain lifestyle, go ahead and do it. However, if I was moderating an event, personal attacks are not tolerated. Even in my chat, I let people get away with almost anything. But when you start to attack me or anybody else personally, you disappear. That's the way it works. If you start criticizing some of my people, now, if you say the truth, well, I think Rick's ugly. Okay, that's fine. That you're entitled to your opinion. But you need to show your picture so I can judge you as well. If you're the typical YouTube troll, you're not going to have a picture because you're probably either a bot or you're someone who looks even worse than I do. And that's one of those things. So anyway, that's me. And again, this is the dose of reality. This is not fantasy. Okay. All right. They give you solution to drink. Yeah, that is correct. That's for the colonoscopy. They did that to my mom, too. And, I would listen to Jonathan. This is not somebody you want to get mad at you. 11 of you haven't hit like yet. What are you waiting for? Rick is waiting. There you go. Maybe you just forgot. Maybe your button is missing. I know some people have a cell phone. They can't find it. But if you can find it, please click like. It'll get more people interested. Yes, rocking keto Amy is correct. I hope you find relief too. Pain disorders are no fun and can be very debilitating. And this is why, people like Jonathan, I think he does very well. But I know people that have pain disorders and they have good and bad days. If you catch them on a bad day, they may yell at you. They may criticize you. They may say things that are offensive to you. And people take it the wrong way. So people that are neurodivergent often have few or no friends because other people get offended because they're having a bad day and they take it out on them. But once you understand kind of what they're going through, you can't understand fully unless you suffer from the same thing. But I can understand because I'm a person that's been picked on and has had this happen to me many times for other reasons. And I think it's very important that you have to understand that. And that's it. And Feral Grandma has some good advice. Unflavored gelatin is made from beef collagen. Flavor it with LMNT if you want. Yes, if you don't like it, and drink the broth. There you go. That's good advice right there. Now, I like it as it is. I love the unflavored gelatin. I love the taste. But I'm an oddball. I am a weird character. Argentina has a restaurant. Wow. Food looks like the environment and terrain around it. But it doesn't seem too weird. I would love to go one day. Yeah, I would too. Hey, I would love to have a barbecue with you, Jonathan. That'd be really nice. Hang out together, enjoy steaks. You can have iguana, duck, whatever you want. I'll grab a duck for you and prepare it right on the spot so you can enjoy Muscovy duck. Of course, Mr. Ducky, he may not enjoy it so much, but he won't know the difference. I set my automatic duck head removal device. I put Mr. Ducky some delicious food and some females to hang out with, and all of a sudden, boom, off comes the head. And then within minutes, he's plunged in the boiling water and the feathers are coming off. And he's plucked and gutted and rinsed out. And then comes the best part. You can have the slow cooker or Rick's favorite, deep fried heart attack Muscovy duck. It's Barbary duck elevated to the heart attack level. Delicious. Okay. I can't fast on just water. I will get very sick. Okay. What would you consume? Electrolyte? That's a good idea. Okay. That is a very good idea. I don't really fast, so I don't know what it's like. But if for some reason they have so many electrolyte drinks that are flavored, that could actually work really well for people. So between Jonathan and Kim, there's some pretty good advice here. And the Feral Grandma, that's what I would do. Yep. Methylene blue, taurine, or NAC. Taurine and NAC has been discussed by many influencers now. So that's pretty good. And there's also somebody talking about histidine to combat histamine. We have so much information today. I think it's great. This is something we never had before. Okay, my bike is still broken. All right, good. Well, when you're ready, you will. I'll do the cycling for you. Yes. Richard Smith's Keto Pro products if you're in the UK. That's a good idea. I don't know how much they cost, but they seem like, look at him. They have to work. Okay, you can make your own electrolytes. That's right. This is scary. Can we get some Speedo Rick at the beach? No, we can't. The only way you're going to see that is if you are a very special friend. And believe me, that hasn't happened in a very long time. Yes, I use electrolytes. Yes, see? So Jonathan uses those products. That would be epic. No, it wouldn't. It would not. You would much rather see Dr. Sean Baker or Dr. Anthony Chafee looking like that. You do not want to see the real-life palm tree that's about as white as this and skinny as a vegan. Not good. Although I have to admit that unlike vegans, I don't have ribs visible and I don't have sagging skin. So I'm probably the best looking 56-year-old vegan lookalike that you'll ever see. Okay. Okay, see? Now, we're getting a recommendation here from Jonathan. Richard is a great guy. He is always offering to send me all his stuff. He has issues with EU distribution recently, so a true workhorse. See, and if Jonathan recommends him, you know that he's good. So if you're in that area, check out his products. That's a very good recommendation. Okay, extra day of the fast. I drank black coffee, green tea, and a little... Okay, well, there you go. Thanks, Rick. My pleasure. Right. She was too strong to not submit. Yes. Yeah, now, okay. This is an important point that Jonathan's making. Bart let them talk at the start, but her points were all invalid. That is correct. I saw that. Then he wreaked havoc and pain. He was trying to evoke an emotional response, but she was strong. She was strong to not submit. Yes, which is unusual for a vegan. And that's what I'm trying to say. His style is let them blab and then blast them. But I don't think that works with most people. Most people will see him as a bully. Now, if he's doing it to a vegan guy, it works great because man on man, nobody cares. But when you have women and they act like that, it kind of kills your cause. But Jonathan is correct here, as he always is. I can't remember the last time that Jonathan said something that was wrong. So, and I'm not saying that just because he's bigger than me, all right? I'm saying it because that's what I've observed. I do not fall asleep after drinking the... Yeah, you don't want to have an accident. If you do fall asleep, make sure it's in the toilet. Okay. Colonoscopy. Yeah, that makes sense. Do it on your terms. You know what? That's a good point. Now, I don't watch Dr. Berry because he's got too many people watching him, and I've never been able to communicate with him, but I know a lot of people do. He says that we should respect the vegans. They're at least trying to improve his diet. The one thing that I've seen about the Dr. Berry channel is that he uses this country doctor persona as a way of endearing himself. My friend, the one that died, from heart disease and blood sugar and all that, he was very much into watching Dr. Berry. He'd watch him every Monday night. And I think that's what it was. You got that down home thing. He's got his wife. They live on a farm now. So that's really good. And yes, we should respect the vegans because, again, as I said, they should be our allies because our common enemy is big corporate duck food. That is the enemy of everyone. You can debate as to whether the vegan or carnivore diet is better for your health, but no one can debate that processed crap is better than real food. And again, I know people that are vegan. They are relatively healthy. I know one lady, her husband eats a lot of meat, but she's vegetarian. And the vegetarians seem to do the best because she still eats eggs and fish. I don't know if they call that pescatarian or lacto. I don't know. I don't know if she does dairy or not. But she's still eating some animal products, and she takes supplements, vitamin B supplements. She's also using creatine. And there's a lot of these vegetarians that do stuff like that, and they're very healthy. In fact, I know one, he's in his 60s. He looks probably better than me, and he's a vegetarian. He's in that, Seventh-day Adventist group. He's doing fine. So the common enemy is the junk food, the duck food, whatever you want to call it. The vegans are not our enemy. So the less that we antagonize them, the better. They need to understand. And the thing is, us carnivores also share other things in common. I am very much for animal rights. I use no pesticides or insecticides anywhere in my home, in the yard. I wake up in the morning, I find cockroaches in the kitchen sink. You think I spray chemicals? No. I've had ants on the floor. I don't spray chemicals. In fact, what I do, if I find a cockroach in my kitchen, you can see in my video what I do with it. I will carefully pick it up as not to hurt it, and I will put it outside. And that's usually when one of my feathered friends comes and gives it a better home. But now that I have no feathered friends, I just fill up the sink with water, and they eventually drown, and they go in the compost pile. But, I don't step on bugs. I don't swat flies. I'll usually catch them, let them go. But my cat likes to kill flies, and he also likes to kill roaches. And any of the rodents that come in, they don't stand a chance with little Milton, who, by the way, will be coming in the near future. As you know, Milton is part of the show. All right, let's see. Good point, Tom. Yes. I got so fat and sick and depressed. And it's not just the fact that you're fat and unattractive that makes you depressed. It does things to your mental state. Those blood sugar spikes are not good for you. Up and down, up and down. My dad ate healthy, and he still suffered from blood sugar spikes. Sometimes he'd be happy, sometimes he'd be mad. And I think a lot of it was due to the diet, all those whole grains and fruits and vegetables. And again, what I noticed about my dad, if he ate meat and fruits and vegetables in season, he was fine. But when he got into this nonsense about superfoods and the flaxseed and the pumpkin seeds and, the kiwi and all this other exotic crap that doesn't grow here, That's when he started having more problems. And the tofu. Oh, the tofu. And the seaweed and all this other garbage. It wrecked him. It did. And my dad ended up with heart disease in his old age and a terrible skin condition that no one could figure out, with intense itching. Really, really bad. Got really weak and skinny. Couldn't even stand up. It was terrible. It really was terrible. And I tried to get my dad to start the heart attack diet. He actually did eat steak one day. We went down to Golden Corral, ate a bunch of steak, felt great the next day or two, and went right back into the stupid duck food. Well, not really duck food, but whole food duck food. And, you know, if YouTube would have been around with the carnivore people we have now, I would have been able to show him this. Can you imagine if Dr. Baker or Chafee were around in 2012? I could have said, you know, Dad, I've been eating the heart attack diet, and I don't care if I die. But look at these guys. My dad would have looked at Dr. Baker and go, wow, you know, he would have done that. My dad tried to work out to put on muscle and keep his weight down, and I even built a home gym for him. And he used it for a while, but kind of lost interest. But you know how it is. But I think if on the carnivore diet, that would have been the key. If my dad would have been on the carnivore diet, he may have still died at 82, but he would have been strong. He wouldn't have had to spend years suffering. He wouldn't have had that terrible skin condition. He would have been out there working in the yard or doing something and dropped dead. He would have been able to enjoy the van that I got for him, the van that I'm now using. So he wanted, I was going to build another house. I own a lot upstate. I was going to build a house on it. We started on it, but he had to stop because of his eye conditions and other health issues. If he would have been on the carnivore diet, I think we would have finished the house. I would have moved there. I would have emptied this place out of everything that I had. And most likely, I may have got my parents to move too. We may have actually sold this years ago and moved up there. Or, I mean, there's a lot of things that could have happened. But even though my mom did not like meat, she lived to 90, but for the last 15 years of her life couldn't do a whole lot. My dad, he was strong and healthy, but he struggled with his weight and his blood pressure. His blood pressure was always too high, and he would get mad at me. Go to the doctor, it's like 160 over 90. The doctor's telling him he needs medication. I think there's something wrong with the blood pressure machine. So then what happens? He gives it to me. I put it on my arm, 90 over 60. Oh, this thing is no good. Gets another one, same thing. I don't understand it. Why is your blood pressure so low? I don't know, Dad. I have no idea. Meanwhile, I'm chowing down on a big heart attack burger with the fat running out and the 8 slices of cheese and the bacon and the heart attack buns and things like this big, and I'm chewing on it. It's like, my son is going to die before me. I'm going to have to go to your funeral. Well, guess what? I'm still here. I'm still here. Why am I still here? And you two are in boxes in my living room. That's not right. Well, sure, I mean, I'm younger. I should live longer. But I shouldn't have had to spend 10, 15 years of my life trying to keep you guys healthy. And you don't listen to me. So that whole mentality is the reason why I'm here. When I first got interviewed on the Joey Schwartz channel and saw how many people were watching me and how many emails I got and just how many people were interested in my story, I said, you know what, Rick, you got to go out there and spread the word. And I've tried my best, but I haven't even really made a dent. Well, I have. You guys are here. But how many people are really here? Not that many. But anyway, I want to make it one of these days, if I ever figure out how to get this editing and everything to work, I am going to make a video of a detailed story. I know that on Wednesday when I told my story, a lot of people that follow me had never really seen it before. I don't think anybody goes back to look at old videos anymore. But there's definitely an inspiration there, and that's good. All right. Let's see what we got here. Yes, our biggest problem is the fake stuff. I just don't eat plants due to the carbs, the effect on my sugars, but not everyone has those issues. That is correct. What have you been sued for? Believe it or not, I was sued because a tree from my yard fell on the neighbor's house in a hurricane. Of course, it was dismissed, but their friend was a lawyer, and I think they were trying to do is try to cost me a lot of money. They tried to drag me into mediation. I couldn't afford an attorney. I didn't want one. So I represented myself, which is usually a recipe for disaster, but I won. But they wouldn't give me any money because when you're not an attorney, they won't award you any costs. So I got nothing out of it, but I did get them off my back. Then a few years later, they were foreclosed on anyway and evicted. So I was also sued for sexual harassment. Now, anyone that knows me knows that I have this much libido. And what it was, this gal at a company that I supplied products and services to was interested in me. But I told her I wasn't interested in her. And I said, well, it's because, religious reasons, all right, different religion, whatever. I tried to find any excuse I could. But I finally had to admit the other thing. I said, look, I'm not interested in you, period. You're not my type. And that was like the last straw. And this is one of those gals that's used to getting everything that she wants. So I guess her dad knew an attorney, tried to get a criminal case, but that wouldn't work, filed a lawsuit. It's a long story. I'm not going to go into detail. But I actually was able to get this eliminated before I even went to court. And I can thank my gay friend for that, and I won't share the entire story because it's kind of embarrassing, but we were able to not only make her give up, but make the attorney sick and throw us out of the office. And it worked very, very well. So, and we've had other like minor suits. We've had where the company got sued because a supplier wasn't paid, but it was a misunderstanding. And I've had IRS issues. That's just a normal part of doing business. My accountant died. I mean, it's a lot of things that happen when you have a business. So the second time I was involved in a business, I was not actually in the corporation. I was working with a friend of mine. So I was basically just contract paid, whatever. So the company had problems. I wasn't involved in it. But that's pretty much what happened. So anyway, we'll get back to the important stuff. And yes, Peter says he found Dr. Berry when keto. Dr. Berry was originally keto. Then he just switched to carnivore. It just kept getting better and better. So you did the same thing that Dr. Berry did, according to my understanding. Yes, you can wait for an elective procedure. Antibiotics are made from plants. Some of them are actually synthetically derived. But yes, South Florida seems to have an I'll sue you mentality. This is why I drive old beat-up cars and I live in a crappy house. They can't take your home away if it's homesteaded. And if your car looks like it came out of a lake, no one's going to sue you because they realize that you're basically broke. Now, if you drive a new car and they're going to get in front of you so you can hit them because they know you have full coverage and they'll be able to get some money out of it. Okay? Yes. That's true. Okay, so he did debate two of them. So that's Dr. Baker, I guess you're referring to. And again, Mark over here, I consider him one of the hardcore carnivores, or what I would call the carnivore builders, like Jonathan. Even he was here earlier, our friend Polish Mike. That's another one of the carnivore builders, because they go on the carnivore diet to maximize their hormones, minimize fat retention, get strong, and live a good, healthy life. That's really good. I think your ducks waddle too much. Learn how to walk, you quackers. There you go. Quack, quack. Off of the pest, but not in this case. Thumbs up button pushed on the way in. Excellent. That was back from the comment that Jonathan made, I'm sure. And there we go. We have ducks and ducklings. I look worse than Michael Moore. Well, it's not how you look. Hopefully you have a little bit better ideas than he does, although he's not the worst. The worst are these people in power that think they know everything. I try to stay off socials when I'm having a bad day, or I tell my friends I'm burned out, and they usually lead me to it. Yeah, again, when you're dealing with someone that has these issues, they're going to have their ups and down days, and they may become difficult, and you just have to understand that's part of the person you're dealing with. And I know that. I've known several people that have had challenges like that. Okay, let's see. I pushed it last night. Carnivore cured my digestive issues. Yeah. Wonder if I should tell my gastroenterologist. Haven't needed her since 2018. Well, there's nothing wrong with educating them. They may try to discourage you, but you know better. Yes, that's what I do on all my favorite channels. Okay. Okay. That's possible. I'm glad you don't have an infection. NAC daily when I was getting a cold. There you go. Stop getting sick. Muscovy duck, yes. You're making me hungry. Well, I have some old photos. I think I have one at the swimming pool, and there may be a few at the beach. I'll dig them up. My parents took a lot of photos when I was a little kid, but when I was a teenager, we were very poor, and film was expensive, so there's very few pictures of me in my teenage years. And in fact, there's very few pictures of me until digital cameras came out in the 1990s. Yeah. That's a good point. Okay. Yep. That's good. Okay. There you go. I was wrong in my Deuterium 101 video. Deuterium was a heavy isotope of water. Whoops. Well, if you want to learn about deuterium, there are many videos that you can see that, and it really comes down to, the balance of electrons and protons and neutrons and so on. That's very easy. But then again, we know that Jonathan is the expert when it comes to body composition and carnivore, and for that matter, hormones. And when you are a bodybuilder, you have to know all about hormones, whether they are the ones that your body produces on its own or the exogenous ones that are needed to compete at a competitive level. And as anyone that knows my channel knows that despite me being one of the skinniest people you'll ever meet, I am not against the use of synthetic anabolic steroids in some cases. And I think that is something that everyone should consider. There's risk versus reward. If you're a professional bodybuilder or you're in that space, it might be a good idea to use those responsibly. If you're a skinny person like me who needs to get into some very tight spaces, climb up, move around quickly, there is no advantage to putting on a lot of bulk. Some is okay, but it all depends on the person. And people are willing to go and get plastic surgery, have things cut out, added in, and so on. And yet they criticize others for using anabolic hormones, which I don't think is a problem. It's your body. You do what you want with it. And if I had my way, it would all be legal. I have no problem with people doing that. Even if you're a teenager, you want to put on some mass, you should be free to do that. And you should have a medical system that can help you with it to avoid needless problems. If you're an old person, you're skinny and weak, and maybe you could benefit from some of these hormones. It may shorten your life, but you'll be able to do what you want. If you're a 70-year-old and you got massive arms and pecs and legs, and you shorten your life by 10 years and you die at 80 instead of at 90, what have you really lost? Nothing. Wouldn't you rather be strong and healthy and impressive than be just some old fogey in a wheelchair, skinny, you can't even move around? Old people should be active. I mean, let's look at our friend Mitch, the old guy carnivore. He's skinny and old, but he's active. He doesn't stay put. He was out there walking around the trailer park. I'll tell you, you want to be inspired? Check him out. Old guy carnivore. Great guy. I hope to meet him someday. He's in Florida. Hopefully I'll be able to meet everybody in Florida one way or the other. But he inspires me. The guy had a stroke a month ago. He's up and walking around. Now you tell me, do you think the carnivore diet has hurt him? Absolutely not. So, and I believe he'll go live. He goes live, let's see, Friday. Does he go live on Sunday? I don't know. He goes live several times, but check out. No, he doesn't go live on Sunday. It may be like Tuesday, whatever it is. We all know Old Guy Carnivore. I'm sure a lot of you have come here from his channel. So that's good. All right. Yep. I want to meet Rick and stand next to him. I heard you're very tall. I am 6'6". I'm 5'11". I shrunk a little over the years. Like a side by side as I'm sort of tall. Well, hopefully I'll be able to make it to the keto convention they have in Tampa. My friend Russ Mitchell has taken the initiative to get me the ability to go there, tickets or whatever it takes. Hopefully my truck will be running by then and I'll be over there. So anyone that's there, and if not, anybody, if you come to Miami for a cruise or you go to the airport or something and you have a little extra time, contact me. I may be able to go there. I could meet you at the airport or the port or whatever. I'll get on the old bus and the Metro Rail or whatever. I'll take my bike if I have to because it's too much of a pain to park there. If you're staying in a hotel or motel, let me know. I might be able to say hi. You can take pictures with me. You can interview me in person if you want to. That is your choice, but I'll be there. Okay, yeah. There you go. We got some advice here. Feel free to give each other advice. I'm not endorsing or saying anything against it. Back use. My dad used to get itchy. He'd have to have a back scratcher to scratch his back. I never get that. I don't know of any other 56-year-old that's 6'6" that does what I do and has never in his entire life experienced back pain, ever. I have never experienced back pain. I'm the exception. Yes, as Jonathan said before, is it May 4th yet? All right. Itchy skin, see? My dad used to get that. I never did. My dad also would get warts. I've never had a wart in my life. I have a birthmark right here. I have a few of them, but I've never had a wart. My dad also would get foot fungus, athlete's foot he called it. Never had that. My feet I've never had nail fungus or anything. My body will not grow fungus as far as I know. I have friends that have had fungal infections in the lungs. People that I work with never had that. So, and I think it's because of the carnivore diet, the zero carb diet, the low carb diet. I think in my case it works really well. But that's just me. Okay. Yeah, so electrolytes do help. That's very important. Yeah, that's right. See, it could also be the blood sugar. I think what happens, what I was told by somebody, is when your blood sugar elevates, it irritates, your blood vessels and it makes you itch. I think that's what happened to my dad. My dad used to get that itching. Okay. Yep. Yeah. My doctor told me my cholesterol was too high. The doctor's office doesn't even exist anymore. I don't know whether he's alive or dead. I made a comment and someone said I shouldn't talk about mortality. Well, I don't know if the guy's still alive. He might be. But the way he was breathing in what was obviously his 40s and with a big puffy face and fat, that can't be a good sign. I have an itchy back all the time. Yeah. Oh, boy. Okay. That's true. They cannot force you to take medication if you don't want to. Yeah. That is right. That's true. That is very true. Okay. Oh, okay. That's good. Yep. Yeah, my dad, the dermatologist could never figure out what was wrong with his skin. They were mostly business related. That's just standard business practice, all those lawsuits. Very price for eggs. No one can look worse than Michael Moore. I've seen worse. There's one guy I know that ran a plant nursery. He looked like he was a zombie. This guy, I don't know what he ate. I don't know, but he looked terrible. When I used to do landscaping work, I would have to go there to get the plant material. And I mean, he had a wheelchair. He looked like he went through the wood chipper. I mean, this guy looked really bad. He had rashes, skin conditions, spots, had like patches of hair missing. I've never seen anybody look worse than that. But for years, he continued to live. I don't know how he did it. No idea. Okay. That's right. Good advice. Can he still walk? Yeah, he's a walking disaster. I have a 5-acre lot. Is it secluded with woods? It's kind of in the woods. It was somewhat cleared when I got it, but I replanted it. One of these days when I get my truck running, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to show you what it looks like. And yeah, it's just basically pine trees and palmettos and bushes, and that's it. But it's upstate. It's about an hour and a half from here. I don't lift weights. That's why I look like this. I know the feeling. I'm 96 with arms the size of watermelons, all three of them. Got to run. Well, I'm glad you were here, Rockin' Keto Amy, and hopefully one day I'll see you in person. Okay, Mitch said he was going live tomorrow. Okay, good. So I was right. He did mention that. I will not be here in the morning. I have to work, but I'll catch the replay if I can, if I get the time. I don't have a lot of time. That's the problem. Lethargy on our part. Yeah, that could be true. Yes, I agree with that. That's why I don't sit. I usually do what I'm doing. Listen to yeah. Right, you achieve excellent health. And again, check out Peter, the Papa Carnivore. You can see. And then I've seen Rick's bike. He should carry a spare bike on his back. Every bike I have is from the side of the road or the dump. Okay. It's rough out there for bikers. Rick's gooseneck stem is too high. Well, the problem is that I move around, so I can move this thing, but it's not really a gooseneck. This is actually one of those, a boom. The thing is really old. It's from the 60s. And I put this extension on here with my good old Shure 55S. Now, I was using the condenser mic, as you probably remember, but I switched to the Shure when I found it. I love my Shure, and I think it's really nice because it gives it more of that 50s look. When you think about microphone on YouTube, what do they always show? They show a 55. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay, I see what this is. Still ended up chatting to the bird next door. And it said, well, it got deleted, but it said that he was talking about the gooseneck stem on the bike. Well, the reason I did that, I actually tilted it up because I had to lean so far forward because I'm really tall. And it's a mountain bike. It's one of those Mongoose bikes. And I don't like having to ride like a cyclist. You know, when I ride upright. A cyclist will do this because normally they're trying to get more aerodynamic effect. And there's some things that I don't like. For example, cyclists wear spandex to try to reduce their wind drag. Now, if you're trying to go 50, 60 miles an hour on a bike, I can see that. But does anybody really want to look at a guy wearing spandex? I mean, seriously, no. No. So I'm not going to do that. So I'll wear my typical clothes. I'll sit on a big bike seat. I'll hold the handlebars out. Now, when I was a kid, we had what was known as banana seat bikes. If you ever remember, you grew up in the 70s or 60s, you know what the banana seat is. The banana seat is that long, it's sort of like a pseudo motorcycle seat. So let me go ahead and clear this. It seems like my messages have sort of backed up here. There we go. Yes, I was talking about the bike gooseneck. When I watch Rick on his bike in traffic, I get nervous. Yeah, well, the thing is, I am very careful. I always try to anticipate what the drivers are going to do. I've never had an incident on a bicycle. The only time I hit a dog once that came under a fence and went flying. I had the wheel come off recently and I hit a coconut tree. I hit another cyclist because one of those spandex riders was going really fast on the bike path and he lost control. So I crashed into his bike. Now I was riding my old, what I call the Pee Wee Herman bike. That was the one that I had. It had large wheels on it. It had the Pee Wee Herman style basket in the front and the back. And I had a load of food in the basket. It was probably a big chuck roll. So when I hit this guy, he crashed into the bike. I went flying off the bike. Now, he had a helmet. I didn't. I landed in a bush on the side of the bike path, and he hit the chuck roll, and it knocked him off the bike. His helmet flew off. The guy scraped himself on a tree. He got pretty injured, ripped his spandex and everything. And it was really kind of funny because he was going a lot faster than me. And the thing is, normally when you have an accident, the person who goes the fastest sustains the least damage because of the conservation of motion. However, because he was riding a lightweight bike, the center of gravity was higher than mine. I had the pannier box full of stuff. So it was like, it was like he was driving a sports car and I was driving a truck. And when I flew off the bike, my reflexes are fast. My hands are what got sort of, the palms of my hands got raw because I hit the ground after I went over the bush. And then my elbow got scraped and all that. Well, some of the other people in the park, they all came running. And they even called the rescue, It's because I'll have to show you where the park is. It's called Tropical Park down the street. I made a video from there. I never uploaded it. One of these days I will. But anyway, he was the one that had to be taken to the hospital. Thankfully, I had just minor scrapes. And it was so funny because although my bike got damaged, the front wheel got bent a little bit. And the spokes and all that was all messed up. I actually was able to fix the bike. I got a log and I put it on the fence and I start pulling on it and I start hitting it. And I went ahead and basically, I got it where I could ride it. Now the thing was going like this. And I had to ride several miles back home like this with a scraped arm. I had like a little scrape on my head, whatever. But nope, I didn't have to be transported. I went home, to my parents' house, and they were like, what happened? Well, I got hit by a bike. And the thing is, what do? Who's at fault? There is no speed limit on bicycles, and it was on a bike path. So it happens. But, last year when I hit the coconut tree, I had a couple of scrapes, and that was it. And I think one of the reasons I've avoided injury is because I'm a carnivore. My reflexes are like a cat. If you've ever seen a cat, when you throw the cat, it flips over and lands on its feet. And I think that saved me many times. The only time I broke my arm is when I fell through the roof, and that was before I started the carnivore diet. But anyway, yes, we got some good comments here. Going outside, we'll be back. We'll probably still be here. His bike is so creaky, like something. Yeah, because it's a full suspension bike, and the shock is messed up. Remember, I got the bike from a trash pile. I poured motor oil in it to try to quiet it down, but it needs another shock. The front shocks are stuck. It really needs a rebuild, but I'll just ride the thing until it falls apart and scrap it, and hopefully I'll find another one by then. Double true speed, it's wild. Well, my Bike and Talk videos are kind of unique. And the thing is, I don't dub the audio. It's real time. So when you watch me ride, I'm actually talking as I ride. And I've had people tell me that's kind of unusual because I'm not breathing hard and I don't have trouble thinking. I'm talking basically the same way that I do now because I'm riding relaxed. I'm enjoying the ride. I'll be riding to my friend's party. I'm not going to drive there because their yard's kind of small, and I don't want to put a gigantic van that looks like something that, came from who knows where in front of their house. They like the little fancy cars, so that's it. I had a strawberry shortcake banana seat bike. Oh, I'll tell you, my banana seat bike had glitter vinyl on it. And I still have some of that red vinyl glitter when I reupholstered it myself. I didn't have the Schwinn Stingray that a lot of kids had. I had the Sears Ted Williams chopper bike. I have a couple of pictures of me on there I have to upload. I love my bike. I have the long ape-style handlebars, the banana seat. It had the coaster brake. I would pedal real fast and then hit the brake and skid down the sidewalk. I had the slick. I'd pop wheelies. And the other thing I would do is you pop a wheelie and then you let it spin so it's like a burnout, crazy kid. No helmet. Sometimes I'd stand on the seat riding. You do not want to see the crazy things I did on a bicycle. So I love Rick does his show and tell segments like 1950s ceiling tiles. Yep. Telephone, all the good stuff. You won't find that on any other YouTube channel. That is correct. I had a Huffy Stingray when I was a kid. I thought the Stingray was Schwinn, but I could be wrong. But Huffy did have their own chopper bike. I had a friend that had one. I've never had an incident. Well, no, they're not really serious. Incident would be like hitting a car or something. Although I did hit a car once, and the car was parked, and what happened was I was riding my bike, and I was trying to get away from a dog. I outran the dog, and then I started losing control because we have like a bridge that now it's too much traffic, but back then on Coral Way, we had this bridge that went down, and I started to build up speed. When I got to the top of the bridge, the dog had worn out, and I kept pedaling, and when I went down the bridge, it started speeding up, and I didn't realize I was going that fast. I must have been going 30 or 40 miles an hour on the thing, and then it started to shimmy. The bike was doing this, and I was like holding on this thing. I'm like, man, I don't want to hit the brake because I'll lose control. So I'm trying to ride it down. And then back then, the road was like dirt on the side. And I got to where the curve was, and I tried to make the curve, and I didn't make the curve and skidded in the rocks because over here it's just sand and rocks. There's really not anything. And then kind of lost control, and then bam, right into the abandoned car. Now, there was a car dumped in the field, and I hit that and, of course, went flying and landed in the elephant grass. So that's the only time I ever hit a car. I've never had one hit me because I always keep my eye out for them. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, Stingray was Schwinn. That is correct. They even made a reproduction, but it was made in China. Yeah, Milton hasn't been meowing. He's probably fallen asleep. Well, there you go. Nah, Milton's harmless. I'm back. Some of the elites are here. We're all elites. Yeah, it's kind of funny when you think about it. My Stingray was built from parts. Okay. Hey, a lot of those parts were standard. The Stingray had those interesting, like, forks with the little spring on it, which I thought was kind of neat. And some of them had the shifter. They even had a bicycle called the Wheel. I forget who. I think that might have been Huffy. It had a steering wheel instead of handlebars. I had a friend that had one of those. That thing was neat. But the shifter, that was pretty cool. The Schwinn Stingray. And then you could buy the Whammo wheelie bars. Oh, I love those things. You can look up that commercial, the Whammo wheelie bars. All right. I had a friend that had a Mean Green Machine. I remember that. It was sort of like the Big Wheel, but it was like, I forget who made it. I think the Big Wheel was Mark's Toys. I don't remember who did the Mean Green Machine. Yep. Girlie from Tennessee, like, stole my bike to Hot Wheelies. The banana seat bikes were the best for wheelies, and if you had the slick like I did, which was kind of flat, you could pop that wheelie and ride. Oh, you could ride for the whole block with a wheelie. You had the sissy bar on the back of the seat. Some of them were pretty tall. If you had the long sissy bar, I don't know. I had a friend that had one. Sissy bar went way up over his head. It was kind of funny. Yeah. Miami homes are ugly now, but if you look at it back in when I was a kid, everybody had different. They had bricks and rocks and all kinds of stuff. The problem with Miami is that it is a fix and flip town. Everybody here is trying to get more and more money. So what they do, they copy each other. If one house sells for an exorbitant price, everybody copies it. And that's what it is. And it's owned by a lot of investors, so they want to make the home as boring as possible. People here are also very stupid. They don't know good taste when they see it. So if anything does look good, it won't last long. If you see a house that looks nice, that's because older people live there. And as soon as they move out, it's going to be the same crap like all the others. Yep, they were fun. They should make an adult version of that. It'd be kind of funny. Yep, the Stingray bike. The big wheel was high performance. Yeah, if you lied plastic wheels, it didn't have any traction. And then they had brakes on the back wheels, so you could ride your big wheel and you pull this thing and skid and go around. You know, you could do donuts with the thing. It was fun, but eventually those plastic wheels would wear out, and then you just basically have a piece of junk. I've still seen them in the store. I haven't seen any kids on them, but pretty good. They sounded good too, that's true. Until the flat wheel syndrome thing, yep. Green Machine was Mark's, okay. Because I think the big wheel, but Mark's Toys, they had a lot of stuff. I don't know who bought them. The other one was Mattel. And I don't know if you remember the Mattel shoot and shell pistol. They had these little pistols that shot little plastic projectiles. Those things were a lot of fun. You know, you could pretend like you're in the old West, and they even had a shotgun version of it. And you sit there, bang, 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 you know, this thing, that was super cool. And you had the regular plastic cap guns. I got a few of them around here somewhere. Oh, kids shouldn't play with guns. It was just a silly toy. Kind of fun. It's all bent to heck when I found it apart. I was so happy to have it. Yep. My bicycle, we had one that my dad bought new. I don't remember if it was at Sears or the Treasury, and it had tricycle wheels on it. When I outgrew that, he went to a guy around the neighborhood that used to sell junk, and he bought a bike for like $5 or $10, and that was the Sears Ted Williams chopper bike. And I thought that thing was so cool. When I looked at it, I go, wow, what a neat bike. But when I was a kid, the BMX craze was taking over. Everybody wanted a BMX bike, which is like a bike version of basically a dirt bike, motorbike. But I love my bike with a slick on it and the banana seat. I love that stuff. So, yeah, I guess even in the beginning I was kind of a rebel. And then people were throwing away those banana seat bikes, so I collected a bunch of them. And I would swap the parts over and, you know, I tried to find what I could, but most of them got thrown away. I never got a hold of that many. And back then, I wasn't really able to collect much because I didn't really go that far. But once I started riding my bike, by that time it was already BMX. I have a few BMX parts somewhere around here. But, yeah, that was my thing. Okay. Well, there you go. Motorcycles have been my own transportation. I always say motorcycles are basically for organ donors because around here, you ride a motorcycle, you're not going to last long. All it takes is one bad driver and you're done. Yep. I remember the metal skates. I think I still have my old metal skates. They're somewhere around here. I never threw that stuff away. I used to like them, though. What kind of motorcycle? Did you ever have a Rupp go-kart? No, I did not. My parents would never let me get any of those fun things like go-karts or mini bikes. But what I did do when I was, I guess, 14, I was in junior high before I turned carnivore. We had a neighbor that had an Atex, or what I call the Atex six-wheeler. And the thing was sitting in the backyard full of water with frogs living in it. And I wanted it, didn't want to sell it, but I didn't have the money anyway. But what happened was, I don't know, I guess they were getting ready to move. So his dad, you know, the kid that lived there was kind of a friend of mine. And he says, oh, my dad wants to get rid of it. How much does he want for it? Well, you can have it if you can take it out of there. So that was a challenge for me. The chains were all frozen up, so it wouldn't move. But I thought, man, if I could put air in the tires, and I thought I could cut these chains. And my dad had bolt cutters. So what I did, I cut the chains off inside, and I was able to get the wheels to move. I put air in them, and they had those balloon tires that are only like 2 pounds or whatever. So I had to do a lot of pumping to get that thing to fill up with air. And my friend and I pushed it from the house on the other street around the corner over to here. And I went ahead, and I had a playhouse that my dad built, and I had a little space behind it. So I stuck that thing in there, and I covered it with a tarp. And my dad didn't even know it was there. I had a bunch of junk over there as a kid. That was like my little spot. And I put up a little fence there. You know, we had some fence panels. I had it closed in the playhouse, and I fiddled around with this thing for months trying to get it going. And my dad never noticed it, you know, never really cared. And I had to figure out how it worked and all that. Well, eventually, I figured out, you know, my dad saw it, like, what is that? I said, I got it from my friend. It was over there. Well, you can't have that. Why not? And he gave me the manual that went with it, the bill of sale, which I still have in my stuff. And I thought, you know, I'd like to fix this thing. Well, I guess I was 15. I was 14. I guess I was still 14 because it was before I did the carnivore thing. And I might have been 13, come to think of it. Well, eventually I figured out how to get it fixed. And then I didn't really use it. You know, it would run. It wouldn't run so good. I played around with it. But about the same year that I turned carnivore, I was still in junior high, I finally did get the thing fired up. And I used to sneak it out when my parents weren't here. I'd ride around the neighborhood. And then, of course, the cops would chase after me, whatever. But I got away from them, and I got it running, and it got better and better. And then, you know, one day my dad said, well, you know, if you want to, you can just take it out and maybe up and down the street. I'm like, okay. And by that time, I was already good with it. So I went back and forth, you know, and it was kind of fun. But it's like, what are you going to do with it? I said, well, I'd like to go out to the Everglades with it. And, you know, eventually I made other friends. And when I got older, I was able to take it out. I made a trailer for it. And I've had it for years. The last time I ran it was probably in the year 2000 or 2001. I started having trouble with the engine. The seals went out. It wasn't running. And it's been sitting in the backyard under a piece of metal all this time. So one of these days, I got to drag that out of there. Now, if you don't know what a six-wheeler is, check out the Kerry Mann Homestead Hal channel. He has a Max six-wheeler, which is very similar. But mine is ATEX, ATTEX ST400. It has a 2-cylinder JLO 2-stroke engine. Lots of fun. And I've also had ATCs, Honda ATCs. I had one that got stolen. I had another one. But I have some in parts that I have in my garage that I kept along with some spare parts. I used to love my ATCs. And basically, you know, they were considered unsafe. But I never had a problem. I did wear a helmet. I always wore a helmet on my ATC. And I sometimes wore a helmet on my six-wheeler. Not always. But my theory was anything that you could power by yourself didn't need a helmet. If it had an engine, you should have a helmet. But I never really got injured. In fact, I don't think I really flipped the ATC ever. And I used to do donuts and wheelies and all this other stuff. I had many times where I did a wheelie and it got away from me and I ended up on my back on the ground. That happened more than once. And with a six-wheeler, you know, I couldn't really do wheelies in that, but I did jumps and donuts and, you know, racing around. We go there with my friends that had ATCs, and I'd break out the six-wheeler. The thing is, ATCs were faster, but they don't float. I mean, they float on their own, but not when you sit on them. So I could take shortcuts through the canal, through some of the really wet areas. We go out there on A Street, over there past the Gator Kicks bar. They had a bunch of swamps you could ride around in. I used to ride around even along the turnpike where the canal is. And that'll take you all the way out to A Street. And then you ride along the median, you know, not the median, the side of the canal. You could go all the way out to the Everglades. There were many ways you could get around back then. I mean, FIU was there, but Even FIU had an open field, and I did take a shortcut through there a couple of times. So, but now forget it. You try to go out there, you'll have like the SWAT team after you. They'll probably kill you because you're out there riding around on some ATV. You know, I see it a lot in the ghetto area, and they have the police after them, and they ride on the expressway and all that. I don't know. Out west, you see some ATVs, but there's really nothing you can do. It's too developed. There's too many people out there. And it's like I said, the toilet has been flushed, and Miami has already gone down the drain. There's no coming back. You got to empty the septic tank if you want to start this place over again. All right, let's see. Been through Keyskates. I need to find mine. I'll show them to you. It's not as dangerous. Okay. Yeah, rural is fine. You just don't want to ride that in the city. They'll run you over. Okay. Yep. That's it. 70s was definitely more fun. I remember as a kid. Yep. Okay. Right. Yeah, isn't that funny? All we had was sand and sometimes just hard dirt with grass on it. We used to have these big slides and jungle gyms and all that. They've all been taken out and replaced with some plastic crap. Yep. That's it. Right? Well, they think there are. I think people have just been very paranoid. It was awesome. It got away from us on the farm one day and ran over me, but it just bounced off. Yeah, with those tires. That was the other thing we used to do with the six-wheeler. They had the big soft tires. They had on a TV show, it might have been Tonight Show or something, and we do like a dare kind of thing. You lay down and run over somebody with the ATC or with the six-wheeler, and then they'd get up and laugh it off. You know, you could be like Superman because the thing didn't weigh much and the tires were super soft. Reminds me of a dirt bike. Yeah, I had to get on it next to a wooden fence, right? You feel about falling off. Yep. Oh, I don't lock my car. I do lock my house, but that's because I don't want the cat to escape. I don't lock my car. No one's going to steal that piece of junk. If they could get it started, they could have it. It is, and it's not a better one. Speaking of different world, let me see if my little beast has woke up. Oh, Milton, where are you? Milton. Milton. Are you here? Comes. There's my little monster. That's what it is. It's Milton time. All right. Well, there you go. Okay, let's get that big camera up here so we can see our favorite little friend. It's Milton the monster. Kissy, 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 kid. What's the matter, sweetie? Oh, my goodness. Look at that face. You are so cute. Cute little thing. Oh, yes. You're a good little kitten, aren't you? You're so soft. Yes, you are. Well, my little friend has arrived. What's the matter, buddy? Got your little white spot here. You're so cute. You are sleek and beautiful. Yes, you are. You're a soft little kitten. Yes, you are. Okay, buddy. So, You're saying hi to me? Yeah, you must have been sleeping. Called your name. I heard meow, brr, meow, brr. There's my baby. Okay. So you got your little white spot here. See, what is that? Yep. So he's got this little white spot right here. Oh, you're such a good kitty. Yes, you are. All right. He is getting big, I have to admit. Yep. That's right. There you go. And Milton also says goodbye. You want to say goodbye, Milton? There you go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you want to say goodbye? It's a cute little kitten. Now you can see that Milton has calmed down as he's gotten older. He's not as wild. He used to be the animal that would shut down the live stream by attacking the computer. You look like you're sleepy. Yeah. Oh, look at that face. You're so cute. Yes, you are. I love my kitten. Yes, you do. Even when he gets to be a big cat, I still love my kitten. Unfortunately, you're eventually going to have to get fixed. I hate to castrate my little buddy, but has to be done. Oh, I always hope that they'll behave, but you know how cats are. Eventually, they're going to want to mate. They're going to be squirting all over the place. And the last thing we need is more kittens in the neighborhood. If I start seeing black kittens all over, I'll know where they came from. That's right. He stays in the house, so he's not going to be breeding any more cats. And that's the thing. When you're the carnivore, you are very conscious about animals, animal welfare, animals being having a good life, and having a bunch of cats running around the neighborhood is not a good idea. So we don't want to have a ton of kittens. Somebody had you, and thankfully my neighbor was smart enough to find you and give you to me. Cute little thing. Yes, you are. But you're not going to be dad for any kittens. I'll tell you that right now. Although you are an awesome cat. I don't know if it's just I always happen to get the best cats, or it's just the way that I raise them. But every cat I've ever had is super friendly and really nice, and just doesn't seem to cause a whole lot of trouble. But I'm going to let him do his thing, and until he becomes a problem, he's not going to get fixed. Because if you look at Milton, you'll see he's a very lean cat. I mean, look at this animal. He's doing really, really well. He's eating his meat-based diet, and he's calmed down really nicely. He hasn't attacked me in a while. He doesn't attack my feet anymore. He likes to play once in a while, but in most cases, he's just happy to eat. He follows me around, and if anything else moves, like an insect or a small animal or whatever, he goes for it. And that's really good. So... And he doesn't seem to really, I don't know, he hasn't been around any ducks. It'll be interesting to see once I get the ducks back. But you can see he loves attention from me especially. All my cats become attached. I've even taken him for a ride in the van. He enjoyed the van ride. Sat up on the seat like a good kitty. I have to make a video of that. I got some issues with the air conditioning in my van, so I may have a leak. Maybe one of the old lines is rusted, so I need to fix that. But once I don't want to drive with the windows open because he may jump out. So I'm going to go ahead and, I'm going to train you to be my little friend. Yeah. And you have to be, because when I go different places, I want you around. Yeah. I don't have anybody to look after you, so you have to come with me. Right? Good kitty. I think he'll make a nice companion. Beautiful cat. He's unusually calm. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh, there you go. That's it. $20 a cat. There you go. You wait. Longer you wait, better for him to fully develop. That's what I normally do. take care of the ducks and iguanas. I got the ducks and iguanas under control myself. Okay. Feral cats, renters move in and leave them. That happens here too, you know. People start feeding the cats too, and then they multiply. I have a few in my yard that are fixed now. No mice at all. There's not going to be any. Reminds me of my cat Panther that lived 18 years. Yeah, my cat Harry lived 18 years also. And he was a crazy cat because he either liked you or he didn't. He attacked some people that he didn't like. Other people, he was just so, what do you call it? Friendly. Okay. Yes. Cats are quick too. Do you have a 608 certification refrigeration? Actually, I do, and it's basically for service. Will you stop that? I'm not a refrigeration contractor. 608, I forget what it is. It's an EPA certification where you can buy refrigerant, and that was a bit of a mission to get, but I was able to get it because it was just a pain in the neck. You know, now again, I've used other alternatives in the past when I couldn't get the real refrigerant, such as butane, which works as a very good refrigerant. But it's nice if you can get the real stuff and then do actual service. I also have 3 different recovery machines. I started with a homemade one. I have 2 of them because I got them cheap. I have 2 R134 recovery machines that can recovery and charge. I use them for automotive. Really great. I'll tell you, it makes my life a lot easier. I have one that's for the old one for R12 and 22, which I do encounter from time to time. I have that. And then I have another one for the new 410 or whatever they call that. I still call it Puron, but comes in the pink containers, R410. So I have that as well. Wow. 21 feral cats. Well, I'll tell you one thing. There'll be no rodents anywhere around there if you got that many feral cats. I am outside now. Well, that's good. That's what I need to do. I need to go outside. And around, like I said, around 3 o'clock, friends will have some type of party. I'll hop on the old bicycle and go there. Change my clothes because I'm not going to wear white shirt and dress pants to go outside, especially at a pool party. But anyway, let's see. All right. Good. So anyway, what happened to my... Oh, there we go. Okay. So, it's about 11:26. I don't see too many comments coming in, so that's good. So anyway, let me explain, now that I have some time, and Milton seems to have fallen asleep, what I'm doing. Now, pretty soon, I want to make my lunch, and because I still have a little bit left, I'm going to have a combination of heart attack chicken and some part of a heart attack burger. I have 2 pieces of chicken left. I got some ground meat yesterday from the Gordon Foods, so we'll have chicken and burger. When I go to the pool party, I think they'll have a barbecue, so I'll probably be able to enjoy a steak or something. I'm sure they'll have a lot of duck food, but I don't bother with the duck food. And it's fine because I'm going to eat lunch before I go. If for some reason there's nothing edible there, I'll just leave a little bit early, and I'll come home and have some food, which will probably be more hamburger, more beef, because that's my main meat that I like to eat. I can go through anywhere from 3 to 6 pounds of meat in a day. As you know, I am an extreme eater. I think I might be worse than Dr. Sean Baker. I know he's a pretty big eater himself. He makes his videos where he's eating steaks off a cutting board. I don't eat off a cutting board almost ever. I don't even use a knife or fork. I take my steak, I put it on a plate, and I just pick it up and eat it. So that's the one thing you'll see about me that differs from a lot of the more popular carnivores. Let's see. dump and recharge. Why would you have to recharge? What you can do what's known as a pump down, where you only lose maybe a minimal amount of refrigerant. Let's say you need to clean your mini split. I did a video on that when I did the mini split in my living room. What you do, you turn the unit on and you take your Allen wrenches outside. You're going to have little caps where you can control the refrigerant. And then what you do, you locate the high pressure side, which is a thin line, and you start to close that. And you listen to the sound the unit makes. It will start to pull a vacuum on the low side. Once the unit starts to sound a lot different, then you close the low side. If you have a gauge, you can put it on there. Mini splits usually only have one service port. You put the gauge on there. When it goes to 0 or below, that's it. Then you can loosen the line. You may lose a tiny bit of refrigerant. I'm not saying to violate any laws, but then you can clean the unit out. What? And then you can go ahead and when you reassemble it, tighten your fittings, and you'll be able to, you're going to need a vacuum pump to evacuate the lines. You do it through the service port. Then you let it sit for at least 5-10 minutes and see if the vacuum changes. And what I like to do before I turn the unit on, I'll go ahead and let the refrigerant back in, and then I will take soap and water and go over the joints that I disconnected and see if there's any leaks. And if there are, tighten it some more. And that's it. I just installed a new mini split in my bedroom in October. That's the reason why I switched from living room videos to bedroom videos, because when the air conditioner was broken in the bedroom, it was 90-something degrees in here during the day, and I couldn't even use my room. I had to sleep on the couch, and I slept on the couch for months until I was able to get my hands on a mini split. Now, thankfully, a friend of mine, we did some repair work. I replaced units, and we had basically brand new units that were defective, and they were supposed to be replaced. The company didn't want them back, so they said to us to scrap it. So instead of scrapping it, I took those 3 units and I took them all apart. I took the best parts of each unit. I built myself my own brand new mini split. And then I was able, now I took the refrigerant I recovered from those units, I ran it through the filter, and I put it into the system. And guess what? It worked just fine. So, and I'm using it to this day, and it's great. I can get my 65 degrees at night the way I want it. During the day, I set it up to 70, and that's it. If I set it too cold, my windows will fog up, and I don't want that, so we try to do it, and that's it. Okay, share my burger. Yeah, I do that too. I do that with my little kitty here. How about Barrick? Cutting down bamboo. I'll tell you one thing. I've gotten rid of bamboo for many people. I actually like it, but if it starts to invade your yard, you might want to get your hands on a mini excavator or skid steer and dig it all up. And once you dig it all up, it won't come back. And Booby Goats Aaron says goodbye. Goodbye. I hope you have a great day. Hopefully I won't be here all day like the last time. Yeah. They're either R410 or R32. Yes, I have removed units that have R134, but R134 is being phased out, so you can't find it. But yes, I have seen, in fact, I may even have one in my scrap pile. If I can find that unit, I'll see if I can make a video, but it was 134, and that's it. So, what? Oh, he's talking to me. Why do you want to pump it down? Because sometimes when you need to clean the unit, you may have to remove the inside unit from the wall and take it outside and wash it. I do a lot of those mini split cleanings because not everyone can do it. Hey, Milton, you're back. What? You woke up now? You going to bother me? Going to spread your fleas? I gave you diatomaceous earth. You should be fine. Okay. I think mine is low. It freezes, if not, yeah. 170 eventually freeze over. Get yourself a gauge if you can. They sell those little gauges. You can go to Harbor Freight and buy a manifold set if you want. You'll need an adapter because they use a different thread, but you can find all that stuff online and check your pressure. You want to see, it'll tell you what kind of refrigerant it's running. It'll be on the sticker. Most of them are 410, some are 32, but you know. Okay, Milton. He's always got to steal the show. Okay. Anyway, yeah, that's probably a low refrigerant. It also could be a clogged coil, but you can simply open the front door on it and check the filter and see if there's any garbage inside. If you can look at the squirrel cage fan, if you see any dirt on it, your unit needs cleaning. It may actually be clogged up, and that's why it's freezing over. But without a gauge, there's no way of knowing. All you got to do, get the right gauge and adapter, screw it onto the service port. You should have at least 90 pounds in normal. It's temperature pressure. You just have to look up the chart that'll give you the temperature and pressure relationship. See what temperature you are outside. See what the static pressure is. Turn on the unit and see what the pressure drops down to. Don't overfill your unit, because if you put too much refrigerant in one of these units, you can actually cause the compressor to lock up. If liquid refrigerant enters the suction side of a compressor, it will destroy it, because liquids are non-compressible, and whether it is a piston compressor, which is the most common, or a scroll compressor, the scroll compressors are a little bit less sensitive, because if you overcharge them, they'll just overload. But a piston compressor can break. You can actually break the connecting rod or even the crankshaft. You can seize it up. You can break the valves. So you just need to be careful. But it's not that hard. And again, mini splits only have a low side gauge. Your typical central air or refrigeration system will have low and high side service ports, in which case you can check it easily. R410 uses the same fittings as R22, so if you have an old R22 gauge, it'll fit, but the pressures are higher. So an R22 gauge set may not be enough to accurately represent the high side, but you will be able to see the low side. So anyway, maybe I should make a video on refrigeration. Okay, well, I'm glad that you could get the can. A lot of times they won't sell it to you, but if you do, yeah, they'll always overcharge you. You can do it yourself, but if you don't feel comfortable or qualified, find somebody else in the know to do it for you. Refrigerants can be dangerous. If you have a leak, you could freeze your hand and get frostbite. They're also toxic if you breathe too much of it in. It can kill you, but that's highly unlikely. And you can also destroy your unit. Overcharging your air conditioner can cause it to overpressurize and blow out, or you can even you can destroy the compressor. And once you do that, it's basically scrap. Yeah, that's right. Also, if your system has a leak, it's probably on its way out. You might want to think about buying another air conditioner. I've installed a lot of air conditioners for people. I actually did it the first time before I knew anything about air conditioning. And that unit ran until it just wore out. So does mine. He loves to see that. Do you eat any fruits? It's been a long time since I've had any fruit. I actually hate fruit. But sometimes when I'm running low on food, I will eat fruit rather than starve. And I do eat oranges from my yard when they're in season. I'll eat green bananas, usually deep fried in beef tallow. I eat loquats occasionally, Suriname cherries. I don't think I've eaten any fruit this year that I know of. Oh, wait a minute. I did have some oranges when we had the oranges. And I also use, when I make food for my friends, I ferment tomatoes, I ferment cabbage, and I will add cabbage to the meat stew, the fermented, afterwards with chicken. Sometimes I will add the fermented tomato sauce into the unit. And basically, if I eat it, there's no problem. Now, if I make a mistake and eat other foods that other people prepared, in fact, we had a get-together last Sunday. I ate a full hamburger from the get-together. 4 hours later, I had diarrhea. So my system will just reject it. So I learned from experience, there are foods that I can eat that don't bother me. There are foods that I cannot eat. And let me list the fruits that I cannot eat. apples is number one. An apple a day may keep the doctor away, but an apple a day keeps me in the toilet. I also get like a nasty feeling in my throat, an itchiness, and my sinus condition gets much worse. Peaches are absolutely disgusting. I can't eat them without vomiting. Same thing with pears. Disgusting. What else? What is another popular fruit? Apples, oranges I can eat. Store-bought oranges sometimes react badly with me, especially the California oranges. The oranges that I can eat that are acceptable are generally the ugliest ones. The ones that they sell cheap at the Sedanos or Presidente, those I can eat, don't bother me. They're not as sweet as the other ones. They seem to be okay, but they do look ugly on the outside. All the oranges in my yard, the lemons, the sour oranges are all acceptable. They have no bad effect on me whatsoever. Suriname cherries are those little cherries that grow on the fence. They tend to be a bit on the sour side. I can eat them, no problem. Loquats, same thing. Loquats tend to be sour. I eat them, no problem. I cannot eat avocados. Avocado doesn't necessarily bother me, but they taste awful. And I start to feel nauseous after about 2 or 3 bites of an avocado. So generally, I will not eat them. And I hate guacamole. But I do enjoy sharing my avocados with other people because they're actually pretty good. Other fruits, let me think. Well, I mean, plantains are technically a fruit. I can eat those. They don't bother me. However, if they are made by other people, they will make me very sick. And the problem is that most plantains, first of all, I hate ripe plantains. They taste disgusting, and they tend to be burned anyway. I don't like anything that is blackened or burned. I mean, I'll accept grill marks on meat, but I don't like the stuff burned. And the only way I can eat plantains is when I peel them myself, when they're so green that the sap sticks to your hand, and then I deep fry them in beef tallow. I can eat them, but I can only eat a small amount because if I eat more than a handful, I get bored and I don't want any more. Plant-based foods are like Dr. Chafee says about meat. Eat fatty meat until it stops tasting good. This is a problem I have with fruits. I can only eat a tiny amount of fruit before it stops tasting good. On the other hand, I can eat a ton of meat and it never stops tasting good until I can barely swallow and have trouble breathing because the food is backing up into my mouth. So I learned from experience, do not eat more than 4 pounds of meat in one sitting. And actually, eating more than 2 pounds of meat is a bad idea because then I become sluggish. So I could eat 3 pounds of meat and not feel full, but then I get lazy. I eat 3 pounds of meat, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to fall asleep. It happens every single time. If I eat up to 2 pounds of meat, I still got energy and I can still work. But anything over 3 pounds, I'm falling asleep. So that's kind of important. All right, let's see. Were you getting a 410A? Okay. Purge and add. You don't purge. What you need to do, if you want to do the job right, first of all, refrigerant, unless it's contaminated, if it is contaminated, that means you're going to have to clean your system. If your system is contaminated, that involves disassembly. I hate to say it, because the refrigerant oil is contaminated. You're going to have to take your unit apart, get a torch, oxyacetylene torch, and remove the compressor. Then you're going to have to tip the compressor over to get the old oil out of it. Then you're going to have to use a cleaning solution and pour that into the compressor, shake it up, dump it out. Then you have to reassemble your unit. Then you're going to have to use the torch to resolder it. Then you're going to have to evacuate. And I would also recommend getting a tank of nitrogen for leak testing. Now, if your AC unit just needs a charge, you don't need to purge it, but what you do is evacuate it. So what you're going to do, use a recovery unit, or if the unit is already leaked out, oh well, it's in the atmosphere. But if the unit is empty, you need to get yourself a vacuum pump. You can get a cheap vacuum pump for less than $100, or you can get a better one, whatever you want. The main difference is you got single and 2-stage. If you get a cheap pump, you got to let it run longer. That's the only real difference. You're still going to get a vacuum. If for some reason you can find an older pump, they're usually better. I would recommend the old Robin Air 2-stage like I have, but get whatever you can. There's cheap Chinese pumps out there for less than $100. I know Harbor Freight sells one. They sell a regular and a 2-stage. My recommendation for any system, 5-ton or below, you'll want to evacuate for at least half an hour. If the system has been sitting around for a while, maybe 45 minutes. Then close your valve, shut off your vacuum pump. It looks like I'm going to have to make a video on how to do this because I think a lot of the videos out there may not be clear. But I'll make one eventually the next time. I don't like to do videos at my customer's house, but I do have a system here and I do need to do maintenance on it. So maybe I'll do that and then I'll show you. But it's really not that difficult. Yeah. Subheat and subcooling is another way of checking. You'd have to have accurate thermometers to do that and your gauge set. There are videos on that I've seen that are pretty good, so you might want to do that. Let's see, 10 pounds for $199. I used to be able to get the whole container. What is that, 30 pounds or whatever it is? The last time I bought one, it was like $99. But I guess now that the government and the refrigerant companies are in bed together, they keep phasing these refrigerants out as a way so that companies can make new patents. That's what they did with 134. Then they have now the 1234 YF, which means you're effed because this stuff is really, really expensive. 9 years old is not that old for an air conditioner. They should last 20 years with proper installation and proper care. Unless you live next to the ocean, in which case 9 years would probably be the limit that you could get. A lot of times the leaks in the air conditioning units come from poor installation. A lot of the installers, they take shortcuts and they're in a hurry, so you may have a bad solder joint. What I recommend is if you can afford one, buy a refrigerant leak detector and then go around. Now, a lot of times the refrigerant lines are hidden in the attic or whatever, but if you can get to it, normally when you have a leak, you'll see refrigerant oil at the side of the leak, so look around for any oil stains or anything that's holding dirt, because that'll usually be a refrigerant leak. I'm super lost. Well, again, unless you're in refrigeration, you probably won't know. Yeah, those online stores, many are rip-offs. That's true. Tiny leak in the coils once a year. Florida heat spell. Okay, well, if you verified it's in the coil, it's probably at one of the fittings, and there's nothing you can do about that without replacing it. Right? That is true. But the Schrader valves, there's actually a tool that you can buy. You can change the Schrader valve without discharging the system. You screw it on there, has a little chamber where you put a new Schrader valve and you slide it over. Very handy. Some of them have a little valve that you can turn it off. So you might want to check into that. But if you buy a leak detector, that's great. If it's a Schrader valve, all you need is soapy water. Put soapy water in a container, unscrew the cap, pour it onto the Schrader valve, and see if it blows bubbles. If it does, that's your problem. Of course, the cap allows you, it has a, what's going on with Milton? It has an O-ring in it that'll allow you to, you can replace that. That's very true. Most of the leaks I've found are actually on the inside in the evaporator unit, usually where the technicians soldered. They don't do a very good solder job. I am a fanatic. I tend to overdo the solder job. I've never had one leak. In fact, the AC system I built for my parents back in the late 80s has not leaked since then. And it was built out of used materials. It's still good. Okay? This is a very good point. Fruits of size and distaste of ancestors' time would only be consumed in moderate amounts because you simply would not want to have more. Now fruits are on steroids with an enhanced taste. Fruits are now sugar bombs, so they definitely make you want to eat more. I eat fruits that tend to be natural, and the few times that I do eat them, that's probably why I lose interest so quickly, because they're not addictive. Plus, I don't like sweet things. I am so lost in the chats right now. We'll be back later. Yes, that's right. Lots of AC companies are corrupt. This is one of the reasons I have so many regular customers, because even the most reputable technicians, they tend to take advantage of people. Even if you have a good company, maybe the individual technician they send out there is a little dishonest. He wants to make some easy money, and nobody would know any different. How many homeowners even understand how refrigeration works? Not many. Okay, I just replaced mine. It was 40 years old. Now, that's pretty old. Did it before the new refrigerants. Yep. R454B wanted the 410A. 40 years ago would have been R22. 40 years ago, you could still buy R12 for your car. I was putting R12 in my car as late as 1990 and 1991. Now, I have a very extensive collection, and whenever I fix up my old cars, that's all I use. In fact, I might have one somewhere around here. I'm not sure. A lot of them I put into the safe because I've had some of them actually leak out over time, but I did put it in the safe. So, and I have a 30-pound container of recovered R12 that I filtered. My truck originally had R12. I switched to 134 because it has the rotary style piston compressor that works good with 134. But all the old Chrysler RV2s, the lubrication system is not compatible with the R134 oil. So if you do convert your old car with the piston compressor to 134, it will seize up in a few years. So I still use R12. I also find that butane or isobutane is a great replacement for R12. If you don't mind driving with a barbecue under your hood, then you're probably okay with that, because you can still use the traditional synthetic mineral oil or the regular mineral oil. And that is a limitation of the old system, is the lubrication. But anyway, we're getting into a lot of refrigeration content here. Okay. Yep. Good to see you nice and relaxed. That's me normally, I think. I'm not a vegan. I don't blow up. If any vegans want to come and debate me, you're welcome to. We'll use StreamYard or Zoom or whatever. We can use my friend's StreamYard account to do it. There's many ways that we can do this. But you can call in too. You know, vegans are always welcome to call in. I didn't post a number this time, but the number doesn't change. You can look. I can put it in there, whatever. But hopefully we'll be wrapping this up in the near future. Let's see what else we have here. Seems like I don't have any more. Wait a minute. Sometimes this thing tends to, I don't know why it does that. Oh, there we go. Good day, all. Well, good day. Good to see you again, Outlaws Town. I saw you last time. Guess you come in around this time. I don't have a leak. Yeah, but if you have to add a pad, you have a leak if you have to add a pound. Refrigerant systems don't consume refrigerant unless they're a vehicle. Now, in that case, they do lose refrigerant because the compressor has that. Well, I'll show you. Okay. This is the brand new compressor that I put in back in 2014 or 2015 when I converted my truck. This is the replacement for the original Ford compressor, which was originally Japanese made. Now, I don't know who makes this, probably China. But as you can see, the cheapskates that did it, first of all, they put in a really rinky-dink connector, which failed a month after I installed this thing. But eventually, this compressor failed internally. Now, if you'll notice, in order for this thing to transmit power from the engine, it uses this pulley. There's a shaft that goes in here to the compressor. This is the spot that leaks. The rest of the system should remain sealed, but automotive air conditioning is typically coupled with O-rings, which eventually dry out and fail, and the seal that's in the compressor has to rotate. And that seal has an O-ring that holds a seal cartridge. Yes, Milton, the seal cartridge is made out of graphite, which is similar to what you use to make a pencil. And then it uses a specially machined metal ring, and then it comes in like that, and then basically It spins around graphite on graphite. So the refrigerant lubricating oil is what holds the seal. And in other words, you can't put a rubber seal because when it rotates, it would burn it up. So what you had to do, you had to use that graphite seal with oil. If an automotive air conditioning system sits unused for a long period of time, that oil seal will eventually work its way out. And once that happens, the refrigerant particles, they will leak out. So automotive air conditioning systems consume some refrigerant. This is unavoidable. A home air conditioning system, especially one that is soldered together or brazed together, when it's properly done, there are no inside and outside paths for refrigerant to get out. The compressor is what you call hermetically sealed, which means the compressor sits in a case on which basically, Milton, don't stand on that. Okay. Basically, there's no way for the refrigerant to escape, and it doesn't consume it because refrigerants are inert. So now, if your system is low on refrigerant, it was either insufficiently charged at the beginning or you're losing it. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, it's in the unit in my garage. It's fine. So it does have a leak, but it comes down to, is it cheaper to just add refrigerant or is it cheaper to replace the system? But if I were you, I'd try to replace the system. But hey, if you can get the refrigerant, it works. Yes, I still have R12 and 22. Yes, that's right. I still do too. Ran to the hardware store, not to surprise. Well, yes, you know me. I'm always around. We need to cut this off a little earlier because I do have a get-together to go to. Okay, if it came from the factory low, go ahead and add some. It's not hard to do. The only thing is when you do add your refrigerant, make sure that you purge the line, which basically is you connect the line to the refrigerant tank, then connect the line to, where you have your refrigerant, your unit. What I like to do, I'll leave the line loose at the refrigerant tank. And then I'll connect the line to the air conditioner. And as I screw the line into the air conditioner, you'll hear refrigerant air leaking out. Give it a couple seconds, then tighten the fitting on the refrigerant tank. That should push the air out. Then all you have to do is just open the refrigerant tank and let it into the system. Now, I recommend using a gauge. A single gauge is probably good enough, but if you can get a gauge set, they're not that expensive. If you don't know what they look like, I'll show you. Milton, don't do that. Milton, no. Milton, get off of there. Milton. No, Milton. Ow. That is a no-no, Milton. No. No, no, no. Bad kitty. Oh, my goodness. What a pain in the neck you are. Oh, you silly pet. Ow. Watch the claws. Oh, my goodness. Okay. All right. This one is broken, but it's one of the older ones I have. I don't know. This may be a Chinese knockoff. It could also be either a Robinair. It's probably, what is that? Wasp? No, not Wasp. That brand. I'm trying to think of what it is. I always think of a Wasp. But anyway, let's see where it's made. Made in USA. Okay, so this is an old one. Yellow Jacket. That might be what it is. This is your typical refrigerant gauge set. And there's a blue and a red. The blue is the low side and the red is the high side. And you can see the pressure readings they have on here. Get a bigger picture. See? Now you'll notice on the high side, it goes up to about 500. This was probably originally an R22 set, but that should be enough where you could put it on your 410. And I guess they had a couple of screws in here. I guess they had some type of, these screws here were for a hose holder that this would have had. This is probably, might be a Yellow Jacket, I don't know. Or it could be Robinair. I have no idea. But it says made in USA, so I know it's an older one. The knobs have fallen off. I found one of the knobs floating around here. So they like to break, but they do sell these as a replacement. Robinair knobs. But anyway, these are just to hold the hoses. This doesn't do anything. This is where you connect to your system. This center one is used to admit refrigerant. It has this little purge thing here you can use to get the air out. But also, when you open these valves, you're basically connecting this to the center. Normally, you leave these closed when you're doing your testing. And then if you want to admit refrigerant after you purge the line, open the low side, not the high side. The high side can overpressurize and blow your tank or blow it out. So, you know, anyway, but maybe we'll have to do a refrigeration video. I don't know. I've done these before, but YouTube deleted them. I don't know why. You know, they got mad at me, whatever. Anyway, but yeah, so when a lot of times when they talk about purging, all you got to do is just, you know, screw your hose in. I always like, and this one has a little valve in it. You can take a little screwdriver and push on that. Just screw this hose into your system. On this side, that would be the low side and high side. If you're doing the mini split, you'll only use the low side. And again, maybe I'll make a video to show you the technique that's used to service these units. But anyway, that being said, it's not complicated. If you do have the refrigerant handy and you have the tools and you feel like you're qualified to do so, and it's legal to do so in your area, feel free to do it. You're not going to do any worse than the average AC guy, because most of the AC guys I know are not that smart. And basically, I think it's just more of how much money can we, how much money can we charge for that? Excuse me. All right. Let's go back to the other scene here. And let's see. Yeah, we have lots of things here. Do you like cryptocurrency? I was an early adopter of Bitcoin, and I would like to start my own cryptocurrency one day. I'd like to have a cryptocurrency backed by something real like eggs, beef, hay, or something like that. And then people that had farms or they had other businesses, they could exchange for, for materials or labor or whatever. Maybe you could exchange diesel for this cryptocurrency, which they could use, or you could exchange your time. Maybe you go over there and do some repair work at a farm, and they may pay you with actual dollars, or you may choose to get this currency or whatever. I think that the concept of cryptocurrency is very good, and I think we should take advantage of it. However, I do believe that Bitcoin is sort of a false front, and I think at any time they could simply turn it off and wipe out trillions in wealth, which they get to keep, because we don't know where it came from. As far as I know, it uses a SHA-256 encryption, which will eventually be breakable through supercomputing. So I would not get into the crypto market. Ever since Wall Street got into it, I got away from it. But I do like the idea of cryptocurrency, and I also believe that the blockchain technology is good and could be used to keep records and do a lot of other things that require, what? A lot more effort today. What do you want? Are you hungry? Yeah, he figures, well, it's getting close to Rick's lunchtime. Rick's not eating, so I'm going to go here and disrupt him. Anyway, yeah, that is true. The hot and cold, engines get hot and cold, the O-ring, the compressor itself. So automotive air conditioning always leaks some refrigerant over time. That is unavoidable. Only 9 years old, yeah. That's right. Mm-hmm. That's right. That's it. Well, thank you. Hopefully I'll make it there. Yeah. Well, the problem is the very nature of flexible O-rings means that they will never be leak-proof, because we already have leak-proof O-rings. And you know what they're called? Well, I don't even know what they're called, but basically they're copper rings. What? No, don't play with that. That's high voltage. Stop it, Milton. You're going to learn the hard way, Milton. He's putting his paw on the neon lights. No. Yeah, he's going to have to learn the hard way. Milton has decided to go up on the air conditioner. Wow, that's what I call a cool cat. So, anyway, yeah, with the mini split units, normally they use a flare fitting, and I tell everybody if you're going to install your own mini split, sometimes the flare fittings they come with are not very good. It is very important to have a torque wrench. You can also use a regular torque wrench along with one of those Crowfoots that's designed as a line wrench. But torque is extremely important. Using a regular wrench will actually distort the fitting and can cause it to strip or can cause it not to correctly seal together. So it's very important that you be sort of scientific about it. Milton, what? Oh my goodness. He's starting to get crazy. Anyway, but yeah, there are seals that work, but I always find that a brazed connection where you use an oxyacetylene torch and you use a silver alloy braze is the only way that you can make a refrigerant system completely leak-proof. Now, eventually, the lines will corrode. Most refrigeration systems are aluminum on the coils today, and the older ones were copper. But if you had any source of sulfuric acid, for example, calcium sulfate, which we call gypsum. Remember the Chinese drywall? They were using coal ash to make drywall. That calcium sulfate would react with moisture to produce sulfuric acid. And sulfuric acid makes copper sulfate, which is very brittle and will destroy the copper. So a lot of old systems would leak. And besides, our natural air in Florida, we tend to have sulfur compounds in the air between the pollution and just rotting organic matter. So if you have a lot of bacterial growth in your air conditioner, such as the AC slime, that can actually produce compounds that corrode the copper. And eventually, once corrosion takes place, it will leak. Also, AC coils are a combination of soldered items. And although the factories do a good job, they're not always perfect. I've seen where the coils develop leaks, and you actually get small leaks at the elbows. So, but again, automotive system will leak. That's normal. I've found that with my cars, you're going to have to put at least one can of refrigerant every 2 years. And that's in a really good system. Most of the cars I have, they require a can of refrigerant every year. So they're constantly going through it. But then again, I've heard of people never having to charge their system. So, but I guess they don't live in Florida. Okay. That is right. You can find that online. Yellow Jacket, yep. Somebody else knows refrigeration are the good ones. There's also NVAC, Navac. I haven't heard of those. I've heard of Robin Air and Yellow Jacket. I don't think I have any others. Harbor Freight Set. Okay. It's the Harbor Freight Set. I have one of them. I do have one. It's still in the box that I use occasionally. And you can use that purge valve. I will make a video on it, I think. Yeah, there's a lot of videos on refrigeration. But I think a lot of times people get intimidated because some of them do tend to be a little bit crazy. Yes, that's right. They can find out the real problem, but they want to try to upsell you on a new system. Oh, wow. That's good. That's a good find. And David DC is here. Hello. I hope I'll be able to join you in your live tomorrow. But I may have to work late tomorrow. I don't know. I have a job to do in the morning. I'm hoping I can get it done because I want to check out Bob's live and I want to check out yours. But the weekend is usually a work time for me. Saturday is my day off. Sunday is usually a busy day because I do a lot of jobs on Sunday. We don't have traffic. Believe it or not, there's a lot of traffic on Saturday. But Sunday, especially in the morning, there's almost no traffic. So I try to do my faraway jobs on Sunday. Plus, there's no code enforcement and there's no building department to harass me. And by the time they do come, the job's already done. Yeah, dish compression. Okay, compression rings. Yes, compression rings. Actually, it's more than 6,000 volts. I think I'm running a 9,000 or somewhere around there volt transformer, and he did give up on the neon. Now, it's not enough to shock him because neon uses actually very little current, and those use what they call an open or, I forget, shunt type transformer. And that's why if you short them, it doesn't hurt the transformer. But if you run the transformer open, like when you have a bad neon light, it overheats the transformer and burns it out. These are old transformers. I kept every neon transformer I get my hands on. I used to do neon repairs when I was in my 20s. So that was pretty good. I'm replacing shower head in my apartment. There you go. Shower filter. Milton? No. Oh, boy. I spoke too soon when I said he was being calm. Don't drink my water. Okay? Stop that. Okay. Let's see. Well, that's good. Hopefully you can filter out some of those chemicals in the water before you breathe it in. I don't worry about it. I actually use well water for most of my cleaning, showering, whatever. And my bathroom has a big jalousie window in it. The air blows in and out, so I'm always getting outside air. Yes, they are price gouging. See? That's ridiculous. Crazy. They used to charge $40, $50 a pound. Wow. Crazy. Yes, Silphos is the alloy that I actually use, and they do sell the rings. Will you stop that? That you can use as a compression ring. So they do have that, although they are pretty rare, but I've seen them in industrial units. But those, when those rings are properly installed, because they are metal. Now, again, the best way to do it is to use a torch and braze it. And when you braze the material together, that forms a chemical bond that will not fail. All O-rings are mechanical bond, but that's a chemical bond. Now, certain types of crimping, although they are mechanical bonds, are pretty good, but again, not so great. That is true too. They normally use steel. Now, with today's aluminum coils, the electrolysis is not bad unless you have a lot of water in there. If you have a slimed up system, you can get electrolysis between the steel frame and support and the aluminum coils. With the older copper coils, they use aluminum fins, and we would get a lot of corrosion. Now, normally the aluminum would corrode, the copper would be fine, but as the aluminum corroded, it would lose efficiency. So when your air conditioner was 20 years old, it was probably 30% less efficient than when it was brand new because of the corrosion. Yeah, that cheap drywall and that stuff, remember, gypsum is calcium sulfate. They were using coal ash, which also has sulfate in it. But there could be magnesium sulfate, which is like Epsom salts. You have all these different sulfates mixed together. Florida has high humidity, and especially when you have an air conditioner, all that hot, humid air is being sucked in there. That's what feeds the bacteria. It also causes the coil to rust. And within sometimes 2 years, we'd have a system leak and burst. I had one customer where they had a refrigerant leak. It burst right in the rental unit. They were scared out of their mind. And I said, man, there's a lot of corrosion in here. When I went to scrap the coil, I started cutting the fins off of it. They were just corroded copper. And I figured out, I said, there's got to be some chemicals in here. I thought maybe they were putting pool chemicals in the house. No. I said, it's blue. That's copper sulfate. Then I found out about the Chinese drywall, and that was it. Okay. You can join us anytime. I'm hoping to. I hope I'll be here. Uh-oh. What? You're back. You're always back. Are you in business for yourself, Rick? Yeah, I do odd jobs. I don't officially have a business right now. I haven't decided what I'm going to do. That's right. I love that little purring sound he makes when he runs around. My other black cat used to do that too. What are the best cheap brands of mini splits? Most of them are made by a company called Gree, Gree. They sell them in all kinds of brands. They call them Friedrich. They call them Daisuke. I mean, there's so many different brands, but most of them, they're made by a company called GREE. They're made in China. I don't know about with the tariffs now, if it's still going to be cheap, but those are the ones I've used. The one you want to avoid is what they call Mr. Cool, because Mr. Cool is overpriced. And that's because they use those so-called pre-charged line sets that you can put together. Yeah, that's great, but then you can't custom make the length you want it. I would rather spend the money on the vacuum pump and the flaring tool and your wrenches. You're going to save more money. It's cheaper to buy all the equipment and buy a cheap unit than to buy a Mr. Cool and spend all that money. And the thing is, these units were so cheap, they would last about 10 to 15 years. When they go bad, they're scrap. You just replace it. That's it. Out of all the mini splits I've worked on, I've only fixed maybe one or two. One had a bad capacitor, and the other one, I'm trying to remember what was wrong with it. Oh, it was the fan motor. But in most cases, the parts are just more expensive. The only reason I replaced the fan motor, I had a bunch of units I stripped. I told the customer, I don't have to discharge the system. I can replace the fan on the spot. It's going to take me about 30 minutes. I won't even charge you for the part. I'll charge you $150 for the job. And he jumped on that. But the thing is, I was able to buy 12,000 BTU mini split for $350. So it was like, you're going to spend $150 for the part and for me to install it. You could spend $350. Yeah, the installation is going to be about $70 extra if it's an easy one. I like to make at least $50 an hour for the people I know. And that's really cheap because most of the refrigeration people, they want $100 an hour. No, Milton, don't play with that. This cat is really funny. Yeah. So I go ahead and, one of those things, get the job done. I have a lot of repeat customers. My customers are generally people I know, I've known for years. And my reputation stands because I give a 1-year warranty on all installs. That's for labor, not for materials. If the unit fails because the unit is bad, then, I got to charge for that. But if it fails due to my installation, in other words, let's say the line leaks, I'm going to fix it. I'm going to pay for all the materials. Let's say that I installed a line. It was a defective solder joint. The refrigerant leaked out. Well, guess what? I'm going to fix the line. I may even replace the line. Now, if I replace the line, I'm going to charge for that because it's a new item. But if it was my fault, I will cover that. And the refrigerant, if it leaked out, I'm going to cover that too because it was my fault. Now, if somebody hit it with a lawnmower, which I've had happen, then I got to charge for that. I had the one house where the lawn guy ran into it with a lawnmower. They called me up and they said, my air conditioner is not working. I go there, and when I go to connect the gauge, it's empty. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Then I look at the unit. I go, why is there oil all over the side of this unit? Then I look at the refrigerant line. Now, when I do a refrigeration job, I don't like to leave the line hanging. If the line is on the side of the house already, I'll leave it there. I'll put a metal or plastic track over it to cover it. Well, this was a full install that I did. I replaced an existing unit that was botched. And when I ran the new unit, I ran the refrigerant line underground through a polyethylene pipe. I wrapped it with insulation, and I wrapped the line with that PVC tape that prevents things from corroding. So I was pretty confident it didn't leak. But what happened was, because they use, Jose's Lawn Service or whatever that is, somebody had hit the line. And the leak was actually in the AC unit itself. What happened, I guess the guy riding the lawnmower backed in because he used a zero turn. They bumped into the line coming out of the unit. That pushed the line in, and it cracked because these AC units now, they have aluminum coils. They have the dual solder joint where the aluminum and the copper comes together. And right where the aluminum was, it had a crack in it. So I looked at it. I saw that oil on the unit. I said, this unit has been hit. And I looked at the line, and you could see a black mark where a tire hit it. I said, this had to be your lawn guy. Well, thankfully, customer had a surveillance system, and they were using some kind of security company, so they were able to look up, and they saw that the lawn guy did indeed hit the lawnmower into the air conditioner. Now, he was amazed. He says, how could you know that? I said, well, because when I do an install, it's like nobody else. And the thing is, even the slab that the unit was on was moved. So the AC slab that I use are prefab. They just sit on the ground. Occasionally, I will pour a custom slab. Now, if I do that, look out, buddy, because there's going to be a lot of concrete in there, and it's going to be impossible to move. But because it was on the prefab slab and strapped down, when the lawnmower hit it, the slab moved. And that's how I knew, because my lines are so rigid, it goes underground. If the line would have been on the side of the house and they hit the AC, it probably would have just moved the line. So in this case, a lower quality job would probably have not leaked. But because of that, I gave the customer an idea. I said, look, if you want, I will build a protective structure. I'll charge you, I think I charged like $350 or whatever it was. And I built a custom-made protective structure. So what I did, I got some steel that I had laying around. I welded it together, painted it, and basically it's like a little rail that goes around the air conditioner, almost like a bumper. So if any of the lawn guys ever back up, most of them have Scag or Dixie chopper mowers. So I have this pipe that goes around the back of the air conditioner, and it's painted green just like the air conditioner. And it's attached to the ground and the slab. And what I did, I showed how well it worked. I took a piece of cardboard, I put it over so it wouldn't scratch the paint. And then I took the wheelbarrow that they had, one of those two-wheeled wheelbarrows, and I came running at the air conditioner, crashed into this thing, and nothing happened. So my customer was really happy. So I try to take the bad situation, make a good situation out of it. But that's it. Okay. And Jonathan has returned. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you. You're a very loyal viewer, and I'm going to try to catch yours tomorrow. Yes, Self Works for Cash. I do get some check payments, but again, I have so many expenses that by the time I declare my taxes, I think the government should owe me money. I have negative income. Too many property taxes, too many expenses. Oh, yep, it is. Annoying Rick didn't work for Milton. Next will be the charm offensive. Oh, that's how cats work. Okay, this is a really good question. Can you use a mini split if there's a hurricane? Can you plug into a generator? Well, let me tell you, my mini split in my bedroom, I selected it as a 110 unit. My other one's 220. And that's because I have a small generator, one of those little ones. It's an Onan. It was out of a motorhome. Two-cylinder Onan, and it's wired for 110. So I use part of the house, and I have a special circuit, like what do they call that? Not a transfer switch, but a lockout, I call it. And the way it works, you unplug the fuse cartridge, and then you plug in the lockout unit, which connects to the generator. The generator sits outside. Let me see if I can find a picture. Hold on. What is it, Milton? You are one silly pussycat. What? Are you talking to me? Yeah? You are a silly puss. Burp. What do they call that sound that cats make? It's like a burp, but a loud purr. Hi, buddy. You are such a good pet. Now, where did I put that manual? Oh, boy. It's here somewhere. I can't find it. Oh, I know where it is. I think it's out there in the generator cabinet. Oh, well. Anyway, get some of this junk out of here. Put this over here. There we go. All right. Freaking fuse block. That over there. things. Okay. Yeah, where'd I put all those tapes? Put these back. Yeah. All right. Put this book back. There we go. All right. Okay. All right. I had to clean up. I had so much stuff around here. It was getting crazy. I still got this. Yes, you can. I use my mini split in the Hurricane. Now, one of the things you got to be aware of is that mini splits do use an electronic control board, and they are designed to work on 50 or 60 hertz. So what I did with my generator, I put in a frequency monitor. Now, they have electronic ones now, but if your generator speeds up, it can cause the frequency to increase, which can blow up the components. You have to remember, all these electronic circuits, they work on DC, but we're feeding them AC, and they tend to have voltage regulator chips inside. If the frequency is out of range, it can cause the chip to malfunction and blow up the components. Power spikes can also blow up the components. So what I did, where my air conditioner plugs in, I built a device that's a frequency monitor. It also has MOVs that act as a surge protector. And here's the way it works. The generator has to be between 50 or 60 hertz. Now, it's basically an electronic circuit. It's a comparator circuit using operational amplifiers, your typical op amps. And what it does, depending on the frequency coming in, it's going to output a given voltage because you're using a comparator between the neutral and the hot side of the wire, which is AC. And because operational amplifier, there's a capacitor coupler that goes in with it. If for any reason there's a little relay that's connected with this circuit, and as long as it remains in the 50 to 60 hertz range, it stays connected. If it goes above or below that range, it immediately cuts off. Now, if your generator is in good shape and reliable, you should not have a problem. And I have run mini split. In fact, I have an old mini split in my camper bus, and that thing ran on a generator just fine. You can do it. The only thing is you just have to be careful if you were to get a power surge. Now, believe it or not, my other mini split that I had in the living room blew up because of a thunderstorm, just a plain old thunderstorm hitting the wire. And I'm paranoid now. So whenever we have a thunderstorm and I'm running the air conditioner in the living room, I pull the fuse cartridge out. I turn it off and I pull out the cartridge. I never run the air during a storm because I've had that blow up. When I'm running on the generator, I don't worry. I let it run. I've even run my mini split during a hurricane. Back when we had Irma, I ran a mini split during the hurricane. No problem. Because the generator, as long as it remains in the frequency range, you will never have a problem. Now on the power grid, power up and down is normal. And if you have a thunderstorm, all bets are off, as they say. But yes, you can do it. And of course, I have one of those portable air conditioners I used for my mom when we had no power and the mini split was bad. But those things are very inefficient. Basically, I consider it just a piece of scrap metal. Okay, so let's see. I don't know. I get so frustrated with it. It's one of the reasons I hate doing this work. Every time, I would rather go to a house that's never been remodeled and never been messed with. Some of the hoarder houses I've cleaned out were in better shape than the ones that have been remodeled. People want something to look a certain way. They don't care how it's done. The bathrooms are the worst. The shoddy Cuban drywall remodels are terrible. The electrical work is horrifying. It's amazing to me that this whole town doesn't burn down. It goes to show how bad you have to have a disaster. I've seen people use speaker wire as electrical wire for ceiling fans. It's just incredible, some of the wacky things that I've had. Okay. We've had a transfer panel in the garage and no one labeled it. We have a CAT 5500 generator. Huh. CAT 5500. Not sure what size that is. That's interesting. Probably look that up. Let's see. Okay. It's one of those portable generators. 5,500 watt. That should be enough to run it. Wow. Interesting. I have a portable generator about that same size, but it's diesel. It's a Chinese diesel, and I use that for longer term running. I also have a Ready Power, which is a 4-cylinder diesel, which that's for long term, but for short term, these work. Should be fine. And these normally use a twist lock plug. Let me see. It's awfully expensive. Yeah, this is your typical modern type generator. Yeah. So you have plug-ins. It's good. It'll run it just fine. You got no problem. How many horsepower is that engine? 5,500 watt running, 6875. The one I have is supposed to be 4,000 watt Onan, but that thing, it'll run 5,000, almost 6,000 watts without failing. The old ones tended to be underrated. Okay. When I think about Caterpillar generators, I think about the 4-cylinder diesels. I actually have one customer that has one of those from the 70s. And every year I have to do a generator maintenance, probably in another month. Usually, well, actually next month in May, in a few weeks, I have to go over to Coral Gables and do the generator maintenance, which includes oil change, test run, a fuel. The best thing about this job, we do a fuel change, and I get to keep the old fuel that we didn't use, and I'll run that in my truck. I'll run it in the Bobcat. I don't care. So we'll do a generator service, and I charge a very low rate. I think what did I charge him? It's either $250 or $300. I don't remember for the labor, materials, and all that. Of course, that's extra, the fuel. But I don't do that. There's somebody else that basically will bring the new fuel. They have, how many gallons is that tank? See, we run the generator on a regular basis just to keep it going. It's the worst thing you can do with these commercial ones is let them sit. So what he'll do, there's a system set up where on peak hours, you use a certain amount of kilowatts, and then FPL charges you a higher rate. So what he does, he'll run the generator in those peak months, usually around the hot part of the summer. I think the tank is 300 gallons. And usually when I do the service, there may be 40, 50 gallons left. So what we'll do, I'll pump it down, and then normally you do like there's a, what do you call it? There's a company that does steam cleaning. So I'll remove the fuel. We'll do a cleaning, fuel filter, oil change, general cleanup, the basic service. And then once the unit is ready to go, sometimes they'll even do it while I'm there. They'll call the company to deliver the fuel. They'll put it in there. And then as part of the service, I always come back, start the generator, make sure that everything's running. The water, the cooling, the antifreeze, everything gets changed. So complete generator service. Then we'll do a load test and then make sure there's nothing wrong. Bring the oscilloscope, check the frequency, everything good. They have a very fancy home over there in Coral Gables, not that far from the bay. And they run everything on that. Really good generator. But again, keep it running. It's one of those generator services. So let's see. All right. Let's go back here. Okay. Still talking about generator? Yes. That's true. There we go. What is that? Oh. Okay. Hadn't seen that symbol before. Is it possible to convert a 4,000 watt generator to... Maybe. The problem is most of those generators, they don't have a center tap winding. Now, if you were to use a step-up transformer, you could lose up to 20% of your output. So that 4,000 watt generator may only be 3,500. You can do that, but probably not the best thing to do. Mini split, it might work. They don't take that much power. But I would just check around and see if you can find a yard sale or a trash pile that's got an old generator, because the 220 generators are pretty common. I see them everywhere. And they do make 110 volt mini splits, which is what I use here because I'm still using the old Onan 2-cylinder. I love the Onans. They're all mechanical. There's no electronics in them. I call that my EMP-proof generator. They're very simple, and they use no starter. The generator itself is a starter. Love the Onan. I think it's a CCK model. I got it out of a motorhome I stripped. Great generator. Great generator. It's really not that noisy either. They run at half the RPM of a regular, store-bought generator. I think it's less than 2,000. The thing runs great. Great generator. Might be a subject for another video. Well, there you go. See? Takes it home, brings it back. That would be for the portable generators. I usually charge like $50 to get a portable generator running if it doesn't need major work. In fact, I just did one a few weeks ago. Guy had it sitting in the garage, and usually the carburetor's got garbage in it, and the fuel tank was dirty. So I took the fuel tank off, put it on the electrolysis, cleaned the inside of it, and then I just cleaned the carburetor, and $50 plus materials. I think by the time I was done, it was like $75. The portable. What kind of generator? It is a Caterpillar generator. It is a 4-cylinder. It's, what is that engine? It's the newer engine that has the rotary pump. It's like from the 70s. I'm trying to remember what model that engine is, but it's 4-cylinder. I know that. And good generator. I repainted it several times. If you saw the generator, you would be amazed because they had another guy over there doing some electrical work. They looked at the generator and they were saying, that's a nice generator. Must be new. And like, nope, it's from the 70s. Then when they installed that generator, I was a kid. But it runs fantastic, doesn't leak any oil. When I do the oil change, it's amazing how clean the oil is. And that's a diesel. So, but again, it runs on a regular basis. It doesn't sit for a long time. And whoever installed it originally did a fantastic job. The whole transfer switch and everything is mechanical. They wanted to upgrade to electronic, and I said, why? Works just fine. The relay, the transfer relay, was not something you could buy anymore. So what I did, I changed the terminals on it. I was able to buy silver terminals. I took it apart and redid it with brand new silver terminals that are gold plated. So it worked fine. There's nothing wrong with the system. That house has been worked on and all kinds of stuff done, and the old generator's still there. That thing went through Hurricane Andrew and Wilma and Katrina and all the other storms. No problem. And Milton has decided to sit down. Okay. Yes, they are. Hey, Milton. Milton. What carb cleaner do you like? Milton, what are you doing? Get off that phone. I like whatever I can get that's cheap. I just get the cheap stuff from AutoZone, and I'll use that. It's less than $4. Stop it, Milton. What are you doing? Milton, don't play with the phone. No, get off of there. My goodness, I'm going to have to shut this down. Let's see. This one. Okay. Now you can play with the phone all you want. You're not going to interrupt my stream, you silly pet. Okay. Let's see. I wish you lived closer to me. You need to get your truck running. I'd hire you for home and car repairs. Well, there you go. I try to avoid the car repairs because modern cars today are a nightmare. But I still do service on older cars. I have a customer that has a Roadrunner. I got another customer that's got an old Cadillac. Yes, I do work on some GMs if they're old enough. And I've always had really good success with the old cars. There's not a lot of people that can still fix them because everything now is OBD. OBD? Yeah. All the mechanics now are trained to use a computer. When I go to a car, I use this, and I use this, and I use this. So, what? They had problems with the Roadrunner. It kept stalling out on the expressway. It was basically, vapor lock. And they took it to several mechanics, couldn't figure it out. They told them they needed a new fuel tank, which, obviously they did, but they charged a lot of money to replace the fuel tank. For the money they charged, which was over $500 and something, I told them, you could have bought a stainless steel tank and done it for less. I can change a fuel tank in an old Mopar for $100 labor plus the cost of the tank. So I could buy a stainless steel tank for less than $400 plus $100. That's less than $500. And it costs more than that to get the regular Chinese tank. But anyway, I tell everybody with an old car, 90% of the time the problem starts with a rusty fuel tank. But it was still acting up. Well, it turns out that the genius mechanic that worked on it the last time, they didn't use, when they put the new tank in there, they got the new tank with the new sender, they got the wrong one. The original sender had an extra line for a fuel return. Now, in today's cars, a fuel return is standard because they all use fuel injection. But on carbureted cars, that wasn't necessary because the carburetor has a fuel bowl that equalizes with air pressure. It has a float that allows the fuel in. There is no fuel return. But on the big block Mopars, because of the exhaust manifolds they have and how tight it is in the engine compartment, they tend to heat up the fuel line, which causes the fuel to boil. So Chrysler's solution to that was to have a return line and a special canister, which is connected from the fuel pump to the carburetor. It has a tiny little hole in it. And what that does, when the engine gets hot, the fuel starts to boil, the vapor goes through that hole to a line that goes back to the fuel tank. That allows only liquid to go to the carburetor. So as the vapor is boiling, the liquid is underneath it. The liquid eventually rises up and goes to the carburetor, and the air goes through that little thing. If the vapor is gone, it's just liquid, then the liquid goes back to the tank. Well, evidently, when they put in the new fuel tank, they didn't understand that. They just ran the fuel line, and they left the other one disconnected, and then they ditched the little canister, which you can't find anymore. It hasn't been made in years. But since I have a big block Mopar, I have my 383, and I broke down many times on the Palmetto Expressway because of that, I went ahead and I got, there's a fuel filter made for Jeep that you can buy, and I knew exactly which one it was. Put that in there. I took off, I had to end up taking the fuel tank off the car anyway. So I had to spend the labor. I took off and I saw what they did with the sender. So I got some 1/4-inch fuel line and I got my torch. I drilled a hole in the fuel sender and I brazed on a nice little fuel line piece. Then I ran a hose back to the original line, which was thankfully still there, put the canister in there, ran a hose, fixed it all up. Guess what? That Roadrunner did not stall. The last time they drove to a Mopar show, it ran good the whole way, which is great. So that's good. Oh, no, Milton, stop with the pause, you silly pet. What is wrong with you? I was bragging about how calm you are, and now, you know what it is, you're hungry. I know that. You are hungry. Let me show this little beast here. Milton is a little monster. He can't resist. Okay. Anyway, let me go back here. 2002. Yeah, that's pretty old. They still have OBD, but they're usually not as bad. Oh, all right. There you go. The only way you can learn things is by trying it. So good for you. I'm glad. You're an engineer anyway. You can figure anything out. 2,200 the year. 2,200. Wow. If your car's a 2,200, we got some time travel going on here. I would help you get your truck back on the road. Well, I'm glad. I mean, you could, but unless you're driving a race car, you don't need that. They do make stainless steel fuel tanks for most cars. I've seen them on Rock Auto. I've seen them on other websites. If you can get a stainless steel tank for your antique car, that is the best investment you'll ever make. Because let me tell you, with today's ethanol gas and the decades that this thing has been on the road, your fuel tank is going to be your biggest source of nightmare. Yes, I do. I prefer carburetor, although carburetor is a lot more fidgety. If you have bad fuel, your carburetor will drive you insane. But I like the carburetor because it's period correct. And not only that, when they work good, they work great. And they don't rely on any electronics. And then once you understand how they work, they're easy to fix. I've had times where I had garbage fuel. I had to take my carburetor apart on the side of the road, and I got it running. I love carburetors. Yes, I will, but the problem is I don't have time. Look, I'm online now. I can't do anything. I have to work. I just don't have the time. Hopefully soon the work will slow down. I'll have a lot of time. Target 2200, okay. Don't have one yet. Yep. I always hang out here. Clean my entire fridge. There you go. I need to clean mine too, and I haven't done that either. Well, that's because you have good taste. No, I don't believe it. Well, there you go. You're a Mopar person as well. I got to charge you with a 383. Do you have the 2-barrel or 4-barrel carburetor? And if you do you have the Magnum or Commando or one of the other versions that they had in the Polara? No, on some bones. Yeah, well, as long as they're not mine, I'm happy about that. They love that. Should have went to mechanical engineering. You know, the thing was, the reason I went into electrical engineering is because my first scholarship that I could get was for the electronics program, which I actually have that here. Let me see if I have it. Here it is. In order for me to get scholarships, I had to start with a 2-year AS program. There was no AS program in anything except for electronics technology. And there it is. So that was what they gave me. And then once I got the AS degree, I also got the AA degree, and then I was able to go from there. And see, this was, 1989. They finally awarded this. I took multiple classes at the same time. We were limited to 72 credits, but you were able to get 80 credits as long as you were in a program. And then once I got through the AA degree, then it was able to get a scholarship to the university. And it was all a matter of timing. See, I am against debt, and I don't believe that people should go into debt to go to college. Because here's the way I figure it. If they value you enough that you need to go to college, they should pay for it. And that's what a scholarship is. Scholarships have been a thing ever since the university system was started. Stipends, scholarships, and so on. If you are a valuable enough student where they'll pay for your tuition, then you should go to college. But if you have to pay to go to college, that means that you're not good enough. So don't go. That's my rule. Again, people think they can buy their way to some kind of, I don't know, prestige. If you're a rich person, yeah, you're a Nepo baby. You get whatever you want. Even if you're a complete idiot, they'll send you to law school. You'll become a politician. You'll get super rich. You'll spend most of your time doing female studies, and that's fine because you don't need to know anything. Somebody else will do the work for you. You just have to be there to get paid. That's all. So you got to be there when they bribe you and you get corrupted and all that. That's how it works. But that's what I did. I went into electronics technology, then electrical engineering, and I never really got any work in that field anyway. So what was the point? But again, as long as they were paying for it, I would go, and my grades were good. Yeah, pull the float. Sometimes you get water in the bowl. Sometimes what I would do is just like start the engine and then flip the choke and rev it to try to suck the garbage through. That would sometimes work, not always, but it did. Okay. Yep. Okay. There you go. So they probably have an aluminum intake on that. That's good. Keep the Mopar. You'll love it. It'll be running when everything else has been scrapped and junked. The only problem with Mopar is they're mostly old parts and rust. They'll rust out before they blow up. My old Charger, that's basically junk, it still runs good. The engine, transmission, perfect. Body, so, yep, we do have a lot of math and studies and, I think electrical engineers definitely. But we all pretty much cover the same stuff. It's just a few different classes. Yeah, right? McMahon. Other people, yeah, that's it. I blew up my car when I was going to college. I've never actually blown up an engine, but they just do wear out. They get old. Mopar, the slow car. That ain't true. I'll tell you one thing. I had a bunch of Chevy guys. They wouldn't believe what a Mopar could do. Even a stock piece of junk engine could outrun their stupid little Camaros. I mean, Cubans, they love Chevy. That's probably why I don't like Chevy. Because I hate anything that's Cuban, even though I'm part Cuban myself. The attitude, that machismo crap, the style, the stupid jewelry they wear, they're just annoying to me. I don't understand what's the big deal. They think they're better than anybody else. But they're not all like that. I mean, again, I know several that are just the opposite. I got friends that grew up in a Cuban family, and they hate the Cubans. They call them loud and low life, and some of the words they say I won't repeat because they're Spanish profanity. But, Cubans have a reputation for being low end. They're not all that way, like anything else, but they do love their Chevys. And even some of the good ones, they love their Chevys. I guess there was a lot of Chevrolets in Cuba, so pretty good, but okay. Yeah, there you go. I knew somebody that did that. I'm trying to think of what engine they did it. Some 80s engine. They got rid of the fuel injection, popped the carburetor on there. I don't know how they did the ignition. I think back then they still had that throttle body and they had a distributor. They did some rigging and got it working, so it's good. I'm blowing a piston, yep. Only time I did that was with the lawnmower I got from the trash. It blew up when I was running it. There you go. And I'm the only one in the neighborhood that still has an antenna on the house. Huh. I'm not familiar with the cars you have over there, but I have to check that out. Poor Matt got stuck under gas. Well, the beautiful thing is you could just turn the key off. It may backfire a little bit. I had my old truck, the frame broke. It pulled on the throttle cable and it revved up like crazy, and I just shut it up, and that was it. Chevy guy. We used to say only wimps wear bow ties. My good friend, the one that's been a carnivore since 2001, he's a Chevy man. Him and his husband, I guess you call it. 71 Chevelle, 71 Camaro, late 60s Chevy truck. What else they got? Got a bunch of Chevy crap. Got some newer stuff, 2000 or 2001 Camaro, 1980 something box, what do they call that? The old truck like mine, I call it a box. They got a name for that. OBS, O-body style, or what do they call that truck? People say that all the time about those old Chevy trucks from the 80s. It's a diesel. Got a bunch of Chevys. Me, I'm the Mopar man. I got Fords and Mopars. Fords are the disposable car. Mopar is the real car. Actually, I've never had a Ford car. I'll never drive a Ford car. I believe in Mopar or no car. That's the reason why I drive a truck and a van. You won't catch me in a car by anyone other than Chrysler Corporation. One of those. The only cars I like, the Mopars. No way. I ain't driving no Ford or Chevy car. Now, I do have Ford trucks and vans, but the secret is there is no Ford engine in either one of them. Those are International Harvester. They're diesels. So I am not a traitor to the Mopar group, even though I do have Fords, because they're not Ford engines. The only cars I've had are Mopar. And that's the way I hope it will always be. All right, let's see. Yeah, they can be fast. Can be a little temperamental, but they can be fast. Yep, Tecumseh or the Dumpsey engine. Those things are garbage. I made one into a homemade go-kart and it blew up. I tried to turbocharge one. There's a long story on that. Homemade turbo from a vacuum cleaner. That turned into melt the engine. It basically melted the engine. There you go. Well, if you're a old Mopar guy, you probably won't want to do the curves because there's not much handling in a big block Mopar. Yeah. Yep. That's when they were pouring in here. And, now they've basically taken over. So Miami is Cuba North. Yeah. It's a super rust bucket. Super rust bucket. I call that the Dodge Charger SRB model. SRB, super rust bucket. Yeah, we had our PE teacher in elementary school had the Scout. And then I'm trying to remember those international things. They were popular for a while, but then they went away. Yeah. Well, they got all that little stuff over there. Europe is a relatively small place. Most people, I think, take public transportation unless they live on a farm. There you go. Yep, the Scout. See, that was what their PE teacher had. It had a hole in the floorboard. That was the first time I remember anything that had holes in it. But everything I own has holes in it. My truck has a hole in the floor, which is kind of handy because when you're eating a steak and you got the air conditioning on, you don't have to throw the bones out the window or try to throw them out the vent window. You just drop it on the floor. Even if you got the highway patrol behind you, they can't get you for littering because they don't notice it. The bones are falling out. For all I know, it was on the road. It got kicked up. Also good if you got to take a leak. You can just use the hose and the funnel and just keep on driving. Just don't get anybody behind you because they'll think that you have a leak in your engine. But so there is an advantage to the hole in the floor. Now, when I make my road trips, I don't generally stop unless I break down, which with my truck would happen often. But once I get it fixed up, I think it'll be pretty reliable. And I'll put the food on the engine. Like, let's say I wanted to go upstate. I leave the house around 6 or 7. I'd have the engine ready to go, put it on top of that, and that's it. We are good to go. And after about 3 hours of slow cooking, that roast is ready to eat. So what I'll do, I'll just stop, open the hood, pull out my food, close the hood, get back in the truck, put it in my tray, and I have a nice little stand that I can put on the floor, put the tray right next to me. I'll have my, cold water and everything ready to go. And I'll eat while I'm driving. What else can you do, right? It's better than stopping for fast food. What's faster than driving 60 miles an hour while you're eating your lunch? I call that fast food. It takes longer to go through the drive-through than it does to do a drive-to. I've been with friends. We had to go up to Orlando one time for a conference, for the business. And I drove my old truck, which was at the time powered by wood, and I put the food on the engine when I left here. And about halfway to Orlando, I stopped, removed the engine from under the hood, closed it up, got back on the road. Now, around lunchtime, he had to stop at the fast food place. I was already at the convention center. And we were, ready to go, start setting up for the next day. And that was it. Now, of course, I had to stay in that stupid motel, which was no fun. Don't like that. But what can you do? You do the best you can. I do like my cooking technique, though. Yep. Willys Jeep are old power wagons. They're very simple. My road trips can be funny. We got more than 1.5 car per household. Well, that's good. There you go. Resto mod. You could do that. Put a new engine in it or whatever. What I don't like is when people change the look of the vehicle. They put some crappy modern interior, or horrible, they paint the bumpers because they're too cheap to keep the chrome up. That looks pretty bad. But some of them can be pretty good. I know somebody that took an old Roadrunner and stuck one of those Hellcat engines in there. Now, it wasn't even a Roadrunner. It was a Satellite. It's a fake Roadrunner, but that thing is unbelievably fast. A little too high-tech for my taste in the Mopar world, but it's unbelievably fast. I said, look, I don't want my car to go fast because it'll come apart faster. I'm perfectly fine driving at a normal rate. I got nothing to prove. I don't have to be the fast. If I wanted a fast car, I'd get a Tesla. A Tesla could beat any of these muscle cars any day. But who wants to drive around in a Tesla? Not me. You think I want to drive around in something that's disposable in 15 years? No. I want a car that can outlive me. And that's it. Hurricane engine. Yep, I heard about those. Yeah, I agree. I love the original chrome and interior. Update electric, keep the style and look. That's it. You want to update the engine? That's fine too. Now you would look good in some antique car driving around because you remind me of somebody from the past. You don't look like the typical person nowadays. And I'm sure you would enjoy getting out there in the, out in the weather, doing your thing, driving around. You're a man of action. You're not someone that just sits there and does nothing. And that's good. That's what we like. That's what we all should be. Being sedentary, being lazy, getting everybody else to do everything for you is not living. That's being a parasite. You might as well be one of the rich elites that do nothing. But a man of action, that's the carnivore. I mean, think about it. If you're a carnivore in the wild, you got to go and catch and kill this stuff. Then you got to prepare it, cook it, and eat it. So that's a good thing. All right. Yeah, I was in my UM. Boy, in the early 80s, UM was just starting to get expensive. Now UM is out of control. Most of my friends were Cuban. Because the thing is, basically all the Cubans came to Miami. When Castro flushed the toilet, all the other people went along with him. So I don't know how many people, 100,000. There's a lot of people came from Cuba to Miami. And they just stayed here. Now, some of them went to other places. And as time went on, a lot of the kids that grew up here, like a lot of my friends, their parents were from the 60s. They came here when the dictator Castro took over. And back then, it was important that the U.S. let those people in because they had a legitimate political problem. Castro was over there murdering people and putting them in jail. So they were allowed to come here in the 60s. And even some people, they had to send their kids over here because they couldn't come themselves. But at least they sent them here to try to have a better life than under a dictator. And that was then. But then, of course, what happens? You got a whole group of people from a different culture speaking a different language that didn't assimilate. So they created their own sort of group. You had Little Havana. They hit Westchester. You had different neighborhoods that they took over. And then, of course, Cuba has a history of corruption, which is the reason why my dad left in the 1950s under the Batista regime. They had so much corruption over there. My dad wanted to come to the U.S. He wanted to study engineering as well. But it was just too much to try to go to college and all that. But he did come to the U.S. He didn't come to Miami. He went to Yankton, South Dakota. Believe it or not, that's where he went to. And once he got a taste of living in the U.S., he liked it. And back then in the 50s, I Love Lucy was a very popular TV show. And you know that what's his name, was Cuban. And he was married to Lucy. One of the reasons why they called me Ricky, or Ricky Ricardo, was because of that show, I Love Lucy. So where does the Ricardo, the Ricky come from? It comes from that show. So when my dad was up there, they treated him almost like he was a celebrity, because how many Cubans did you have in South Dakota? Not many. And, well, eventually he couldn't keep up with engineering, so he went into aircraft and aviation, became an aircraft mechanic. And, of course, what was the place that had a lot of aviation, aircraft and all that? It was Miami. Miami is sort of like the center of aviation at the time. A lot of flights going in and out. So he eventually moved to Miami. And when my dad went from South Dakota to Miami, he was living in Miami Beach, an apartment. My mother had gone from Ohio to Miami. She wanted to get away from her family. She moved to Miami Beach, an apartment. They met on the beach in the 1950s. And they were married in the late 50s. Now, if they would have had kids immediately, I would have been born in that time period, and I would be a baby boomer right now. But instead, they got together, and then after living in an apartment for a while, they didn't want to live there anymore. They wanted a house. Well, back then, you could buy a house as cheap as $5,000 in 1950. But they were late 50s. So my dad, they came in the late 50s. By then, the cheapest house you could get was like $10,000. But for about $13,000, they were able to buy a brand new house here with central air, nice little yard, a little bit, not too far away. But that's what happened. So in 1959, they bought this house for around $14,000 by the time that everything was added up. So they went from renting an apartment to owning a house with a 40-year mortgage, which is what they had back then, and they paid almost nothing every month. Property tax was nothing because the homestead exemption was like $5,000 or whatever, and then it was undervalued. Things were cheap here. Miami was a very cheap place to live. They moved here. And it took them from 1959 to 1968 to finally have any kids. And I was the only one they were able to have. I don't know why. I don't know if it was my dad's healthy diet or what, but they could only have one kid, and that was me. And of course, even though I'm Generation X, I would technically have been a baby boomer, but I'm glad I'm not, because I don't like the attitude the baby boomers had. I remember as a kid, the yuppies, they were into that whole nonsense, 1980s thing. When the 1980s really started to become the culture, I was already on the carnivore diet, and I rebelled. So not only did I reject the diet that they were trying to give me, but I also rejected the whole 80s aesthetic, the big hair, the style, the clothing, all that stuff. I rejected all of it. So I figured I would go back to the 50s and the cars in the 60s and the crazy heart attack diet and all that stuff. It all became part of the Rick that you know today. That's what happened. That's the whole thing. It's really interesting the way that worked. Anyway. Yep. The whole Coke thing. I remember when I was at the dentist office, they had a shootout at Dadeland Mall because of the cocaine thing. So, oh, okay. Homestead Air Force Base, they took us on a tour there when I was in junior high, probably in 81 or 82. And then again in high school, I think in 84 we went there. And I remember it was kind of an interesting place. The problem is, well, they started to shut it down. Hurricane Andrew wrecked it. And now it's just, I think they have some military, they have some development there. Nothing like what it was. The last time I was in there was in the 80s. Yes, they used to say Miami. They never said Miami. They go Miami. And we had a lot of rednecks. I mean, a lot. Especially Homestead. Redland and Homestead. That was all, we call them Florida crackers, rednecks, whatever. I have friends. Most of my friends were from that kind of family. So even though my family's part Cuban, my mother was not Cuban. I never really got good at Spanish, even though they tried to teach it to me. Most of my friends were what you call rednecks or Southerners. They got that accent. I mean, it was everywhere. Now you don't see it anymore. Been wiped out. They all died off or moved away. Well, there you go. So you were here when I was in high school and college. Yep. You remember that. You got some explaining to do. That's it. Yeah. Well, that's right. The thing is, the system is taking advantage of you just like it's taking advantage of the rest of us. And that is a problem. But yeah, Ricky Ricardo, that was always funny. Rick has an echo. Well, you listen from two sources, that's what's going to happen. No, I didn't. And I have to admit, you had Tubbs and Crockett over there. I thought it was really funny that they would wear a suit in Miami. They must have filmed this in the wintertime because if you wear a suit in Miami, let's just put it this way, you're not going to be a happy person. You'll be sweating like a certain person in church, as they used to say. And it gets, the heat humidity here is bad. So not something you want to do. Yeah, see? That's what happens when you inflate your economy on a bunch of debt. Yeah. The 80s suck for design, cheap plastic, and ridiculous. The thing about the 80s, there was a little bit of an Art Deco comeback. People started to put the glass blocks. The neon came back. If you look in my room, you'll see I have my neon lights that are here. Switch over there. You can see it. See, why is this thing all, is it dirty? Can't be. I guess my camera's overheating or something, but on the top of me, you have the neon. Switch this. It's crazy. Anyway, so yeah, they got into a lot of crap in the 80s, and then the style was awful. I'm not a big fan of the 80s. I just can't deal with it. So anyway. Yep. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully in the future, you're going to be able to get into some of the old cars and stuff. I'm hoping that's what I'll do once I move. I don't have to worry about code enforcement harassing me. I can start working on my cars that I have in storage, and it'll be fun, going for a drive in the old Charger and making videos on that. And then I can live up to the title of this channel, which is, Charger Mopar. Okay. Okay. Wearing a suit in Florida is a bad idea. And I do remember those stupid shoulder pads. Even my mom would wear those from time to time. I never could understand that. I thought, if you want to look like that, just take steroids. You'll be like the wrestler gals. You'll be like that, and So you don't have to worry about shoulder pads. You could just get your sleeveless shirt and show everybody how the muscles you got. And that's it. Okay. There you go. Yep. And Brickell was always sort of the center of the offices. Now, back then, it wasn't as overbuilt as it is today. There was still some cool buildings there, but yeah, it was all money laundering in the 80s. You had Centrust Bank. They finally shut that down. It was basically just drug money flowing through this town. I think they said that the Federal Reserve outreach office here picked up more cash than anywhere else. All the money in Miami had cocaine on it. It was crazy. Some of these places were just unbelievable. I remember that show. Well, if I happen to be in the area, I can take a look at it for you. Yeah. I remember that. That's true. Yeah. It's crazy. It was a dumb trend. Like all of them. You know where you had that? Did you ever see the Tom and Jerry cartoon called the Zoot Cat? Where he made a zoot suit out of a hammock? That's what he did. He just put the coat hanger on there and walked around with... Oh, it was funny. I used to love those Tom and Jerry cartoons. So funny. I've seen it. I think I saw one of those at a car show years ago. They used to have a show here called The World of Wheels. Back in the 80s, I think I saw one. It was in the Miami Beach Convention Center. I saw that with the V12 in it. I think that's where I saw it. It had a very unique looking front, too, if I remember correctly. Yep. I remember Gloria Estefan on the Sound Machine. What was that? Do the Conga or something like that. That was real popular. They even had that one time, I think, on Magnum PI. That was a real hit back then. And then she got like another bit of popularity after Hurricane Andrew. I think a song was Coming Out of the Dark. I forget now. But anyway, just like they did on Tom and Jerry. You remember it. Did you have a mullet in the 80s? No, I did not. In fact, if you've seen my older pictures, my hairstyle was exactly the same. Sometime in high school, I think it might have been in 83, I switched to the lard and tallow hairstyle, and I've had it ever since. Every picture you see of me from that time onward looks the same. It's still the same today. I don't know why this camera's all blurry. That's crazy. Stupid. Looks like I got humidity in the camera. Okay, that's better. There we go. Yep. Okay, that's much better. Anyway, let's see. I'm not sure where that was, so I have to say no. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I heard. She had some kind of back issue. And I think her husband was like secretly gay or something. It's the craziest story ever. Emilio, I think is his name. He was rumored to be a fruitcake. So, but you know how the entertainment industry is. There's some pretty strange people there. Did you ever see the Carol Burnett parody of, what was that lady's name? Anita Bryant. Remember Anita Bryant? Meet Me at the Sunshine Tree. I made a little video about that too one time. I'll never forget that. The Meet Me at the Sunshine Tree. She got the gay people all mad at her because she was trying to convert them to be, I don't know, And then her husband cheated on her. I forget how the whole thing was, but poor Anita, she ruined her life. She went out there and she went after the homosexuals, and I think the one guy hit her in the face with a pie. It was so funny. But Carol Burnett, who I think was making fun of Anita Bryant, she did some parody, which was kind of funny. I remember that. Yeah. You know, it's funny. One of the most popular girls from high school, she ended up, I think, dead or something from a drug overdose. Right. I remember that. I think her bus, the tour bus, got hit or something like that. I remember that show. Da 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 da. And you had Harvey Korman and you had Tim Conway and all the crazy characters on the Carol Burnett show. I watched that for years until it went off the air. I used to watch it all the time. They had other shows like Flip Wilson and then you had what was that other guy? Ed Sullivan. Some pretty funny shows. I stopped watching TV in 2010. What turned me off to TV, they had a TV show called Lost. A lot of my friends got involved in that Lost show. It was just so much effort that went into it. And after that, I just stopped watching TV. Plus, YouTube came out like in 2006. And by 2007, I started making videos. And I thought to myself, why would I watch TV when I could be my own TV star? You know, I can watch other people do their thing. It just didn't make sense to me to watch somebody that, you know, I could never reach. Yep. Prince was a wacko. Tim Conway was good, yes. Mrs. Wiggins, Mr. Tudball. I remember that. She'd get the pencil sharpening and grinding, wiggling the rear end. That was funny. Yeah. That was funny. Of course, back then we had crazy movies like Inspector Clouseau, you know, what was his name? Peter Sellers was a dentist. That was even funnier, with a fake nose that was melting and he pulled the wrong tooth. There we go. That's true. And some of them had a really messed up life. McHale's Navy, yep. I remember that. And all kinds of crazy movies. There was a lot of comedy back then. I don't even watch movies anymore. I really don't know what they're doing. It's just crazy. They had action TV shows like The Wild West. Why does this thing keep moving? Microphone has this. Oh, what is going on here? Crazy thing. Oh well, we'll just have to block this. Sometimes these things get a mind of their own. Yep, Pink Panther. Doo 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 doo. And speaking of Panther, we have a Black Panther, don't we, little baby? You want to see the Black Panther? Come on. Oh. Yep. I love my little kitten. It's a great animal. I'm glad to have you, even though you're a pest. Miami Vice. It was a TV show we had back in the 80s. You can probably look it up online. It was interesting. Let's put it that way. Shows a lot of what Miami used to look like. Now, nothing like that. Let's see. Gay-straight marriages are a thing now. It's no sexual pressure. They get someone to go out and have fun with, or stay in and do crafts or whatever. It gets their families. Really? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that means, but yes, it is. The whole economy's sick nowadays. It's run by parasites. Shuts their families up. Okay. Yeah, Milton is an awesome cat. That's true. Yep. That was pretty funny. I never could understand that whole pastel thing of the 80s. It was wacky. Pink shirts and white suit. I don't know. It was an interesting show, but that was kind of like why I didn't like the 1980s. I wanted to be in the 1950s or 60s. I always thought the 50s or 60s was cool. In fact, when they came up with that show that I saw people watching on cable called Mad Men, I thought that was interesting, but they got the set all wrong. I could never get over that they put the wrong ceilings in those sets. Any idiot knows you didn't have 2x2 lay-in panels at that time. It didn't exist. That was low-end crap. You would never put that in a fine office, but, I guess whoever designed the set was not very smart. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, I guess he's still alive. That's good. Maybe myself at disco clubs. That's another thing. Although I don't mind disco, I never understood the whole discotheque thing. That whole Studio 54 or whatever that was, all those wacky people in New York. Yeah, 20s to mid-60s best. That's right. That's it. Yeah, this gives you an idea of what Miami used to have. If you go to those places now, other than the Art Deco district, they've all been destroyed. That Motel Row they used to have in Sunny Isles is just trash now. It is ruined. It is stacked, packed, and crapped. There's nothing left. All that cool stuff we had when I was a kid is gone. They had to get rid of it to maximize profits. Let's see. I don't know. Interesting. Oh, Milton has fallen asleep. He's such a good pet. Yes, you are a sweetheart. Look at that furry thing. You are kind of big compared to what you were a few months ago. I like older cats better than kittens anyway. Kittens are just too destructive. Older cats, they learn. I love disco clubs music. Disco clubs always make me think of like a gay bar or something. I've heard about that. That what movie stars used to do in the 50s and 60s. They'll find some gal they can marry that won't tell their secrets. Then they can bring their gay friends over and do whatever. So, sort of like being fruity, but being stealthy. Stealth fruitness, I guess, or whatever it is. Personally, it doesn't bother me. I have a reputation for being homophobic, but it's an undeserved reputation because I am not. Now, I understand what the Bible says or what people think it says, and that type of behavior is considered to be undesirable in the Christian world. So, but for people that don't believe that and people that maybe see it differently, I think they should have the right to go with whomever they want. And again, I do have a friend of mine that is that way. He is also the longest term carnivore I know. And he's sort of like the opposite because many people, when you think of somebody that is that sexual orientation, you tend to think about someone who is annoying, difficult to deal with, is vindictive and angry and talks a certain way and whatever. But my friend is the opposite of all of that. He sounds almost like Anthony Chafee. That's pretty much what he sounds like. And he's built somewhere between Anthony Chafee and Sean Baker, although he's only 5'10", so he's short compared to me. But anyone that sees him, the girls, they chase him. But you would never know that he is that way. And his husband is 6'8" or 6'9". He's this huge guy that's tall. And that's another one you would never know. And they've been together since 2001. And they're quite successful. Lots of money, successful businesses, no drama. His own sister, who was very much into the whole Christian thing, she ended up getting divorced because her husband cheated on her. And he was deacon or whatever it is in the church. So I think that's, what do they call having a form of godly devotion but proving false to its power? Who would you trust more? Someone who's homosexual and tells you everything and stays with the same person, or someone who claims to be Christian and then fools around with somebody else and gets divorced, leaving their kids with one parent? Come on. That's unacceptable. But anyway, let's see. Don Johnson, Melanie divorced. Okay. Daughter's an actress. They always get divorced. I think her name is Dakota. That's why Google is valuable. He is 75 and currently married to Kelly. Okay, I don't know who that is, but that's interesting. Yeah, I don't mind some disco music. I mean, I laugh when people play Disco Duck. Dun, 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 quack, quack, dun, dun, quack, quack. I get a laugh out of that. But my music that I like, as you probably know, is very old. Starting in the 1920s, dun, 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 dun. I love that 1920s. It's so lively. Problem is the sound quality is poor, but somebody could probably remake that. 1930s, Great Depression, great music. Got jazz, then comes big band. Then the 50s brings in rock and roll, and the 60s, they just refined everything. And there was the music that I don't like from the 60s, believe it or not, is the Beatles and to some extent Rolling Stones. I don't like them that much. They're okay, but I don't like them. The Beatles especially. They start off with yeah, 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 and they went like downhill. 50s, Elvis is okay, but I'm not that crazy about Elvis. I was more into like Martin Denny, Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass, Walter Wanderley, the Brazilian. I like that Brazilian music they had back in the 60s, along with, what was it, Gilberto Astrud or whatever her name was. And, all that stuff I like. I like the elevator music that they used to play everywhere. There's a lot of things that I liked from the 60s. And the 70s, there's a lot of stuff I like from the 70s. I used to like the Carpenters, even though people say that's stupid. I like some of the disco, yes. I admit, like the Tramps, Disco Inferno. I mean, who can not like that? And some of the disco was good. But, the rock and roll kind of went down. Just wasn't like it was. 1980s, it all started to fall apart. And by the 90s, there's maybe two things I like from the whole 90s. And I don't really like anything since. So I'm not sure exactly what happened. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I agree with that. Ron Johnson, 75, yep. There you go, 20s to 60s. So you're the same as me. I used to love that show, Mannix. In fact, I even have cassette that has the music from that show. That was Lalo Schifrin, who also did Mission Impossible, another show I loved. And, that stuff was good. And they had all the Mopars. Mannix, I think, was sponsored by Chrysler. A lot of Mopars in there. Really great show. Big Band, one of my favorites. Yep. You got Glenn Miller and Artie Shaw. And I think the one drummer from Glenn Miller is still alive, Ray Anthony. He's got to be over 100 by now. And he used to do a lot of trumpet. Yeah, I like Big Band. And you'll hear around my house once in a while, Big Band. People say, what is that? So that's music from the 1940s. And then in the 1950s, the rock and roll came in and the big band kind of went away. But there was like a mixed period. The rock and roll was good in terms of rhythm. It was good. But the problem with rock and roll is they got rid of a lot of the instruments. And I enjoy an orchestra. when I want to listen to music, I like an orchestra. And in the 60s, they were still using orchestra for a lot of the TV shows, a lot of the movies. They were still doing that. It was really good. So, and there were some groups that continued to use orchestra, even in the popular music space. One of my favorite groups as a kid was what's called Spanky and Our Gang. They had different popular hits like Sunday Will Never Be the Same. That was my favorite song as a kid. To this day, I still like to listen to it. And if you listen to it, there's some classical music elements in it. And again, some of the classical music is boring. Some of it is outstanding. I don't think anyone could listen to something like William Tell Overture and feel bored, or even some of the, even some of the Beethoven was pretty good. But, that's kind of what I like. And I wish that we had that popular now. Maybe the next generation, they'll rebel against the current system. They'll dump the whole baby boomer rock and roll nonsense. And they'll say, you know what? I don't like electronic music. I don't like technology. I'm going back to the old days. We're going to have orchestras and bands. We're going to have nightclubs that are not dark and ugly. They're going to be light. They're going to have a lot of windows. You're going to have the chandeliers. You're going to have, the formal tables. You'll have dinner, have a nice steakhouse in there. And you can go there. You can enjoy your meal. You can dance. You can do whatever. That's what I'd like to see. And you know what? A Great Depression might do it, because the Great Depression of the 1930s brought on jazz and brought on all the great stuff. And I'm thinking a Great Depression, if we can get rid of the Federal Reserve and let the thing crash, it would open up a lot of things to the younger generation. You'll be able to buy houses for next to nothing. Cars, you'll be able to start businesses. The government will collapse. You can redo that. You can break the college bubble. College will be cheap again. I would like to see college so cheap that anyone could afford it. $10 a credit maybe. With the technology we have now, we can do this stuff online. Why do we have to pay all this money? For what? If you're going to require somebody to get a college degree, it should be free. That's what I say. So if the government requires you to get, let's say you want to be a doctor and you have to go to medical school, it should be free. 100% free. And the way that it works, if you make it, you can continue. If you flunk out, you get thrown out. And then you'll have to go back and start over. That's how I would do it. Because the thing is, we need to make an investment in our people. If we don't make an investment in our people, people are going to fail, and we're going to end up with a third world country where everybody's going to be living like Mad Max. And I don't want to be in that world. Hopefully I'll have my heart attack before then. But anyway, let's see, the comments are coming in strong now. How about 80s new wave like the Cure and Depeche Mode? They're okay, but they never really did anything for me. It's better than what we have now. Yep, I do too. I do that too. Yes, there was a guy in the 90s that had that style. It was called Junior Brown. And I saw that and I'm like, yeah, I like this guy. And he was also a car guy. Yep, the old TV shows, Mannix, Barnaby Jones, Kojak, Columbo, Quincy. Yep, that's right. Quincy was a medical examiner. Dun, 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 dun. When he pulls up the cadaver, they all start fainting. When he starts cutting it up, and then Barnaby Jones. Da, 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 da. I remember that theme. And that was an old guy. See, today, a lot of the TV shows, they focus on young people. But some of these old TV shows, you had older people like Barnaby Jones. Kojak wasn't old, but he was bald and he looked, unusual. But he always had his lollipop and that hat. Yeah, these shows were interesting. It's just today, TV I'm not interested in it. I don't even want to see it. I stopped watching movies in the 80s and I stopped watching TV in 2010. So that's good. Let's see. Yeah, 20s style Art Deco club with big band. Perfect. I'd like to see that. And I think it'd be a lot more popular than you could imagine, especially if you put that whole food carnivore and keto menu, get it, make it like a supper club. I think it'd be a big hit. Plus, all the people that are healthy and lean, they would go there. You wouldn't see all the fat people that look like they just climbed out of bed. You could go there, wear some halfway decent clothes, and enjoy. I'd like to see that again. Yep. Well, there you go. If you introduce your kids to old stuff, they might actually like it. People aren't that different now than they were years ago. Just the way they were raised and the environment they're in. Well, that's good. That's like me. It'll be interesting. Oh, that's cute. Petticoat Junction. I've seen that show a few times. Didn't they used to take baths in the water tank or something? I forget. That must be cute. Yes, I agree with you. Absolutely. Yep, break out those old Mopars. What I want to do, I want to see people make new Mopars. This auto industry we have now is going to fail. Now, I'm not against electric cars. I would like to see, in fact, I wanted to design a charger that you could actually charge. So I was going to take the 68 to 70 charger and then turn that into an EV. Now, you might say, oh, that's terrible. Why would you turn the charger into an EV? Because I want the style. I want that 69 charger with that sleek, low styling, you know, the whole shape, the interior, everything. And make it into an EV. You want tech, you got tech. But you'll get an old-fashioned dashboard, steering wheel, everything just like it was in the 60s. But then you're going to get incredible power. No big block Mopar will ever outdo that as an EV. And then the thing would be like this. You know the government's not going to allow us to build, unless we take over the government and kick these people out, they're not going to allow us to build big block Mopars. But there's a lot of these engines that are crate engines. If you built an EV charger, the body panels, all the parts would be exactly the same as the old charger. So what do you have to do? Well, it's very simple. They make reproduction parts already. You could build yourself your own race car. You simply take the EV parts out, and you take out that floor pan, and then you just remove the batteries, change the floor pan, and put all those old parts in there that they sell as reproduction. So the key would be to make the interior, the body, and everything exactly the same as the original charger with a few modifications for safety. And then that way you could put this car in the hand of everybody. Very, very simple. And that's what they kind of did. The new charger is ugly. It's supposed to be, you know, in memory of the old one, but it looks like crap. I don't like it. And the other thing is, too, they have that fake sound that makes it sound like a muscle car. Not mine. My electric charger would be totally silent. You'd sit there at the light, hear nothing, except for the air conditioner running. And then when somebody goes to pass you up and you step on that accelerator, you leave them so far in the dust, they don't know what happened. Unless they're driving a souped-up Tesla, you're going to win every time. So if you want to be a drag racer, you can do that. But if you want that classic charger look, you can do that too. And if you're one of those old people like me that has the old parts, well, you could go to your dealer and you can buy all the doors, body panels, and everything. And you could rebuild your rusted out 68 through 70 charger with the body panels from the brand new charger. And you could even get new interior and everything in the old style. And that would solve the problem. That would be no more overpriced antique cars. And that's it. No problem. So let's see. This thing keeps on going. Look at that. Rick, your memory is incredible. Well, when you live pretty much in the same place and you're a pretty healthy person, you can remember a lot of stuff. That's right. It's lame. It's mentally taxing. I can't even watch it without feeling like I'm getting stupider. Strict dress code. Absolutely. Now, if I had a club, you know, I would do like different things. You'd have the formal club. You got the strict dress code. But I would also have a patio because you know there's going to be slobs around. And if you want to wear your tank top and your shorts and your stupid sandals and all that stuff, you can do that. You can go to the patio or beach club. We'll have a duck pond or whatever. You can hang out there. And if you're one of those silly people that likes to smoke, you can go out there and do that too. But if you want to come into the supper club and you want to, you know, be in the upper class, you're going to have to dress nice. And that's it. But I think it would be a hit. I really do. Because otherwise, I wouldn't go to a place. All right, let's see. Yeah, it kind of was. The way I remember it. Yep. Mancini. I like Henry Mancini. Tijuana Brass. Rolling Stones. I like having choices. Well, that's the thing. Back then, if you liked the old-fashioned stuff, you could listen to it. You wanted rock and roll, you got that too. And that was a great thing. Now, it's all corporate-run crap. Even the radio stations, they just play the same garbage no matter who they are. Right? Yeah, see? It's an air horn audio system that mimics a V8 sound. That's so stupid. You know, if I want a V8, I'll get a V8. If I want an electric car, I want it quiet. I want people to not know what they got coming. When I hit that accelerator, they're going to see serious power. That's why you want a car like that. And you know what? You got an economy mode. If you want to make a long trip, you can do that too. But that's what I want. Those old shows were so corny. True, but you watch what you watch, TV. I'll take corn over woke any day. That's right. I got to run. Have a nice day. Yes, you are what you eat. Eat meat. I agree 100%. I think, what is it? It's almost 2 o'clock. I got to get myself ready to go. I got to eat something, and I got to get out of here. Squirrel Nut Zippers. I haven't heard of them. They actually had sort of a swing band in the 80s. I think it was called Voodoo Daddy or something like that was popular for a while. But yeah, they're pretty good. The secret is you want to have music played by real instruments by real people. You don't want to have a repetitive beat produced by a machine. If you can do that, you can make some good music that I'll like. But if you're going to do the same old formula with the vocals that are modified by auto-tune, I'm going to tune you out. When you use auto-tune, I automatically tune you out. And that's it. I don't want to hear that. If I want to hear somebody sing badly, I can do it myself. I'll sing the song myself and listen to it. Because honestly, I just can't. I don't see the point of what they have now. It's just celebrity. It's like you look a certain way. You don't need any talent. Just look a certain way and make the money. I remember riding around with my grandpa in the 60s in his Impala, listening to Tijuana Brass. I still have my Tijuana Brass 8-tracks and LPs, although I did digitize them, and I do listen to Tijuana Brass. And Carnivore Key says, well said, Rick. And again, this is somebody who does make his own music, so you might want to check out his channel. He made a Carnivore song. This is real. This is the real deal. This is not a formula. Wasn't it Cass Elliot that actually made a song, Make Your Own Kind of Music? Because I remember when I was watching that Lost TV show and I heard that, I'm like, where did that come from? You know? Let's see. Yes, it was an 8-track. And I still have my Tijuana Brass 8-track. I need to bring that out for my next show and tell. But, you know. Anyway, I need to get going. I need to start eating. If we're going to have a get-together at 3, I got to make sure I'm ready to go. So there's no more pressing questions. I'm not trying to break my record. Yeah, Mamas and Papas. Right. That's what it was. I remember. I think their most popular song was California Dreaming. Yeah, that's what it was. Big Bad Voodoo Daddy. I remember that. That was a trend for a while. And I thought, wow, that was pretty good. I would play it, but YouTube would probably frown on that. But I do have it somewhere around here. If it still works. A lot of my 8-tracks, the foam went bad. I had to rebuild them. And the problem is taking them apart. You have to cut through the label to pop them apart. What I've also done, I made my own new 8-tracks. I used to get the 8-tracks from the dump that went bad. I bought some of the good quality chrome tape, and I undid them, and I rewound them with new tape. And I used aluminum tape to make the little spacer. So I actually have an 8-track I redid. Plus I have those cart tapes that they used to use on the radio. I got a bunch of stuff. I got more stuff than you could ever imagine. I think if I ever do get set up, hopefully when I move, I could have a whole studio like a museum. I could be a pretty popular guy on YouTube if I could get enough people to watch my channel, because there'd be everything in there. It's not just a carnivore channel. It's an everything channel. How I'll build a new house, how I fix things, all the things that I collect. It's really quite a... Yeah, I see here. Let me see. Where in the world? Why is this not coming up? Here we go. The album was called Whipped Cream or Other Delights. And you can find that. I'll show it to you. It's called Whipped Cream and Other Delights. Okay. That's it. This is the album that you must be thinking of. Well, that's a CD, but look at that. You can still buy it. That's it. See? Okay. Switch this. That's right. Never underestimate the power of the system. Well, never underestimate the power of a person who can think for themselves. Well, we tend to remember stuff. See? I think I still have it in my collection. There you go. Yep. I had that on vinyl. That was very popular. Yep. It is. Yep. That's what I'm going to do. And again, I don't want to cut everybody short, but I got to get together, and whenever somebody wants to meet me in person, they want me to go, I will go, because that's just the way that I am. I am social. You might think of me as antisocial, living by myself with my cat. You know, people that have cats are supposed to be antisocial, but I am social. The problem is I don't have a lot in common with most people. So when I go to a get-together, I'm basically either the comedy relief or the curiosity. And that's just pretty much the way that I am. Yeah, see? Dusty Springfield, you don't have to say I love you. Da, 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 da. I remember so much stuff. It's funny. The problem is I never got into music after the 80s. So all the stuff I remember is old. Yep. True, but it's still funny if you saw it the first time. See you all later. Bye, Carnivore Keith. Enjoy your day. Maybe you'll have a bike ride, or maybe you'll play some music. Whatever it is. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, let me go ahead. You used to listen to that show every weekend. There you go. Radio was a big thing. Now it's a whole lot of nothing. But anyway, I'm hoping that everyone's going to have a good rest of your weekend. Casey Kasem, there we go. Thanks. And like I said, I hope I'll be here. I'll join you on Sunday. But if you don't see me, I'm still stuck at work doing more electrical work. Yep. All these names are so familiar. That's what I'm going to do. Well, thank you very much for being here. And I hope that everyone has a great rest of their weekend and a good week to come. And if all goes well, I'll see you on Sunday. If not, I will see you next Saturday. And take care and enjoy.